The air tastes like copper and ash. Kang Do-yun is 19 years old, and he's about to die. A blade of black fire screams toward his chest. Behind him, 3 other carriers are already dead, ripped apart by the same spell that killed them mid-scream. Do-yun doesn't bother dodging. He knows what's coming. The battlefield is a graveyard of shattered wagons, overturned supply crates, and corpses in scavenged armor. Carriers like him don't get real gear. They get whatever's left after the real soldiers take theirs. Do-yun's hands are still sticky with someone else's blood from dragging a wounded mage behind cover 10 minutes ago. That mage is dead now too. Everyone's dead now. The thing that killed them steps through the smoke. Asmodeus. Rank SS. One of the 7 princes of the abyss. A towering nightmare of obsidian plating and molten veins, eyes glowing like twin furnaces. Do-yun's been on a dozen raids and never even seen anything above A rank. Now this demon is standing 20 feet away, and the air around him bends from the heat. The corpses near his feet are already charring. Do-yun's squad leader said this was a cleanup mission. Weak monsters, easy loot, in and out before sundown. He lied. Or intel failed. Doesn't matter now. Asmodeus raises one clawed hand. A sphere of condensed dark energy forms above his palm, crackling with violet lightning. Do-yun knows the spell, Hellfire Compression. He's seen it once before. In a training manual he wasn't supposed to read. Manual said it was unblockable by anyone under S rank. Do-yun is F rank. Correction, Do-yun isn't even F rank. He's a carrier. Born with negative magic. His body doesn't generate mana. It rejects it. He can't cast a single spark. He's spent his whole life as a pack mule for real awakeners, a human shield who can't even shield anyone. The sphere launches. It crosses the distance in less than a heartbeat, and the world stops. Not fades, not slows, stops. The sphere hangs 3 inches from Do-yun's chest, frozen like an insect in amber. The smoke doesn't move. The screams don't echo. Asmodeus is a statue of black glass in the crimson light. Do-yun can't blink, can't breathe, can't even feel his heartbeat. And then a voice speaks directly inside his skull. Kang Do-yun, carrier, negative magic, 0 registered awakenings, 19 years old. The words are calm, not cruel, just factual. Like someone reading a case file out loud. You die here, torn apart by a demon. Your world cannot stop. Your sister mourns you for 3 years, and then dies in a monster wave you could have prevented. Your name is forgotten. Your existence meant nothing. The frozen sphere pulses once. Do-yun can feel the heat of it, even in this timeless void. It's agony. But I can give you another chance. Another voice, different from the first, older, deeper, seems to echo from everywhere and nowhere at once. The frozen battlefield trembles. The sky fractures like glass. I offer to send your consciousness back 16 years, but I require a piece of your humanity as payment. Do you accept? Kang Do-yun's lips won't move. His lungs won't fill. But the voice hears him anyway. He was already dead. Yeonwoo's face flashes through his mind. His little sister, the only person in the world who never called him worthless. The only one who brought him food when he was too ashamed to come to dinner. The only one who cried when he was drafted into the carrier corps. If he dies here, she dies too. The voice said so. 3 years. Monster wave. He could have stopped it. Do you accept? He thinks yes, and the world goes white. Not a gentle white. A white that burns. A white that tears him apart atom by atom and rebuilds him in reverse. He feels himself falling backwards through time. Every moment of his life rewinding like a tape on fast forward. The raids. The training. The humiliation. The day he was tested for awakening and the examiner laughed. The day his father left. The day Yeonwoo was born. The white snaps into color so fast his brain nearly short-circuits. He's sitting at a desk. A classroom. Sunlight through dusty windows, the low murmur of bored students, and the scratch of chalk on a blackboard. Do-yun blinks. His hands are on the desk in front of him, and they're smaller, smoother. No calluses from hauling supply crates. No scars from shrapnel. He's 19 again, 16 years before his death. The teacher drones on about mana circulation theory, basic stuff. Stuff Do-yun learned 20 times over in the carrier corps, just by listening to the mages complain about their training. He doesn't remember this exact day, not at first. But the faces around him start clicking into place. Park Hyun-sik, who'd die in a dungeon collapse 2 years from now. Kim Dae-hyun, who'd become a mid-rank mage and never once look at Do-yun again after graduation. Lee Nam-gil, a hand slaps the back of his head, hard. Do-yun's skull bounces forward and hits the desk. The crack echoes through the room. Well, look who's still here. Thought you'd have dropped out by now, trash. Choi Ki-ho, class bully, low C rank awakening, which in this school made him a big fish. In the real world, he'd peak at running security for a third-rate merchant guild. But right now, standing over Do-yun with a grin and two of his cronies behind him, Ki-ho thinks he's a god. The old Do-yun. The Do-yun who lived this day the first time stayed silent, took the hit, took the next one too, and the one after that, all the way through graduation. Kang Do-yun has been dead for less than 5 minutes in the future, and he's already sick of taking hits. He stands up. Ki-ho's grin wavers. The hell are you looking at? Do-yun doesn't answer. He just laughs. A dry, hollow sound that makes Ki-ho take a step back. It's not a crazy laugh, not unhinged. It's the laugh of a man who just realized the thing he's been terrified of his whole life is a joke, a bad one. Something funny, carrier? Do-yun's fist connects with Ki-ho's jaw before the word finishes leaving his mouth. The bully drops like a sack of stones. His cronies stare, frozen. The classroom goes dead silent. Someone's pencil rolls off a desk and hits the floor. The teacher turns around, chalk still raised. Nobody moves. Do-yun shakes out his hand. His knuckles sting. He doesn't care. He's already looking at something nobody else can see. A translucent blue window has appeared in front of his eyes, hovering in the air like a hologram. Status windows are supposed to appear when you first awaken. Do-yun never got one. He was tested at 8, then 10, then 13, and every time the result was the same. Negative magic. No awakening. Unusable. But this window is definitely here, and it's definitely his. He reads it, then reads it again. His throat tightens. Window lists his name, his age, his rank, still negative, still 0 mana generation, and beneath it, 1 ability. Just 1. Spell absorption. Any hostile spell cast directly at the host is consumed on contact. The energy is processed through the host's channels and dispersed immediately. Cannot be stored. Overuse risks channel burnout. Requires a stabilization cooldown between absorptions. Do-yun stares at the words until they blur. His hands are shaking. Not from fear, from something he hasn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Hey! Kim Dae-hyun is standing 3 desks away, one hand raised and crackling with a tiny firebolt. A practice spell. The kind of thing students use to show off. Barely enough to singe paper, but it's aimed right at Do-yun's chest, and Dae-hyun's face is flushed with anger. You think you can just punch Ki-ho and walk away? I'll teach you your place, you negative freak. The firebolt flies. Do-yun doesn't flinch. It hits him square in the chest. And nothing happens. No burn. No impact. No pain. The flame just winks out of existence the moment it touches his shirt, like a candle dropped into the ocean. Faint warmth spreads through his ribs, then fades. Dae-hyun's jaw goes slack. The whole class saw him cast. The whole class saw the spell connect. And the whole class just saw Do-yun take a direct hit without a single mark on him. A soft chime sounds in his ears. The cooldown kicks in, a brief, tight sensation in his chest, like a muscle clenching after a sprint. His body is adjusting, stabilizing. The feeling passes in seconds. He has proof now. He can absorb magic. Dae-hyun backs up until he hits a desk. What the hell are you? Do-yun doesn't answer. He's already thinking about something bigger, something the voice in the white void told him. His sister, Yeonwoo. She dies in 3 years if he doesn't change anything. She dies in a monster wave, and he's not there to save her. He wasn't supposed to be anywhere near that battle. He was supposed to be a carrier, hauling loot on some distant front while his little sister bled out in a village he never visited. Not this time. He walks past Dae-hyun without a word, past the frozen classmates, past Ki-ho groaning on the floor, out the classroom door and into the hallway. His footsteps echo on the linoleum. He doesn't know where he's going yet. He doesn't have a plan, doesn't have allies, doesn't have a single clue how to train a power he just discovered 10 minutes ago. What he has is a dead man's memories and a sister who doesn't know she's supposed to die. He clenches his fist as he walks. He's going to figure it out. He's going to get strong enough that no monster, no mage, no god king from any timeline can touch her. Because Kang Yeon-woo believed in him when nobody else did, and Do-yun just got a second chance he doesn't intend to waste. The academy training grounds are a dust pit behind the 3rd gymnasium. Do-yun hasn't been here since he was 15, back when the school still pretended he might awaken. Nobody uses this place anymore, which makes it perfect for what he's about to do. He drags a battered training dummy to the center of the dirt ring. The thing's covered in old scorch marks and patched with duct tape from a decade of student fireballs. Do-yun cracks his neck and takes position 20 feet away. He's got maybe 2 hours before the next class period ends, and students start wandering out. First test. He needs to know if the absorption works on anything Or just that one fireball? Do-yun's spell was tiny. A practice spark, barely enough to singe paper. If Do-yun's going to fight anything bigger than a classroom bully, he needs data. The storage shed behind the training ground is unlocked. Inside, he finds exactly what he's looking for. A crate of low-grade spell stones. Training tools. Each one contains a single preloaded spell, keyed to fire on impact. Students use them for target practice. Toss the stone. It shatters. The spell flies. Do-yun grabs a handful and heads back to the ring. The first stone is Water Element, a basic splash bolt. He sets it on a practice stand, points the business end at his own chest, and triggers the release. The stone cracks. A jet of pressurized water shoots straight at his ribs. It hits and vanishes. Same as before. A faint, cool sensation spreading through his torso. Then nothing. The cooldown kicks in, that tight muscle clench in his chest, and passes in 3 seconds. Do-yun grins. 2 for 2. He grabs a Windblade stone next, triggers it, and watches the razor-sharp gust dissolve against his shirt. Then a stone spike. Then a flashbolt. Each one winks out the moment it touches him. By the 6th stone, his chest is starting to ache. Not from damage. From the cooldown stacking up, one absorption right after another. His body's handling it, but it's not happy about it. He makes a mental note. Rapid-fire absorption hurts, even if the spells never land. The last stone in his hand is fire. Stronger than Do-yun's spark, an actual combat-grade flame bolt, used for 3rd-year dueling practice. Do-yun hesitates for half a second. Then he triggers it. The firebolt slams into his sternum with enough force to stagger him back a step. Heat washes over his chest for a split second, then dies. Absorbed. But the cooldown this time is worse. A deep, grinding tightness behind his ribs that takes a full 8 seconds to fade. He's breathing hard, but he's still standing. 6 spells, 6 absorptions, 0 damage. The firebolt left a scorch mark on his shirt, but his skin underneath is unmarked. So absorption works on multiple elements. It works on combat-grade spells, not just practice sparks. And his body has a limit. Somewhere past 6 spells in 2 minutes, the cooldown starts to hurt. Good, now he knows what he's working with. But there's a bigger question. He absorbed all that energy. Where did it go? The status window said spells are consumed and dispersed, not stored. If that's true, the energy just fizzled into nothing. If it's wrong, if there's even a chance the energy is still inside him, then he has a second weapon. Do-yun closes his eyes and focuses. He tries to feel the spells he just ate. The water, the wind, the stone, the light, the fire. For a long moment, there's nothing, just his own heartbeat and the dust settling around him. Then he feels it. A pressure, deep in his chest, somewhere below the breastbone. Not painful, just heavy. Like a balloon filled to bursting, pressing outward against his ribs. It's not one spell, it's all of them, jumbled together into a single mass of undifferentiated magical energy. The spells didn't vanish. They merged. And they're still there, waiting. Do-yun's eyes snap open. He stares at the training dummy, then at his own hands, then back at the dummy. He knows this is a bad idea. He knows he has no training, no technique, no clue what he's doing. But he needs to see what happens. He raises one hand toward the dummy and tries to push the pressure out. Just a little. Just a fraction of whatever's sitting in his chest. Release one spell, the smallest one. The water bolt. That's all he wants. What happens instead is not a water bolt. The pressure in his chest surges up through his shoulder, down his arm, and out his palm in a single, unstoppable wave. A blast of raw, unfiltered magical force erupts from his hand. The absorbed spell's energy, amplified and uncontrolled, a roaring column of chaos. It hits the training dummy. The dummy doesn't just break, it ceases to exist. 1 second, it's a 6-foot sack of straw and canvas on a wooden post. The next, there's a crater where it used to be, and scraps of burning burlap are raining down across half the training ground. Do-yun is thrown backward off his feet. He lands hard on his back, ears ringing, right arm numb from shoulder to fingertips. The pressure in his chest is gone, completely drained, like a tank flushed empty in one violent second. He lies there in the dirt, staring at the smoke rising from the crater, and he understands. He can absorb anything. He can't release just one spell. He can't aim it. He can't shape it. He can't control any part of what comes out. The only release is everything at once. An uncontrollable burst that fires in every direction and destroys whatever's in front of him, including himself, if he's not careful. Guess you figured that out the hard way. Do-yun scrambles to his feet, standing at the edge of the training ground, leaning on a wooden crutch, is a man he's never seen before. Mid-50s, gray hair cropped short, face weathered like old leather. One leg ends at the knee, the empty pant leg pinned up neat. And his eyes, they're locked on Do-yun, with an expression that's not surprise, not fear, recognition. The man has seen what Do-yun just did, and he knows exactly what it means. 6 spells in under 2 minutes, the man says. All absorbed, then a full discharge. And you're still standing. He hobbles forward, crutch leaving deep divots in the dirt. That's not supposed to be possible. Not for a carrier, not for anyone. Do-yun's heartbeat is still hammering from the discharge. He doesn't know this man, doesn't know if he's a threat, a teacher, or someone sent to drag him back to class. But the man isn't reaching for a weapon. He's just standing there, studying Do-yun like a puzzle he's been trying to solve for 20 years. The name's Baek Seo-jun, the man says, and 20 years ago, I was exactly where you are right now. Seo-jun taps his crutch against the missing leg. Only difference is, when I figured out the release problem, the spell I was holding was a lot bigger than anything you just fired. Took my leg off at the knee and killed 2 men standing behind me. He says it flat, no self-pity, just a fact, worn smooth by 2 decades of repetition. Do-yun opens his mouth to ask a question, but Seo-jun cuts him off. You felt it, right? The pressure, the weight. Every spell you absorb doesn't go anywhere. It sits inside you, piles up, and it doesn't care if you're ready to let it out or not. He steps closer, close enough that Do-yun can smell the cheap tobacco on his breath. Every absorbed spell is a ticking bomb. You understand me, boy? The more you eat, the bigger the blast when it finally goes. But you can choose when to release it, and you can aim it at what you want. Do-yun looks down at his right hand. It's still trembling from the discharge. He thinks about Yeonwoo, about standing between her and a monster wave with this power in his chest. One wrong release, one moment of lost control, and he'd be the thing that kills her, not the monsters. There's got to be a way to control it, he says. Seo-jun snorts. Spent 15 years looking. Found nothing. You can train your absorption, make it faster, smoother, push your cooldown shorter, but the release? No, the release is a floodgate. It opens all the way, or not at all. Seo-jun tosses something at him, a small leather bracelet with a metal charm. That's a suppression band, low grade. Won't stop the release, but it'll muffle the signal so every mage in a half-mile radius doesn't feel you discharge. Wear it. Do-yun straps it on. The charm is cold against his wrist. Who are you really? He asks. Used to be a soldier, used to be a lot of things. Seo-jun turns and starts limping toward the gymnasium exit. Now I'm just the guy who cleans up after kids like you almost blow themselves up. Come find me when you're ready to stop testing alone and start training for real. He pauses at the gate. One more thing. That power of yours? It's not a weapon. It's a curse with good timing. The sooner you accept that, the longer you'll live. And then he's gone. The rhythm of his crutch fading into the afternoon quiet. Do-yun stands alone in the cratered training ground, smoke still curling from the scorched earth. His chest is empty now, hollow and light, almost wrong after that heavy pressure. His arm is starting to get feeling back, pins and needles prickling down to his fingers. He walks to the supply shed and drags out a second training dummy, then a third. He positions them in a loose triangle around the crater, 20 feet apart. If he's going to learn control, he needs to understand exactly what the burst does. Every time. No surprises. He spends the next hour testing. He absorbs one spell, just one, a low-grade firebolt, and tries to hold it without releasing. 5 minutes pass. The pressure builds slow, from a whisper to an ache. At 10 minutes, his hands are shaking. At 15, he can feel his heartbeat in his teeth. He releases. The burst is smaller this time, 1 spell instead of 6, but it's still wild, still unfocused. It rips through the closest dummy and gouges a trench in the dirt before dissipating. Still no control, still no aim, still everything at once. He tries again with 2 spells, then 3. Each time the pressure builds faster. Each time the burst is bigger. At the 4th test, the training ground looks like a mortar hit it, and Do-yun is on his knees, gasping. The suppression band glows faintly on his wrist, doing its job. Nobody comes running. No teachers, no guards, no curious students, just Do-yun and the dirt and the ruined dummies. He learns 3 things that afternoon. 1. He can hold absorbed spells, but the pressure is cumulative, and it doesn't stop growing. 2. The only way to release is everything at once. There's no partial release, no trick, no technique that lets him bleed off a little at a time. 3. A full discharge leaves him empty for about 30 minutes, completely drained, unable to absorb anything until his channels reset. That 30-minute window is a death sentence in a real fight. If he discharges to kill one enemy, he's helpless against the next one until his body recovers. So-jun was right. It's a bomb with bad timing, but it's still more than he had this morning. This morning he was a carrier, a pack mule, a negative magic freak who couldn't cast a spark. Now he's a walking artillery piece that can eat any spell thrown at him and throw back a blast that turns training dummies into confetti. He'll take it. The sun is starting to set when Do-yun finally leaves the training ground. He's exhausted, covered in dirt and soot, and his right arm feels like someone worked it over with a hammer. But his head is clear. He knows what he can do. He knows what he can't. And he knows where to find a one-legged veteran who might have answers about how to survive long enough to make the power useful. His sister Yeon-woo's face flashes through his mind. 2 years. He's got 3 years to turn this curse into something that can stand between her and the monsters that are supposed to kill it. Right now, with zero control and a 30-minute cooldown after every discharge, he's not even close. But he's not zero anymore. He walks back toward the main building, the suppression band cool against his wrist, and he starts making a plan. Step 1. Find So-jun again. Step 2. Learn to absorb faster. Hold longer. Discharge smarter. Step 3. Figure out a way to fight that doesn't leave him helpless every time he uses his power. Step 4 through Step 100. Get strong enough that when the monster wave comes for Yeon-woo's village, he's the worst thing in its path. The hallway lights flicker on as he steps inside. He's got work to do. 2 days later, Do-yun is standing outside the Westgate Raider Depot. He's got 23 credits left from his last carrier job. Yeon-woo's medicine alone costs 80 credits a month. The math doesn't work. He needs a raid party, and he needs one now. A guild recruiter is calling for carriers to haul loot on a C-rank dungeon crawl. The pay is garbage, but it's steady work. Do-yun signs his name on the manifest. The recruiter looks him over, sees the negative magic tag on his registration, and shrugs. Carriers don't need magic to carry boxes. There are 6 of them in the party. 3 fighters, 1 mage, 1 healer, and Do-yun. The party leader is a stocky man in his 40s named Hwang Man-sik. Hwang's got a burn scar down his left forearm and the flat eyes of a man who's lost people underground. He tells Do-yun the rules are simple. Stay in the back, carry what you're told, don't touch anything. And if things go bad, run. Do-yun nods and straps on the carrier harness. The dungeon entrance is a rift cut into the side of an old department store in the dead zone. Cold air spills out of it like breath from an open mouth. They go in single file. First hour is quiet. They clear a few rooms of low-tier ghouls. Nothing the fighters can't handle. Do-yun stays in the rear, hauling loot bags, watching how the mage casts. The mage is a woman in her late 20s named Yoo Jun-ho. She's efficient, short chance, tight aim, no wasted mana. Every spell she throws is something Do-yun could eat if he had to. Not that he's planning to show anyone what he can do. The suppression band is snug against his wrist under the sleeve. So-jun's advice is still fresh in his head. Don't broadcast the curse until you know how to survive it. Second hour, they hit the burial chamber. That's where it goes wrong. Hwang steps onto a flagstone and the floor lights up with a trap circle nobody spotted. It's a high-grade snare, way above what a C-rank dungeon should have. Somebody mapped this place wrong, or someone wanted this party dead. A column of compressed air slams Hwang into the far wall. His armor cracks on impact, and he goes down hard. Then the secondary trigger fires. A fireball the size of a barrel comes screaming out of the dark at Hwang's crumpled body. The healer screams. The fighters are too far. Yoo Jun-ho tries to counterspell, but she's mid-cooldown, and her chant won't finish in time. Do-yun moves before he thinks. He throws himself between the fireball and Hwang. The spell hits him square in the chest and vanishes. No explosion, no heat, no sound. Just a sudden hollow pull behind his ribs. And then, pressure. Heavy, hot, swelling pressure, like someone's inflating a balloon inside his chest cavity. He stumbles forward, one hand braced on the stone floor, breathing hard. The chamber goes dead silent. Yoo Jun-ho is staring at him with her mouth open. One of the fighters whispers something that sounds like a prayer. Hwang, bleeding from a head wound, props himself up on one elbow and looks at Do-yun like he's seeing a ghost. "You're a carrier," Hwang says. His voice is raw. How did a carrier just eat a C-rank fireball? Do-yun doesn't answer. He's too busy trying not to puke. The fireball is still in there. He can feel it, compressed, churning, pressing outward against his ribs like a wild animal trying to chew through a cage. This is different from the training stones. Those were low-grade, small, designed for practice. This is combat magic meant to kill a man in one hit, and now it's sitting inside him, alongside the pressure he's already been carrying since this morning. The combined load is savage. His hands are shaking. His vision tunnels at the edges. He's got maybe 10 minutes before his control snaps, and he discharges everything into this underground chamber with 5 people standing 3 feet away. The blast radius from 6 training spells destroyed a dummy and carved the crater. A combat fireball on top of that would turn this burial chamber into a crematorium. He shoves himself upright and starts walking toward the side passage. Yoo Jun-ho calls after him, asking where he's going. "Holding something I need to put down," Do-yun says through clenched teeth. "Stay here. Don't follow me." He doesn't wait for an answer. The side passage is narrow and slopes downward. He follows it maybe 50 yards until he finds a small crypt with thick stone walls and no exits except the way he came. Good enough. He drops to his knees in the center of the room and tries to do what Seo-jun told him. Control the release. Don't let it control you. The pressure is screaming now. His chest feels like it's going to split open. The suppression band is glowing faintly, doing what it can, but this is way beyond a low-grade muffler. He thinks about Yeonwoo. He thinks about the 30-minute window after a discharge where he's helpless. If he blows it all here, and something else is waiting in this dungeon, some second trap or a monster drawn by the noise, he's dead. And if he's dead, Yeonwoo dies in 3 years, just like the voice predicted. He forces himself to breathe slow, one hand pressed flat against the cold stone, the other hand gripping his own wrist, thumb jammed against the suppression band like he can physically hold the energy inside. The fireball wants out. He can feel its shape inside him, hot and dense and furious. It's not sentient, but it's got intent. It was made to burn. And it doesn't care that it's inside a man instead of on its way to a target. A low groan escapes his throat. The stones beneath his knees start to hum. Cracks spiderweb outward from where he's kneeling. The air around him wavers like heat haze. He's losing it. He's losing it, and he knows it. One more minute, and this whole crypt becomes the inside of a blast furnace. Then he remembers something Seo-jun said. The absorption works on hostile spells. The energy is consumed on contact, processed, and dispersed. But the key word is contact. What if he can reabsorb it? The fireball is already inside him. It's already been absorbed once. There's no rule that says he can't process it a second time. He closes his eyes and focuses inward. The spell is sitting in his chest like a swallowed coal. He reaches for it, not with his hands, not with a chant, but with the same instinct that pulled the fireball in to begin with. Absorb. Absorb again. His body locks up. Every muscle goes rigid. The fireball doesn't release. It compresses. It gets smaller, tighter, denser, until it's not a fireball anymore. It's just heat. Pure, contained heat, folded down into a tiny knot of energy at the center of his chest. The pressure doesn't go away, but it stops growing. The shaking eases. The stones stop humming. Do-yun opens his eyes and slumps forward, both palms on the floor, gasping like he just ran 10 miles. He's still full. The fireball is still in there, packed down tight alongside everything else he's carrying. But it's stable. For now. He gives himself 2 minutes to stop shaking. Then he stands up and walks back to the burial chamber. The party is exactly where he left them. The healer has stabilized Hwang. His head wound is bandaged, and he's sitting up against the wall, pale but conscious. Everyone turns when Do-yun walks in. Yoo Jun-ho's eyes flick to his chest like she expects to see a hole burned through it. There's nothing there. Just a 19-year-old carrier with dirt on his knees and sweat dripping off his chin. How? Yoo Jun-ho says. It's not really a question. It's the sound of a professional mage who just watched the laws of magic get broken and doesn't have the vocabulary to process it. Do-yun shrugs. I don't generate mana. Never have. But spells aimed at me, they don't land. They just sort of stop. That's not a thing, one of the fighters says. It's not any kind of thing. It's a thing, Do-yun says. Hwang pushes himself up straighter and studies Do-yun for a long moment. There's no hostility in his face, just the careful assessment of a veteran who's seen enough weirdness underground to know that sometimes the rulebook is wrong. You saved my life, Hwang says. I didn't plan it. I just moved. Doesn't matter why you did it. You took a spell that was meant to kill me, and you're still standing. Hwang pauses. How long have you had this? Couple days. And you've already used it in live combat. First time. Hwang lets out a short, humorless laugh. And he asks the question Do-yun knew was coming. Come join my regular crew. We do 3 raids a month. C rank mostly, sometimes B. With an absorber on the team, we could punch way above our weight class. The pay is good. You'd be a full member, not a carrier. It's a good offer. It's the kind of offer that could change everything. Steady work, real combat experience, a crew that's seen what he can do and wants him anyway. Do-yun thinks about it for maybe 3 seconds. Then he shakes his head. Can't. Why not? I've got training I need to do. There's someone I'm supposed to meet. And I've got a deadline that doesn't give me time for regular raids. Huang's expression hardens a little. He's not used to being turned down, especially not by a negative magic carrier who was hauling loot bags 2 hours ago. You sure? Carrier with a power like yours, you're going to draw attention whether you want it or not. Better to have a crew at your back when that happens. I know, Do-yun says. But right now, I need to get stronger on my own terms. After that, maybe. Huang holds his gaze for a beat. Then he nods once, slow, like a man who knows when an argument is lost before it starts. Your call, but if you change your mind, the offer stands. He reaches into his pack and pulls out a small pouch of credits. Full share. You earned it. Do-yun takes the pouch. It's heavier than he expected. He tucks it into his carrier harness and helps the party finish collecting the loot from the burial chamber. The rest of the crawl is uneventful. They clear 2 more rooms, bag a few mid-tier relics, and make it back to the surface by late afternoon. At the Raider Depot, the party splits up. Jun-ho stops Do-yun before he leaves. The fireball, she says quietly. You're still holding it, aren't you? He doesn't answer. She can see it anyway, in the way he's standing, the stiffness of his shoulders, the faint tension around his eyes. How long can you keep something like that inside without it killing you? I don't know yet. She stares at him for a long moment. Then she writes something on a scrap of paper and presses it into his hand. If you ever need a mage who's seen what you can do and isn't afraid of it, that's my contact code. Don't wait until you're dead to use it. She walks away before he can respond. Do-yun looks at the paper, then folds it carefully and slides it into his pocket. His chest is still tight. The fireball is still there, a knot of heat sitting heavy behind his ribs, waiting. He doesn't know how long he can hold it. He doesn't know what happens if he absorbs something else on top of it. And he's still got a 30-minute window of helplessness after every discharge. But he just walked into a C-rank dungeon as a carrier and walked out with a full share and an offer to join a veteran crew. He's got enough credits to cover Yeonwoo's medicine for the next 2 months. And he's got a mage who isn't afraid of him. It's not much, but it's more than he had this morning. Do-yun adjusts the suppression band on his wrist and starts walking toward the academy. He's got a one-legged veteran to find. And he's got a fireball to figure out how to put down without killing anyone. 2 days after the dungeon crawl, Do-yun still hasn't found So-jun. The one-legged veteran is not at the training grounds, not at the academy infirmary, not in any of the 3 supply depots where retired raiders usually drink. Do-yun checks every one of them. Twice, nothing. And the fireball in his chest isn't getting any lighter. It sits behind his ribs like a hot stone. A constant pressure that makes his heart work harder than it should. He's been breathing shallow for 36 hours. Suppression band glows faint blue under his sleeve, working overtime just to keep the signal dampened. But it's a low-grade band. It wasn't built to hold something this hot for this long. Our boy is running out of time. He doesn't know the exact limit. Nobody ever told him how long a C-rank combat spell can sit in a human ribcage before it decides to leave. But he can feel the threshold getting closer. Every few hours, the pressure spikes for no reason. A sudden fist squeezing his lungs. And then it settles again. The gaps between spikes are getting shorter. Do-yun is sitting on the steps behind the 3rd gymnasium at dusk when the stranger finds him. The man doesn't walk up. He just appears. One moment, the courtyard is empty. Next moment, there's a figure in a long gray coat standing 10 meters away, hands clasped behind his back. Watching Do-yun with the calm patience of someone who's been waiting for exactly this moment for a very long time. Do-yun doesn't recognize the face, but he recognizes the posture. That's not a mage. That's not a raider. That's a hunter. Young carrier, the man says. His voice is soft, almost gentle. I've been looking for you. Do-yun doesn't stand up, doesn't move. His hand drifts toward his side. Not that he has a weapon. Not that a weapon would help. Who's asking? My name is Kang Do-yun. I'm a court executioner. The man tilts his head a fraction. His eyes flick to Do-yun's wrist, where the suppression band is still glowing. Your band is working hard. What are you holding in there? Nothing that concerns you. Oh, but it does. Do-yun takes a step forward, then another. His coat doesn't make a sound. Negative magic carrier walks into a C-rank dungeon and walks back out with a fireball in his chest and an offer from a veteran crew. Word travels, boy. especially when the word is impossible. Do-yun's jaw tightens. Huang's party talked. Of course they did. A carrier who can eat spells isn't a secret you keep. It's a rumor that burns through the raider depots like dry grass. I'm not looking for trouble, Do-yun says. I know. Trouble found you anyway. Taesung stops 5 meters away, close enough that Do-yun can see the faint gray lines on his face. Old scars that look less like battle wounds and more like something carved. The Awakened Council doesn't like anomalies. Anomalies upset the order. And an anomaly that can absorb spells, well, that's the kind of thing that keeps council members awake at night. I haven't broken any laws. You broke a law of nature, boy. That's worse. Taesung's hand comes out from behind his back. There's no spell in it yet, just the gesture. I'm authorized to neutralize threats before they become catastrophes. You're not the first anomaly I've dealt with. Won't be the last. Do-yun stands up. His legs are heavy. The fireball in his chest pulses once, sharp, like it knows something is about to happen. The suppression band glows brighter, struggling to contain the flare. Taesung notices. His eyes narrow. You're already at your limit, aren't you? Whatever you're holding, it's about to come out whether you want it to or not. That makes this easier. Walk away, Do-yun says. I'm not your enemy. You're not my enemy yet. Taesung raises his hand. Dark energy begins to coil around his fingers, black with threads of violet running through it. But I've seen what your kind becomes. 20 years ago, a soldier with your ability lost control, killed 2 men, took out half a barracks. I was the one they sent to clean up the mess. Baek Sojun. He's talking about Sojun's discharge. Do-yun's chest tightens. Not from the fireball, from the realization that this man has done this before. He's hunted someone with spell absorption before, and now he's here for the second one. Then you know what happens if I lose control here, Do-yun says, his voice steady despite everything. There are students in the dorms, staff in the East Wing. You really want to trigger a discharge in the middle of the academy? Taesung pauses. His fingers stop moving. The spell doesn't fire. You're smarter than the last one. I'm just not interested in killing innocent people. Then don't make me cast this here. Taesung's hand drops slightly, but the dark energy doesn't dissipate. Come with me. The council has a facility where we can contain you safely. No one has to die tonight. Contain me. Do-yun lets out a short breath. Not quite a laugh. You mean lock me up? Study me. Figure out how my power works so you can make weapons out of it. I mean, keep the world safe from what you might become. And who keeps the world safe from you? Taesung's expression doesn't change. But something shifts in his eyes. A flicker of recognition, maybe. Or just the cold acceptance of a man who's heard every argument and stopped caring about the answer a long time ago. The facility, Do-yun says. Where is it? North. An hour's walk. Empty fields in every direction. No civilians. No collateral. Taesung's hand finally lowers. The dark energy fades from his fingers. You're making the right choice, boy. Do-yun is not making the right choice. He's making the only choice. He's got a C-rank fireball cooking in his chest. He's got a suppression band that's about to give out. And he's got a court executioner standing 10 feet away with a spell that could trigger the discharge right here, right now, with 100 students a stone's throw away. So yeah, he's going to walk to an empty field with this man. But not because he's surrendering. Because if he's going to release this thing, he wants the only casualty to be the man who came to kill him. They walk north. Taesung keeps 3 paces behind him the entire time, close enough to strike if Do-yun runs, far enough to cast if he turns. Path takes them past the academy's outer wall, through a patch of dead scrubland, and into a stretch of open field that used to be farmland before the abyss opened. The soil is gray here. Nothing grows anymore. It's the kind of place where bad things happen and nobody notices. That's far enough, Taesung says. Do-yun stops, turns around. The field is flat and empty in every direction. Just dead grass and gray dirt under a purple-black sky. No one around for half a mile. Perfect. I know what you're planning, Taesung says. You think you're going to release whatever you're holding and take me with you. His hand comes up again. This time the spell is already formed. A tight sphere of darkness spinning in his palm. But here's the problem. That fireball you're carrying, I can see it. The energy signature. It's C-rank, low grade. Even if you release it at full strength, it won't be enough to kill me. I wasn't counting on the fireball, Do-yun says. Then what? Do-yun doesn't let him finish. He lunges forward, not toward Taesung but at an angle, cutting the distance between them to 3 meters. Taesung reacts instantly. The dark sphere in his hand detaches and flies. Not a fireball, not lightning, something else. Something that moves wrong through the air, like it's not entirely physical. It hits Do-yun square in the chest, and the world turns inside out. The absorption kicks in automatically, same as always. But this isn't a fire spell. This isn't water or wind or any element Do-yun has tested. This is something cold and ancient and wrong. It floods into him through the same channel the fireball is already occupying. And the two spells hit each other like chemicals that were never meant to mix. The fireball doesn't just flare, it screams. The dark spell doesn't just settle, it burrows. And Do-yun's chest becomes a battlefield. He drops to his knees. His vision whites out. The suppression band on his wrist cracks. A hairline fracture running through the metal charm. Somewhere above him, Taesung is speaking. The words don't reach him. All he can hear is the grinding shriek of two incompatible energies tearing at each other inside his ribcage. The fireball is trying to expand. The dark spell is trying to consume. And Do-yun is the container that's about to break. Then the voice comes. Not Taesung's. The other one. The one from the battlefield. The one that froze time and offered him a deal. You absorbed a death curse, it says, calm and quiet inside his skull. That's a bold move. Also a stupid one. Your power can only absorb spells cast at you to break your limits, not recast them. And death curses aren't elemental. They're conceptual. Your power isn't built for them. Do-yun can't answer. His jaw is locked. Every muscle in his body is rigid, fighting to hold the chaos inside it. But here's the interesting part, the voice continues. If you release it now, all of it, the curse and the fireball together, you'll kill him. Not because the curse is strong, because the two spells are a volatile mix. You've essentially built a bomb inside yourself. The question is whether you survive the blast. Do-yun doesn't have time to weigh the question. The dark curse is burrowing deeper, and he can feel it now. This isn't just a spell designed to hurt him. It's a spell designed to unravel him from the inside. A death curse. Taesung wasn't trying to capture him. He was trying to execute him cleanly. A spell that bypasses physical defense and kills the target from within. Except Do-yun's body just ate it. And now it's stuck in the same chamber as a compressed C-rank fireball. And the two are not getting along. Taesung takes a step back. Then another. He's seen the glow under Do-yun's skin. The way it's shifting from orange to violet to black. He knows what's coming, but he's too slow. Do-yun's hand slams into the dead earth. He doesn't aim. He doesn't control it. He just opens the channel and lets everything go. The release is not a fireball. It's not a death curse. It's a column of black-violet light that erupts from Do-yun's chest and swallows the entire field. The ground for 20 meters in every direction just ceases to exist. The dead grass vaporizes. The gray dirt turns to glass. And Kang Taesung, court executioner, hunter of anomalies, is caught at the edge of the blast wave. He doesn't scream. There's no time. The black-violet energy hits him in the chest and passes through him like light through water. His body hits the ground already dead. Not burned. Not broken. Just dead. A corpse with no visible wounds and an expression of mild surprise frozen on his face. The death curse killed him the same way it was supposed to kill Do-yun. The blast lasts 3 seconds. The silence that follows lasts much longer. Do-yun is flat on his back, 20 meters from where he was kneeling. The release threw him. His clothes are singed. His ears are ringing. His chest feels hollow, scraped out. Empty in a way that's almost worse than the pressure was. He tries to move his arm. It moves. Tries to move his leg. It moves too. He's alive, somehow. He rolls onto his side and coughs. Nothing comes up. His channels feel raw, like he's been running for days. According to everything Seo-jun told him, he should have 30 minutes before he can absorb anything again. A half-hour window of helplessness in the middle of a field with a dead executioner and a blast crater that's probably visible from the academy walls. He needs to move. Do-yun pushes himself up. His legs shake, but they hold. Crater in front of him is 15 meters across and perfectly circular, the edges smooth as polished stone. In the center of it lies Taesung's body. Do-yun doesn't go near it. He doesn't need to. The man is dead. The death curse is gone. The fireball is gone. Everything he was holding is gone. His hand drifts to his wrist. The suppression band is still there, but the metal charm is cracked clean through. Useless now. He'll need a new one. He'll need Seo-jun. But first he needs to get out of this field before someone comes to investigate the giant pillar of deathlight that just punched a hole in the sky. He walks. One unsteady step after another, heading south toward the academy, toward the training grounds, toward anywhere that isn't here. His chest is empty. His body is weak, but his head is clear for the first time in 2 days. And he knows 2 things now. 1. He can absorb more than elemental spells. He absorbed a death curse. It nearly killed him, but he did it. 2. The release doesn't have to kill him. He just took the full force of a mixed element blast. Fire and death. 2 incompatible energies detonating simultaneously. And he's still standing. Barely, but standing. That means there's a limit. And the limit is higher than he thought. Do-yun makes it to the south edge of the field before his legs give out. He drops against the trunk of a dead tree and sits there, breathing hard, staring at the cracked suppression band in his palm. The voice in his skull is silent now. It got what it wanted. Another piece of his future, moving into place. But the voice doesn't know something. It doesn't know that Do-yun just figured out the shadow inside his own power. He can't control the release. Fine. But if he fills himself with incompatible spells, fire and ice, light and dark, anything that fights itself, the release becomes a weapon, not a disaster. A bomb he can aim by choosing what he eats. He just doesn't know if he can survive doing it a second time. He's going to find out. Because Tae-sung was the first hunter, he won't be the last. The Awakened Council knows about him now. They just lost an executioner. They're going to send more. And next time, Do-yun won't have a fireball conveniently waiting in his chest. He needs to train. He needs Seo-jun. He needs to learn how to load himself with the right spells before the next hunter finds him. He pushes himself up. His legs hold. Barely. He starts walking toward the academy. A dead man's stare still burned into the back of his eyes, and a cracked suppression band clutched tight in his fist. The cooldown is ticking. 28 minutes left before he can absorb again. And he's got a long way to go before he's ready for what's coming. But he's not going to hide. He's not going to run. He's going to find the one-legged veteran and learn how to turn this curse of a power into something that terrifies the people who sent Kang Tae-sung to kill him. And when they come back, he'll be waiting. He doesn't go back to the academy. Not yet. 2 days of walking the outer districts, and he's got nothing but blisters and a cracked suppression band that's now completely dead weight in his pocket. Seo-jun is a ghost. Every alley, every abandoned training ground, every cheap tea house where veterans sit around complaining about their pensions, Do-yun checks them all. Nobody's seen a one-legged man matching that description. Nobody's even heard of a soldier with a discharge like that. And Do-yun can't exactly ask too loudly. The Awakened Council just lost an executioner. They're going to be looking. He needs to stay invisible until he figures out his next move. Problem is, invisible costs money. The pouch of credits from Hwang's raid is still heavy in his jacket, but it won't last forever. 23 credits and change. Enough for maybe 2 weeks of cheap meals if he stretches it. Not enough for a new suppression band. Not enough for spell stones to train with. And definitely not enough to keep searching for a mentor who doesn't want to be found. So on the 3rd morning, Do-yun does something he never pictured himself doing. He looks for a job. Not as a carrier. Not as a fighter. Something quiet. Something nobody looks at twice. Eastern Market District is a sprawl of canvas stalls and wooden carts, packed tight between crumbling pre-abyss buildings. Hundreds of merchants hawking everything from low-grade mana stones to fried meat skewers. The smell hits him first. Hot oil, dust, sweat, and the faint metallic tang of cheap enchanted goods burning through their last bits of magic. Do-yun walks the market for an hour, watching. Most stalls are run by low-rank awakened, F-class or E-class at best. People who can cast a spark but not much else. They don't need carriers. They need hands. Someone to haul crates, organize inventory, watch the stall while they take a piss. He stops in front of a stall near the edge of the market, tucked away from the main traffic. It's smaller than the others, barely more than a wooden counter and a patched canvas awning. The sign above it is handwritten on a scrap of board. Jihu's Oddities. Buy what you need, sell what you have. Behind the counter sits a man about Do-yun's age. Thin. Quiet. Dark circles under his eyes, like he hasn't slept well in years. He's not shouting at passers-by, not hawking his goods, just sitting there, reading a worn paperback with the cover torn off. The stall is full of junk, old spell stones cracked and drained, rusty weapons, jars of dried herbs with labels too faded to read, a box of mismatched carrier harness buckles. Nothing here is worth more than a few credits. Do-yun walks up to the counter. The man doesn't look up from his book. He just says they're open and the prices are on the tag. Do-yun says he's not here to buy. He asks if the guy needs help. Now the man looks up. His eyes are sharp despite the tired face. He scans Do-yun from head to toe, lingering on the singed cuffs of his jacket and the fading bruise on his jaw from the classroom fight 3 days ago. The man asks what kind of help. Hauling. Watching the stall. Whatever pays. The man closes his book, sets it down on the counter. He says his name is Yoon Ji-hoo, and then he asks the question Do-yun's been dreading. What's his rank? Do-yun doesn't lie. He says negative. Ji-hoo doesn't react the way most people do. He doesn't laugh, doesn't sneer, doesn't give him that pitying look that says, "Oh, you poor, useless thing." Instead, something shifts behind his eyes, something Do-yun can't quite read. Ji-hoo says most carriers don't come looking for shop work. They stick to the guild boards and hope someone throws them a dungeon run. Do-yun says he's not most carriers. Ji-hoo almost smiles. Almost. He gestures at a stack of wooden crates piled behind the stall, each one stamped with a faded guild seal. He says if Do-yun can move all 6 crates into the storage tent before the noon bell, he'll pay him 5 credits. 5 credits for an hour of hauling. That's almost a third of what a full dungeon run pays, and nobody's trying to kill him. Do-yun takes the job. The crates are heavy, spellstone ore, raw and unrefined, each chunk dense enough to make the wood groan. Do-yun's still running on fumes from the release 2 days ago. His channel's still raw, his body still weak. His muscles remember what it felt like to haul 3 bags of cement up a construction site ladder, back before any of this started. Compared to that, this is nothing. He gets the first crate onto his shoulder and starts walking. The storage tent is 100 meters from the stall. By the 3rd trip, his arms are burning. By the 5th, sweat is dripping into his eyes. The noon bell rings just as he drops the 6th crate onto the stack. He's got 30 seconds to spare. Ji-hoo is standing at the tent entrance when Do-yun turns around. He doesn't say good job, doesn't clap him on the shoulder. He just holds out 5 credits in his palm and asks if Do-yun wants more work tomorrow. Do-yun takes the credits. He says, yeah, just like that, our boy's got a job. The next 3 days are quiet. Blessedly, mercifully quiet. No executioners, no death curses, no voice in his skull whispering about borrowed time. Do-yun shows up at Ji-hoo's stall every morning before the market opens. He hauls crates. He organizes the spellstone shelf by element and grade. He learns the prices of every rusty dagger and cracked mana bead in the inventory. It's boring. It's repetitive. It's the most peaceful 3 days he's had since waking up in that classroom. But he doesn't stop watching. Every time a guild patrol walks past the stall, Do-yun's hand drifts toward his chest. Every time someone in a long coat pauses too long at the corner of the market, he maps the quickest route to the back alley. He's still got 20 minutes left on his cooldown from the last test he ran behind the storage tent. A low-grade sparkstone. Nothing dangerous. But 20 minutes in a fight might as well be a lifetime. The paranoia doesn't fade. It just settles in. On the 4th morning, Ji-hoo doesn't open the stall. Instead, he's sitting on an overturned crate behind the tent. A small wooden box open on his lap. Inside the box are half a dozen low-grade spellstones, each one flickering with a faint, elemental glow. Do-yun asks if they got a shipment. Ji-hoo says no. He says he found them in the back of the storage tent, buried under a pile of old ledgers. Which is weird, because Do-yun organized that tent himself 3 days ago, and there were no ledgers in there. He's about to say so when Ji-hoo picks up one of the stones, a dull gray pebble with a faint shimmer of wind magic, and holds it out. He asks if Do-yun knows what it is. Do-yun says it's a windstone, grade F, maybe worth 10 credits if it's full. Ji-hoo nods. Then he tosses it at Do-yun's chest. Do-yun's body reacts before his brain does. His hand comes up. The spellstone hits his palm and stops. The wind magic inside it flickers and goes out. Absorbed. Do-yun freezes. Ji-hoo is watching him with those sharp, tired eyes. No surprise. No shock. Just a calm, quiet interest, like he's just confirmed something he already suspected. Ji-hoo says he thought so. He says Do-yun's been careful, but it's hard to hide the way the air feels around someone who's been absorbing spells. The air goes still around them, like the world is holding its breath. Do-yun's jaw tightens. He asks Ji-hoo when he noticed. Ji-hoo says it was the first day when Do-yun caught a falling crate with one hand and didn't even flinch. Carriers don't move like that, he says. And then he asks the question that changes everything. He asks if Do-yun has negative magic too. Our boy doesn't answer right away. He's got a million alarms going off in his head right now. This guy could be a hunter, could be working for the council, could be anyone. But Ji-hoo doesn't wait for an answer. Instead, he rolls up his left sleeve. There's a mark on his forearm, not a tattoo, not a scar, a faint, silvery brand. Like someone pressed a glowing sigil into his skin, and it never fully healed. Ji-hoo says he got it when he was 14, the day his magic test came back negative. The day they told him he'd never cast a spell, never rank up, never be anything but a pack mule for the awakened. He's been hiding ever since. 8 years of running a junk stall in the cheapest corner of the market, keeping his head down, never using his real name on any guild registry. Do-yun stares at the brand. Then he asks how Ji-hoo survived. Ji-hoo says he learned to make himself invisible. Not literally. He's not an awakened, doesn't have that kind of power. But he learned how to be so boring, so unremarkable, so completely beneath notice, that the hunters who come looking for anomalies just walk right past his stall. He's been doing it for 8 years, and nobody's ever caught him. Do-yun asks if it works. Ji-hoo gestures at the quiet stall, the empty corner of the market, the complete lack of anything interesting happening anywhere near him. He says he's still alive. That's when he leans forward. His expression shifts, still tired, still careful, but there's something else underneath now, kind of hunger. He asks Do-yun what he knows about the anomaly cleanings. Do-yun says he knows the council sends executioners. Ji-hoo nods. He says they don't just send them for people like Do-yun, they send them for anyone with negative magic who makes too much noise. And a carrier who can absorb spells is about the loudest noise there is. He says Do-yun's lucky he's still breathing. Do-yun doesn't mention Tae-sung, doesn't mention the crater in the field, or the dead executioner, or the 30-minute window where he was completely helpless. He just says he's been careful. Ji-hoo doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't push. Instead, he closes the box of spellstones and sets it aside. And he says there are others. Other negatives. Other people who slip through the cracks and learn to live in the shadows. He says he knows a few of them himself. Merchants, smugglers, a herbalist who runs a shop 3 districts over. None of them can absorb spells like Do-yun can, but they've all got their own ways of staying hidden, and they help each other when the hunters get too close. Ji-hoo says they call it the unseen network. He says that if Do-yun ever needs to disappear, really disappear, not just hide in an abandoned training ground, the network can help. Do-yun stays quiet for a long time. He's been on his own since the moment the voice in his skull sent him back. Sojun helped him for an hour and then vanished. Hwang's crew was a one-time deal. He's got no allies, no backup. Nobody who'd notice if a second executioner dragged him into an alley and finished what Tae-sung started. But this? A whole network of people who've been surviving the same way he has. It sounds too good. It also sounds like a trap. He asks what the catch is. Ji-hoo says there's no catch. Just the understanding that when the network calls for help, you answer. No contracts. No oaths. Just a handshake. And the knowledge that the only people who'll protect the negatives are other negatives. Do-yun looks at the brand on Ji-hoo's arm, then at his own wrist, where the cracked suppression band used to sit. He's got about 18 credits left. No weapon. No spells stored. No way to fight if someone comes for him before his cooldown's up. He needs help. He hates that he needs help. He's not stupid enough to refuse it. He asks Ji-hoo to tell him more. Ji-hoo's stall becomes more than a job after that. It becomes a classroom. Every morning, Do-yun shows up before the market opens. They haul crates for an hour, organize inventory for an hour, and then Ji-hoo starts teaching. Not about spells, not about combat. He teaches Do-yun how to disappear. The first lesson is posture. Not how you stand, how you hold yourself. Ji-hoo says awakened walk like they own the ground under their feet, because they know they do. A carrier hunches. A carrier keeps his eyes down. A carrier makes himself small so nobody bothers him, and the irony is that it makes him stand out even more. Do-yun learns to walk neutral, shoulders relaxed, eyes forward but unfocused. Not aggressive, not scared, just nothing. A person so uninteresting that your gaze slides right off him. The second lesson is patterns. Ji-hoo says the hunters don't track power, they track behavior. A guy who leaves his apartment at the same time every morning, eats at the same stall, walks the same route home. That guy's dead the moment someone puts a tail on him. Do-yun learns to vary his routes. He starts sleeping in a different abandoned shed every night. He never buys food from the same vendor twice in a row. He becomes a ghost, just like Ji-hoo. The third lesson is the hardest one, suppression. Not the kind the band gave him, that was just a tool. Ji-hoo teaches him how to do it from the inside. He shows Do-yun a breathing technique, slow and steady, that drops his mana signature until it's barely a flicker. He says, awakened can sense negative magic like a cold spot in a warm room. The trick is to make the cold spot so small, they mistake it for a draft and move on. Do-yun practices every night behind the storage tent, sweating through his shirt as he forces his channels to go quiet. By the end of the second week, he can hold the suppression for almost an hour before the pressure builds up and he has to release. He still can't control the release. That's not what this is training. But he's learning to hide the thing he is until he's ready to use it. And that, Ji-hoo says, is the difference between a dead carrier and a living one. On his 10th day working the stall, Ji-hoo hands Do-yun a small leather pouch. Inside are 3 low-grade spellstones, 1 fire, 1 water, 1 wind. Ji-hoo says they're a gift, a way to test the suppression under a real load. Do-yun asks if Ji-hoo's sure about this. Those stones are worth at least 30 credits combined. That's more than Do-yun's made in the whole time he's been working here, and Ji-hoo's margins are tighter than his own. But Ji-hoo just waves a hand. He says the network looks after its own. And if Do-yun's serious about learning to survive, he's going to need to practice with live spells, not just empty rocks. Do-yun doesn't activate the stones. Not yet. He's still got scars on his channels from the last time he pushed too hard, and he's not about to risk a discharge in the middle of the market district with 100 civilians in the blast radius. He tucks the pouch into his jacket, and the weight of it feels good. Feels like progress. Feels like a step toward the thing he's been chasing since the moment he woke up in that classroom. Control. That night, Do-yun sits on the roof of the storage tent, watching the market go dark below him. Ji-hoo climbs up a few minutes later, 2 cups of cheap tea in his hands. He passes one to Do-yun and settles onto the canvas beside him. For a long time, neither of them speaks. Then Ji-hoo asks if Do-yun's going to stay. Do-yun doesn't answer right away. The city stretches out below them, all flickering lanterns and crumbling rooftops. Somewhere out there, Seo-jun is hiding. Somewhere out there, the awakened council is hunting. Somewhere out there, a cosmic voice with its own agenda is waiting for the next piece of Do-yun's humanity to fall into its hands. He says he can't stay. He's got someone he needs to find. Someone who can teach him the rest of what he needs to know. Ji-hoo nods like he expected that. He says that the offer stands regardless. If Do-yun ever needs a place to vanish, the network will make room for him. Do-yun asks why Ji-hoo's helping him at all. They barely know each other. Ji-hoo could have just paid him 5 credits a day and kept his mouth shut. There's no profit in taking in a carrier with a council target on his back. Ji-hoo takes a long sip of his tea. Then he says something Do-yun doesn't expect. He says he had a younger brother once. Negative magic, same as him. The hunters found the brother before Ji-hoo knew how to hide. That was 10 years ago. And Ji-hoo's been running the network ever since, because every carrier he saves is one he couldn't save back then. Do-yun doesn't say he's sorry. He knows the weight of a dead sibling too well for empty words. He just nods. And when he leaves the market the next morning, pouch of spellstones in his pocket and Ji-hoo's breathing technique burned into his muscle memory. He carries the offer with him. Not an obligation, not a debt. Just a door he can walk through if he ever runs out of options. Search for Seo-jun starts again at dawn. But this time, Do-yun's not just wandering blind. Ji-hoo gave him something else before he left. A name. A herbalist who runs a shop near the Old South Gate, 3 districts over. Ji-hoo said the guy doesn't know Seo-jun personally, but he knows the places where veterans go when they don't want to be found. It's not a guarantee, but it's the first real lead Do-yun's had in almost 2 weeks. He starts walking south, the suppression technique humming quiet in his chest. The spellstones warm against his rib. He's still got a long way to go before he's ready for the next hunter. Still doesn't know how to control the release. Still doesn't know what the voice in his skull really wants. But for the first time since Taesung's body hit the dirt, Do-yun feels like he's not fighting alone. There are others like him. Others who've survived. Others who've learned to turn a curse into a weapon. And one of them is out there, waiting to teach him the rest. The road south takes him 3 days. Not because it's far, because he's careful now. Do-yun moves through the outer districts like a man who knows he's being hunted. Sticks to the back roads. Sleeps in abandoned way stations. Keeps his head down and his suppression breathing steady in his chest. The herbalist Ji-hoo named is an old woman called Auntie Moo. Her shop is a crooked little building wedged between a tannery and a collapsed warehouse near the Old South Gate. It smells like dried roots and something sharper underneath. Do-yun walks in with the pouch of spellstones still warm against his ribs and asks about veterans who don't want to be found. She looks at him for a long time. Long enough that he starts to think he made a mistake coming here. Then she asks who sent him. Do-yun says Ji-hoo. The name lands. Her shoulders drop half an inch. She tells him there's a village 3 days east of the city. A little place called Hwachon. It's not on any guild map, and the Awakened Council doesn't bother with it because there's nothing there worth taxing. But refugees pass through. People displaced by monster waves. And a few old soldiers stay on to help. She doesn't know Seo-jun by name, but if a one-legged veteran wanted to disappear, that's the kind of place he'd pick. Do-yun thanks her. She doesn't charge him for the information, just tells him to be careful on the eastern road. There's been talk of increased monster activity in the hills. Nothing organized yet, but the small waves are getting bolder. He buys supplies with 6 of his remaining 18 credits. Dried fish, a water skin, a cheap pair of boots to replace the ones he's been walking holes through. Then he heads east. The first 2 days are quiet. Farmland gives way to scrub forest. The road gets narrower and less maintained. Do-yun walks from dawn to dusk, stopping only to eat and practice his suppression breathing. The rhythm of it has become almost automatic now. Inhale slow. Hold. Exhale through the nose. Feel the mana signature drop until it's barely a flicker against his ribs. Jihu's technique works. Do-yun can feel the difference. Before, his absorption felt like a wound that wouldn't close, something raw and obvious that anyone with magical sensitivity could sense from a block away. Now it's a whisper. The coil of stored energy in his chest is still there, still dangerous, but it's wrapped tight. Quiet. Waiting. On the third morning, he crests a hill and sees Watchon below him. It's not much, maybe 40 buildings clustered around a central well, a wooden palisade that looks like it was built in a hurry and repaired even faster. Smoke rises from a few chimneys. In the fields outside the walls, people are moving. Not farmers. Refugees. Do-yun can tell by the way they carry themselves. The hunched shoulders, the too thin frames, the way every head turns at the sound of a snapping branch. He walks down the hill toward the gate. A man with a spear stops him. Not a soldier. Just a farmer who's been handed a weapon and told to watch the road. He asks Do-yun's business. Do-yun says he's looking for his sister. The man asks if she's a refugee. Do-yun says she's been helping refugees. Kang Do-yun, 16 years old, probably the only person in this village who'd run toward a monster instead of away from one. The man's face changes at the name. Recognition. Something almost like respect. He lowers the spear and points toward the far end of the village. Says she's been working out of the old storehouse near the eastern wall. Been here about a week. Shows up every morning before sunrise and doesn't stop until dark. The refugees call her the Little Healer. Do-yun's chest tightens. He thanks the man and walks through the gate. The village is rougher up close. The palisade has gaps. The buildings are patched with scrap wood and salvaged metal. Children run barefoot in the dirt. A woman stirs a pot over a fire that's giving off more smoke than heat. But there's a rhythm to the place. People working. People surviving. It's not hopeless. Not yet. He finds the storehouse at the eastern edge of the village. It's a long, low building with a sagging roof and a door that's been propped open with a crate. Inside, he hears a voice he hasn't heard in 16 years and 3 months. Give or take a timeline that still doesn't make sense in his head. Yeonwoo is kneeling beside a cot, wrapping a bandage around a child's arm. She's smaller than he remembers, younger, but her hands move the same way. Quick, sure, gentle in a way that doesn't slow her down. She's talking to the kid while she works. Something about how brave he's being, how the scar will make him look like a guild hunter when it heals. The kid, a boy of maybe 7, is trying not to cry and almost succeeding. Do-yun stands in the doorway and doesn't move. His throat is locked. His chest is tight with something that has nothing to do with the spells he's absorbed. He's been fighting and running and bleeding for weeks, but none of it hit him as hard as this. Standing in a doorway, watching his sister wrap a bandage around a refugee kid's arm. She looks up, sees him, freezes. For one awful second, he thinks she won't recognize him. He's thinner than he was. Harder. There's a dead suppression band in his pocket and dried blood under his fingernails, and something behind his eyes that wasn't there before. Executioner found him. But Yeonwoo has never needed explanations to know her brother. She drops the bandage and crosses the room in 4 steps and throws her arms around him. Do-yun catches her, holds on. She's shaking. He's shaking. Neither of them says anything for a long time. Then Yeonwoo pulls back and punches him in the shoulder. Hard. She asks why he didn't send word, why he disappeared from the academy, why she had to hear from a traveling merchant that her brother was seen walking out of the city like a man with a death wish. Do-yun almost laughs. She's been worried about him. He's been worried about her. They've both been wasting fear on the wrong sibling. He tells her he's fine. He's better than fine. He's found people who can help him, people who know what he is, and don't run the other way. She looks at him for a long moment, then she asks what he is. Do-yun hesitates. He's been hiding the truth from everyone he meets. Even Jihu only knows the pieces Do-yun chose to show. But this is Yeonwoo, the one person who never once looked at him like he was worthless. The one person he came back through time to save. He can't lie to her. Not about this. He tells her about the absorption, about the spells he's eaten and the things he's survived, about the executioner and the explosion, and the 30-minute window where he's as helpless as any other negative. He doesn't tell her about the voice in his skull. That's a conversation he's not ready to have. Maybe not ever. Yeonwoo listens, doesn't interrupt. When he's done, she's quiet for a few seconds. Then she asks if he can control it. He says not yet, but he's learning. There's a man out there who can teach him the rest. She nods, accepts it. No panic, no pity, just the same steady faith she's always had in him. She tells him he'll figure it out. He always does. That's when the warning horn sounds from the palisade wall. 3 short blasts. Do-yun doesn't know the signal codes for this village, but he knows what a horn means on the edge of monster territory. He's on his feet before the 3rd blast finishes. Yeonwoo is already moving toward the door. She tells him to stay inside. The refugees need protection. The fighters are outnumbered on a good day, and today doesn't look like a good day. Do-yun grabs her arm. He asks what she thinks she's doing. She says the same thing she'd say if he weren't here. The same thing she'd say if she were staring down a monster wave with nothing but her bare hands. She's helping. She's not a fighter, and she knows it. But she's a healer, and there are going to be wounded. If he wants to be useful, he can buy her enough time to get the refugees into the cellars. Then she pulls free and runs toward the eastern wall. Do-yun follows, because of course he does. Because he didn't cross 16 years of broken time just to let his sister walk into a monster wave alone. Outside the village's chaos, refugees are running for the storehouse. A handful of fighters, farmers with spears, and one old man with a rusted sword are forming up near the eastern gate. The palisade is shaking. Something big is hitting it from the other side. Do-yun reaches the gate just as the first section of the wall splinters. The monsters pour through, a wave of them. Ghouls mostly, low tier, E rank at best, but there are dozens of them and the village has maybe 12 people who can fight. It's not a fair match. It's a slaughter waiting to happen. But Do-yun isn't a farmer with a spear. He's a carrier who's eaten a C rank fireball and a death curse and lived to tell about it. And his channels have been quiet for days, coiling tighter and tighter under Jihu's suppression technique. Waiting for a reason to let go. He walks into the gap in the wall and plants his feet. The first ghoul lunges at him. No spell, just claws and teeth. Do-yun sidesteps and drives his fist into its skull. The ghoul drops. Not absorbed, just beaten. His power doesn't work on physical attacks, but it turns out 2 weeks of hauling crates for Jihu have done something for his upper body. The second ghoul comes in from the left. Do-yun catches it with an elbow and kicks it back into 2 more. The farmers behind him are staring. They've never seen a negative fight like this. Neither has he, honestly. But there's no time to think about it. The wave is still coming. Then he feels it. A pulse of magic from deeper in the monster ranks. Not a ghoul, something bigger. Something that can cast. Do-yun takes a deep breath and drops the suppression. The energy in his chest surges. Not released yet, but ready. The tight coil loosens. He can feel every spell he's ever absorbed humming under his skin, wanting out. But he holds it. Waits. A shape rises behind the ghoul line. 8 feet tall. Lumpy and gray-skinned. A troll. Rank C at least. Its hands are already glowing with something that looks like lightning. The troll roars. The ghouls part. And a bolt of crackling blue energy screams straight at Do-yun's chest. He doesn't dodge. The bolt hits him and vanishes. Absorbed. The energy floods into him, hot and violent, slotting into the space beneath his ribs where the other spells are already churning. It's not a fireball, not a death curse. It's raw elemental lightning, and it's stronger than anything he's eaten since Taesung. His channels scream, his knees buckle. The pressure in his chest doubles, then triples, but he doesn't fall. He's been practicing, holding the suppression for an hour at a time, learning to keep the lid on, even when everything inside him wants to blow. Jihu's training wasn't just about hiding, it was about control. And right now, with a village full of refugees behind him and his sister somewhere in the chaos, control is the only thing keeping him alive. The troll stares at him. It doesn't understand why he's still standing. The bolt should have fried him, should have left a smoking crater where his ribcage used to be. But Do-yun is still there, breathing hard, hands clenched, and something in his eyes makes the troll take a step back. The ghouls aren't so smart. They keep coming. Do-yun absorbs another bolt from somewhere on his left, a weak fire spell that barely registers, and then his cooldown kicks in. A tight burning sensation spreads through his chest. 2 seconds. Maybe 3. He can't absorb anything in that window. He has to rely on his fists and his feet, and the farmers with their spears. One of the ghouls gets past him. He hears a scream behind him, a woman's voice. Not Yeonwoo, but close enough that his heart stops for half a beat. He spins. The ghoul is on top of a refugee, claws raised. Do-yun grabs a chunk of broken palisade and swings it like a club. The ghoul's skull crunches. It collapses. The woman scrambles away, sobbing. Do-yun turns back to the gap. The troll is advancing now. It's figured out that its spells aren't working and decided to just crush him instead. Big mistake. Do-yun's power doesn't work on physical attacks. But it doesn't need to. He's got something else. Something he's been holding since the executioner's body hit the dirt. The lightning bolt is still burning inside him, and the pressure is building past anything the suppression can handle. He has to release. He doesn't have a choice. But he can't do it in the middle of the village. The last time he let go, he killed a man and cratered a field. If he does that here, he'll take out half the palisade and everyone standing near it. So he runs. Straight at the troll. Straight at the gap in the wall. The troll swings at him. Do-yun ducks under the arm and keeps going. Past the ghouls. Past the broken palisade. Into the open ground between the village and the tree line, where the monster wave is still pouring out of the forest. He plants his feet in the dirt, turns to face the horde, and lets go. The release hits like the end of the world. Every spell he's ever absorbed fires at once. The fireball, the death curse, the lightning, the water and wind and stone from his training. All of it tears out of him in a blast that turns the ground to glass and the air to fire. The shockwave flattens the front rank of ghouls. The troll takes the full force of the lightning and goes down with a hole in its chest the size of a dinner plate. Trees splinter. Dirt vaporizes. For one blinding second, Do-yun is the center of a small sun. Then it's over. He's on his knees. Channels raw. Lungs heaving. 30 minutes before he can absorb anything. The world swims in and out of focus. But the monsters are gone. The wave is broken. The ghouls that weren't vaporized are running for the tree line. The troll is dead. The village is still standing. Do-yun tries to stand. His legs don't cooperate. He falls forward and catches himself on his hands. Dirt and ash and something wet that might be his own blood. Behind him, someone is screaming his name. He knows the voice before he turns his head. Yeonwoo, running toward him. Past the palisade. Past the farmers who are staring at the crater he just made. She's not looking at the dead monsters. She's looking at him, at the blood on his face, and the way he can't stand up, and the 30-minute window where he's as helpless as a child. She reaches him, drops to her knees in the dirt, grabs his shoulders, asks if he's okay, if he's hurt, if he can hear her. He tells her he's fine, weak, drained. Fine, he just needs time. She doesn't believe him. She's checking him for wounds anyway. Her hands are shaking. She's crying. Do-yun hasn't seen her cry since they were kids. Even when their father got sick. Even when the money ran out. Yeonwoo never cried. She just kept moving, kept fighting, kept believing. But she's crying now. Because she almost lost him. And she didn't even know she had him back. Do-yun reaches up and puts a hand on her cheek. He tells her it's okay. He's here. He came back. He's not going anywhere. She asks what he means by came back. And that's when Do-yun realizes he's said too much. The exhaustion has cracked something open, and he's leaking secrets. Before he can answer, before he can figure out how to explain time travel and cosmic voices in 16 years of borrowed existence, Yeonwoo's eyes go wide. She's looking past him, at the tree line, at something that's rising from the smoke and ash. Do-yun turns. His body screams. The 30-minute window isn't even close to over. But what he sees makes him forget the pain. The troll isn't the leader. The troll was a lieutenant. The real monster wave isn't over. Something is stepping out of the forest. Something bigger than the troll. Bigger than anything Do-yun has seen since the battlefield where Asmodeus killed his squad. A shape of black chitin and too many limbs and eyes that burn like embers. A C-rank wave shouldn't have a boss this strong. This thing is B-rank, maybe higher. The refugees are still in the open. The farmers are frozen. Yeonwoo is right beside him. And Do-yun has nothing left. The creature opens its mouth. Light gathers in its throat. Not lightning, something worse. Something that feels like the death curse Taesung threw at him, but bigger, colder. A spell designed to wipe out everything in a 100-yard radius. Do-yun can't absorb it. His channels are down. The cooldown timer is still ticking. But Yeonwoo doesn't know that. All she sees is the light. All she sees is her brother on his knees, unable to move, and a monster about to kill him. She steps in front of him. Do-yun tries to grab her. His hands won't close. His legs won't move. He screams her name, tells her to run, pleads with her. She doesn't run. She spreads her arms wide and faces the creature. Not as a fighter, not as a mage, just as a girl who has spent her whole life protecting the people she loves and doesn't know any other way to be. Do-yun reaches for his absorption, forces it, begs it to work. Something tears inside him. His channels aren't ready. They're not healed. But he doesn't care. He pulls and absorbs nothing. The spell isn't aimed at him. It's aimed at her. It's an area effect, a wave of annihilation. And Do-yun's power doesn't work on area effects. The one limit he could never break, one thing his absorption was never designed to stop. The light hits Yeon-woo. Her body jerks, her arms drop. She turns her head, just enough to look at him, and her eyes are still full of the same thing they've always been full of. Love. Trust. The absolute certainty that he would save her. Then she falls. Do-yun catches her. He doesn't know how he moves. The 30-minute window isn't over. His channels are bleeding raw inside him. But his body doesn't care. His body only knows that his sister is in his arms, and she's not breathing. He holds her, shakes her, says her name. The monster is still behind him, but he doesn't care. The village is still screaming, but he doesn't hear any of it. All he sees is Yeon-woo's face. Still. Pale. Her eyes open, but not seeing anything. Light fades from her completely. Do-yun screams. It tears out of him like a release, like every spell he's ever absorbed, but it's not magic. It's just grief, raw and bottomless, and absolutely useless. The monster takes a step toward him. He doesn't move. It takes another step, and then the farmers with their spears are there, pulling him back, dragging him away from the body, and Do-yun fights them. Tries to get back to her, tries to do something, anything. But there is nothing to do. She's gone. The girl who never doubted him. The reason he came back through time. The one person he was supposed to save. Dead. In his arms. Because his power wasn't enough. The farmers pulled him through the palisade gate. Someone's crying. Someone's giving orders. The monster is still out there, but it's not advancing. Maybe the release scared it. Maybe it's waiting. Do-yun doesn't know. He doesn't care. He sits in the dirt inside the gate and stares at nothing. His hands are still shaking. His chest is still raw. Somewhere in the back of his skull, a voice he hasn't heard since the first day stirs. It doesn't speak. Not yet. But it's there. Watching. Waiting. Collecting the next piece of his humanity. The cabin is a hole in the woods, and Do-yun crawled inside it like a dying animal. 3 days since Hwachon. 3 days since he held his sister's body while the palisade burned. He doesn't remember the walk here. He doesn't remember the rain, or the cold, or the two farmers who tried to speak to him on the road. All he remembers is Yeon-woo's face, the way her eyes stayed open, the way her hand went slack in his, the way he couldn't do a single thing to stop any of it. The cabin is empty. One room, a collapsed cot, a stove that hasn't been lit in years. He sits on the floor with his back against the wall and doesn't move for the first 12 hours. His suppression band is cracked and dead in his pocket. His channels are raw and empty. The 30-minute cooldown passed days ago, but he hasn't tried to absorb anything since. What's the point? What's the point of any of it? She was the reason. She was always the reason. And now she's gone, and Do-yun is still here, and the voice in his skull is still there. Quiet. Patient. Waiting for the next piece of his humanity to fall off. He doesn't eat. He doesn't sleep. He stares at the wall and replays the fight in his head. Not the release. Not the troll. The moment Yeon-woo stepped in front of him. The moment she spread her arms like she could block a B-rank annihilation spell with her body. Like she could protect him the way she'd always protected him. Like he wasn't the one who was supposed to save her. He replays it 1,000 times, and every time it ends the same way. He replays it and tries to find the moment where he could have done something different. Absorbed faster. Released sooner. Thrown himself in front of her instead of kneeling in the dirt like a broken fool. But there's no version where he saves her. His power only works on spells aimed at him, and she took the hit meant for him, and that's the truth he can't escape. She died because he was the target. She died because he was too weak to stand. She died because his absorption means nothing when the people he loves are the ones in the line of fire. The thought hollows him out. He stops replaying the fight and just sits in the dark. The stove stays cold. The hunger comes and goes. On the second day, he hears something outside and doesn't move to check. Probably an animal. Probably nothing. The door doesn't open. The sound fades. Do-yun closes his eyes and wishes he could stay here forever, letting the dark eat him piece by piece, until there's nothing left of the boy who failed his sister. But the voice in his skull stirs. It doesn't speak. It just shifts, like something rolling over in deep water. And Do-yun feels it. Feels the weight of it, the hunger of it. It wants something. It's been quiet since the day he made the deal. And now it's waking up. Now it's noticing him. He opens his eyes. The dark of the cabin presses in. He thinks about what the voice said the first time it spoke to him, listing his stats like a game screen, predicting his death and Yeonwoo's death in 3 years. That was 16 years in the future. This is now, 3 days ago. She wasn't supposed to die yet, but she did. And the voice must have known. The voice must have seen this coming. It sent him back not to save her, but to arrive just in time to watch her die anyway. The thought hits him like a release. He lurches forward and slams his fist into the floor. The old wood cracks. His knuckles split open. He doesn't feel it. He wants to scream, but his throat is too raw. He wants to find the voice and tear it out of his skull, but it's not a spell he can absorb. It's not an enemy he can punch. It's just there, lurking, taking bits of his humanity every time he breaks a little more. The door swings open. Do-yun doesn't look up. He hears the thump and drag of someone who doesn't walk evenly, the tap of wood on wood. It stops 3 feet from him. The silence stretches. Then a rough voice says his name like a curse. Baek So-jun, the one-legged veteran who gave him the suppression band. The man who warned him that every absorbed spell is a ticking bomb. Do-yun doesn't answer. Seo-jun lowers himself onto a crate with the careful ease of a man who's been missing his leg for 20 years. He doesn't speak right away. He just sits there, letting the silence do its work. A full minute passes. Then Seo-jun tells him to look up. Do-yun doesn't move. Seo-jun says it again, quieter this time, and there's something in his voice that isn't anger. Do-yun lifts his head. His face is hollow. His eyes are red and swollen and utterly empty. Do-jun looks at him for a long time, and then he nods, like he's seen exactly what he expected to see. He says he heard about Hwachon. He says he heard about the girl. He says he came as fast as he could. Do-yun's voice comes out cracked and raw. He asks how Seo-jun found him. Seo-jun taps his wooden leg against the floor and says he's been tracking Do-yun for 2 weeks. He says the discharge in the field with Taesung lit up every mage in the province. He says the Awakened Council already has a file on him. Do-yun doesn't react. Seo-jun leans forward and says the council isn't what Do-yun should be worried about right now. He says the monster wave at Hwachon was no accident. Do-yun's head snaps up. His eyes lock onto Seo-jun's. Seo-jun holds his gaze and says someone sent that wave. Someone aimed it at the village. Someone wanted Do-yun to be there when it hit. Do-yun asks who. His voice is barely a whisper, but it carries. Seo-jun says he doesn't know yet, but the monster's rank was too high for a random C-grade wave. That B-rank beast at the end was a planted weapon. Do-yun's hands are shaking. Not with grief now, with something sharper. He asks if Seo-jun is telling him that his sister was murdered. Seo-jun doesn't flinch. He says yes. He says someone wanted Kang Yeon-woo dead, and they used Do-yun's presence to make sure it happened. Do-yun is on his feet before he knows he's moving. His body is still wrecked. His channels are still raw. But none of that matters. He tells Seo-jun to give him a name. Seo-jun shakes his head and says, not yet. He says Do-yun is in no condition to fight a wet paper bag, let alone whoever orchestrated this. He says Do-yun can barely stand. Do-yun takes a step forward, and his legs buckle. He hits the floor hard. His palms scrape against the splintered wood. He tries to push himself up and can't. Seo-jun watches him struggle and doesn't help. He says, this is what grief looks like. He says, this is what happens when you pour everything into a power you can't control and then lose the thing you were fighting for. He says he knows. He says he's been there. Do-yun looks up at him and asks how Seo-jun survived it. Seo-jun's face goes still. He reaches down and taps his wooden leg. He says he didn't. He says the man he was died in the discharge that took his leg and killed 2 people who trusted him. He says what crawled out of the wreckage wasn't the same person. He says it took him 5 years to accept that. 5 years of hiding in the woods and drinking himself blind and wishing he'd died instead of them. Then he looks at Do-yun and says, the boy doesn't have 5 years. He says Do-yun has maybe 5 days before the council sends another executioner. And this one won't make Taesung's mistake of attacking him alone. He says Do-yun has a choice. Lie here and rot until they find him, or get up and make his sister's death mean something. Do-yun stares at the floor. His hands are still bleeding. His body is still broken, but Seo-jun's words are doing something to him. Digging under the grief and finding something harder underneath. He thinks about Yeon-woo stepping in front of him, not because she thought she could win, because she loved him, because she believed in him, because she was willing to die for the person she thought he could become. If he gives up now, she died for nothing. If he lies here and waits to die, every scrap of faith she ever had in him was wasted. He can't let that happen. He won't. Do-yun pushes himself up. His arms shake. His legs barely hold. but he stands. He looks Seo-jun in the eye and says he's ready. Seo-jun studies him for a long moment, then he nods. He tells Do-yun to follow him outside. The clearing around the cabin is small and choked with dead weeds. Seo-jun stops in the center of it and turns to face Do-yun. He says Do-yun's problem isn't his power, it's his control. The absorption is passive, automatic, and it works fine. The release is the killer. Every spell Do-yun absorbs becomes a bomb he can't aim or throttle or stop once it starts. Seo-jun says that's how the ability works for everyone. No one has ever learned to release selectively. Do-yun asks if Seo-jun is telling him it's impossible. Seo-jun shakes his head and says he's telling Do-yun that no one has survived long enough to figure it out. Everyone who ever had this ability burned out within a year. Their own power killed them, or the council had them executed, or a monster got them while they were helpless in the cooldown window. Seo-jun is the only one who made it past the first year. He says he didn't master the release. He just learned to suppress it completely. He hasn't released a spell in 20 years. Do-yun stares at him and asks how that's possible. Do-yun pulls a small stone from his pocket, a spell stone, low-grade, barely flickering with earth magic. He tosses it at Do-yun. Do-yun catches it on reflex and feels the energy inside it. A tiny pulse of contained power, completely harmless. Seo-jun tells him to absorb it. Do-yun hesitates. His channels are still raw from Hwachan. The cooldown is long past, but the memory of the pain is still fresh. Seo-jun tells him again. Do-yun closes his eyes and lets the absorption trigger. The earth magic flows into him. It's small, barely D-ranked. It settles in his chest like a pebble dropped into still water. The pressure builds, but it's manageable. Seo-jun watches him closely and asks how it feels. Do-yun says it's light. Seo-jun nods and says good. Then he tells Do-yun to release it. Do-yun freezes. He asks if Seo-jun is serious. Seo-jun says he's never been more serious in his life. He says Do-yun can't learn control by avoiding the thing he needs to control. He says Do-yun has to face the release head-on and survive it. Do-yun looks around at the trees, the cabin, the empty clearing. He asks, what if it gets out of control? Seo-jun taps his wooden leg and says that's why they're in the middle of nowhere. He says Do-yun will release the spell and Seo-jun will watch. And when it's over, they'll do it again. He says Do-yun will keep doing it until his body learns what control feels like. Do-yun clenches his fists. His heart is pounding. Every instinct tells him not to do this. The release has never been anything but destruction. It killed Taesung. It tore through a dozen ghouls and a troll in Hwachan. It nearly killed him more times than he can count. But Seo-jun is right. If he can't control it, he'll never be anything but a bomb waiting to go off. He'll never be able to protect anyone. He'll never be able to avenge Yeonwoo. Do-yun takes a breath. He finds the pressure in his chest, the tiny pulse of earth magic, and he lets go. The release hits like a punch to the sternum. White light erupts from his body, and the ground around him shatters. Shockwave rips outward, tearing up weeds and dirt and sending a cloud of debris billowing into the sky. The trees at the edge of the clearing bend and splinter. Do-yun is on his knees when it's over. His chest is heaving. His channels are screaming. The 30-minute window slams down like a cage. Seo-jun hasn't moved. He's still standing exactly where he was, leaning on his wooden leg, completely unharmed. He says it wasn't bad for a first try. He says Do-yun's release radius was about 15 feet. He says they need to get it down to 5. Do-yun looks up at him, gasping for air, and asks how. Seo-jun pulls another spellstone from his pocket and tosses it onto the dirt in front of Do-yun. He says they're going to do it 100 more times tomorrow. He says by the end of the week, Do-yun will either have control or he'll be dead. He says either way the problem will be solved. The training is brutal. Seo-jun pushes him without mercy. Day after day, stone after stone, release after release. The first 3 days are the worst. Do-yun absorbs and releases until his channels feel like they're made of broken glass. The cooldown window is his only rest. 30 minutes of sitting in the dirt, shaking, while Seo-jun tells him what he did wrong. His release angle was too wide. His breathing was too shallow. He tensed up instead of letting the energy flow through him. Every session is the same. Absorb a stone. Feel the pressure build. Try to hold it, shape it, guide it, and fail. Release like a bomb going off. Collapse. Wait. Do it again. On the 4th day, something shifts. Do-yun absorbs a windstone, and the pressure settles in his chest differently. Instead of fighting it, instead of tensing against it like he's bracing for a blow, he lets it sit there. He breathes into it the way Ji-hoo taught him to suppress his mana signature. Slow and steady and deliberate. He doesn't try to hold it in. He doesn't try to force it out. He just lets it be what it is. Seo-jun watches him and goes very still. He asks what Do-yun is doing. Do-yun doesn't answer. His eyes are closed. His breathing is even. The pressure is still there, but it's not fighting him. It's not building toward an explosion. It's just waiting. Do-yun opens his eyes and looks at the target Seo-jun set up 15 feet away. A rotting log propped against a stump. He doesn't think about releasing everything. He doesn't think about the bomb in his chest. He just thinks about the log. And he lets go. Release is small. Not a bomb. A pulse. The wind magic shoots out of him in a focused burst. A tight line of force that hits the log dead center and splits it in half. Do-yun is still standing. His channels are warm but not screaming. The cooldown timer doesn't trigger. He stares at the split log and can't believe what he just did. Seo-jun doesn't say anything for a long moment. Then he laughs. It's a rough, startled sound, like he surprised himself. He tells Do-yun that no one has ever done that. He says in 20 years of searching, he's never met a single absorber who could control the release. Do-yun turns to look at him and asks if it was a fluke. Seo-jun shakes his head and says it wasn't. He says Do-yun just proved that the release isn't inherently uncontrollable. He says the problem was never the power. It was the fear. Every absorber who ever burned out did it because they were terrified of what they were holding. Do-yun wasn't afraid just now. He was calm. He was focused. He let the power move through him instead of trying to cage it. Seo-jun says that's the secret. That's what no one else ever figured out before they died. Do-yun looks down at his hands. They're still shaking, but not from fear. Thinks about Yeon-woo. Thinks about the way she stood in front of him without hesitation. She wasn't afraid either. She was just doing what needed to be done. He decides right then that he's going to be more like her. Not the bomb. Not the weapon. Just someone who does what needs to be done. The training continues for another 3 days. Do-yun doesn't nail the controlled release every time, but he gets better. By the end of the week, he can absorb a low-grade stone and release it in a focused burst roughly half the time. The other half, it still blows out like a bomb, but the radius is shrinking. 15 feet. Seo-jun pushes him harder, gives him stronger stones, makes him absorb 2 at once and try to release them separately. It's agonizing. But Do-yun doesn't stop. He doesn't complain. He doesn't rest. Every failure gets channeled into the next attempt. Every success is a step closer to being able to protect someone, instead of just destroying everything around him. On the 8th morning, Seo-jun doesn't hand him a spellstone. He sits down on his crate and tells Do-yun to sit too. Do-yun lowers himself onto the ground, his muscles aching, his channels humming with the residue of a dozen releases. Seo-jun looks at him for a long moment and then speaks. He says Do-yun has learned the first thing he needed to learn. The control will keep improving with practice. But control isn't enough. Seo-jun says Do-yun's sister didn't die because he lacked control. She died because his power has a hard limit. It only works on spells aimed at him. He can't absorb area effects. He can't absorb attacks aimed at his allies. He can't do anything when the people he loves are the ones in danger. Do-yun's jaw tightens. He asks if there's a way around that limit. Seo-jun doesn't answer right away. He reaches into his coat and pulls out something Do-yun hasn't seen before. It's a small black stone, perfectly smooth, with a faint shimmer of something that isn't elemental magic, running through it like veins of silver. Seo-jun says he found it 20 years ago, before his accident, in a dungeon that was supposed to be empty. He says it's a void stone. It doesn't contain a spell. It contains a piece of the abyss itself. He says the abyss is where magic came from before humans learned to shape it. He says if Do-yun can absorb this, he might be able to expand his power beyond the limits it was born with. Might be able to catch spells that aren't aimed at him. Might be able to protect people instead of just surviving. Seo-jun holds the stone out and says it's Do-yun's choice. He says the void stone could kill him. It could burn out his channels permanently, or it could give him the one thing he needs most. Do-yun looks at the stone for a long time, then he reaches out and takes it. He doesn't hesitate. He triggers the absorption and the void stone dissolves in his hand. The power hits him like nothing he's ever felt. Not elemental magic, not a death curse. Something older and colder and infinitely more vast. It floods his channels and his chest seizes. And for one terrible second, he's sure he's made a fatal mistake. But he doesn't fight it. He breathes into it the way Seo-jun taught him. He lets the void settle inside him, not as pressure but as something else. A new channel, maybe. A new way of reaching for spells that weren't aimed at him. The sensation fades. Do-yun is still alive. Seo-jun watches him closely and asks how he feels. Do-yun opens his eyes and says he feels like he can see further. He doesn't know what it means yet. He doesn't know if the void stone actually worked. But something is different. Something has shifted in the architecture of his power, and he can feel the edges of it stretching, reaching, trying to grow. Seo-jun nods slowly. He tells Do-yun that for now, the training is over. He says Do-yun has the basics of control, and he's taken the first step toward breaking his limits. The rest will have to be learned in the field. Do-yun stands up. He's still bruised and exhausted, and his channels ache like they've been through a war. But his eyes are clear. He looks at Seo-jun and says he's going to find the person who sent the monster wave. He's going to find out who wanted his sister dead, and why. And then he's going to make them pay. Seo-jun doesn't try to talk him out of it. He just says he knows. He tells Do-yun to be careful. He says the council is still hunting him, and whoever orchestrated the attack on Hwachan is probably still watching. Then he reaches into his coat and pulls out one last thing. A small leather pouch heavy with credits. He tosses it to Do-yun and says it's enough to get him started. Do-yun catches the pouch and stares at it. He asks why Seo-jun is helping him. Seo-jun taps his wooden leg and says because 20 years ago, he failed to protect the people he loved. He says if he can help Do-yun not make the same mistakes, maybe it'll mean something. Maybe it'll make up for what he couldn't do. Do-yun looks at the old veteran and sees something he didn't notice before. Seo-jun isn't just a mentor. He's a man carrying the same weight Do-yun carries, the same grief, the same guilt, the same desperate need to make the past mean something. Do-yun nods once. He doesn't say thank you. The words feel too small. Instead, he just pockets the credits and turns toward the path that leads out of the clearing. He walks away from the cabin, away from the place where he nearly let himself die, toward whatever comes next. His sister is gone. Nothing will ever bring her back. But someone is responsible for her death, and Do-yun is going to find them. He's going to learn the truth, and when he does, he's going to show them exactly what a carrier with negative magic can do when he stops being afraid of his own power. The path winds through the trees, and the cabin disappears behind him, and the morning sun is just starting to break through the canopy. Do-yun walks with his shoulders set and his fists clenched, and his channels humming with the cold new energy of the Void Stone. He doesn't know where he's going yet. He doesn't know who he's looking for. But he knows one thing for certain. He will never watch someone he loves die in front of him again. Do-yun keeps his head down and his pace steady, stopping only when the light fails. His channels still hum with the cold residue of the Void Stone. The suppression-breathing Jihu taught him is second nature now. His mana signature is a whisper, barely a ripple in the air. No hunters track him. No executioners find him. For 3 days, he is invisible. On the 4th morning, he reaches the town of Gumho, and the rumors find him first. Every tavern and roadside stall is buzzing with the same story. An archmage has gone rogue and claimed the old fortress at Mount Jiri as his personal kingdom. His name is Lee Chan-ho. He was an advisor to the Awakened Council before he snapped and walked out with a third of their sealed archives. Now he sits in the ruins and burns anyone who gets close. The local guilds have lost 3 full parties trying to take him down. And the worst part? He's been calling out challengers by name through his network of informants. Do-yun buys a bowl of rice and listens to a scarred mercenary spill the details between bites. Chan-ho specializes in rapid-fire casting. Not one spell at a time like most mages. 50, 100. Waves of them. He doesn't aim. He fills the air with fire and lightning and worse, until there's nothing left to shoot back. The mercenary says Chan-ho had a brother who was a carrier, back before the system changed. Negative magic, bottom rank. The brother died in a raid when his party abandoned him because he couldn't fight. Chan-ho never got over it. Do-yun sets down his empty bowl and asks where the fortress is. The mercenary laughs and says he ought to take himself straight to the nearest temple instead. Nothing but death waiting on that mountain. Our boy ignores the advice and heads out. He's probably just an idiot. Or maybe he sees something in the story that hits closer to home than it should. Do-yun covers the final stretch toward Mount Jiri in half a day. The old fortress is a jagged scar of stone against the sky. Half-collapsed battlements, and a gatehouse with the doors blown off their hinges. Scorch marks streak the ground in every direction. Craters pock the approach like a lunar field, and the air tastes like ozone and burnt iron. At the gate, a carved wooden sign is jammed into the rubble. The words are fresh. Send whoever you want. I'll send them back in pieces. Bold move. Lee Chan-ho isn't hiding. He's waiting. There's no point in subtlety here. No infiltration. No clever angle. The fortress is a kill box, and Chan-ho built it to dare the world to step inside. Judging by the charred remains scattered near the entrance, plenty of people already took the dare. Our boy tightens his fists, He doesn't slow down. He walks straight through the gate and into the courtyard. The fortress opens into a wide training yard, littered with shattered training dummies and blackened armor fragments. Sunlight pours through the broken roof and catches motes of dust and ash swirling in the still air. In the center of the yard, sitting on a throne made from rubble and melted stone, is Lee Chan-ho. He's younger than Do-yun expected, maybe 30, lean build, sharp cheekbones, hair pulled back in a messy knot. His robes are the formal black of a council advisor, but they're torn at the sleeves and stained with old blood. A dozen spell stones orbit his shoulders in a lazy ring, each one glowing with a different elemental charge. He looks bored. Chan-ho tilts his head and studies Do-yun like he's a mildly interesting insect. He asks if this is a joke. One kid with no guild badge and no party. Did the council finally run out of real fighters? Do-yun doesn't answer. He keeps walking until he's 20 feet from the throne. Chan-ho stands and the stones around him flare brighter. He says he'll give our boy one chance to turn around. Do-yun says he heard about Chan-ho's brother. The archmage goes still, and the bored smirk vanishes from his face. Chan-ho's voice drops, and he asks what Do-yun knows about his brother. Do-yun says he knows the man was a carrier, negative magic, killed by the people he was supposed to protect. He says he knows what it feels like to be abandoned for something you can't control. For a second, Chan-ho looks like he might actually listen. Then his expression twists into something ugly and bitter, and he starts laughing. He says Do-yun doesn't know anything. He says Do-yun is just another carrier crawling out of the gutter hoping for pity. He says he's seen 100 like him. Weak. Worthless. Born with a curse and too stupid to accept it. Chan-ho says the world was right to abandon his brother. Right to abandon all of them. That's the wrong thing to say. Do-yun's jaw tightens. His fists clench. But he doesn't attack. He's not here to start a fight. He's here to see if someone like Chan-ho could be an ally, and Chan-ho answers that question by raising his hand and letting the first spell fly. A bolt of compressed air screams across the yard and slams into Do-yun's chest. It vanishes on contact, absorbed. Chan-ho blinks. That's not supposed to happen. He fires again. A lance of fire this time. Absorbed. Then a shard of ice. Gone. Then a stone spike the size of a spear. Nothing. Chan-ho's bored expression finally cracks. He stares at Do-yun with something between confusion and fury. He asks what kind of trick this is. A carrier with negative magic who eats spells? Impossible. Our boy doesn't explain. He just stands there and lets Chan-ho work through the math himself. The archmage's orbiting stones flare wild and bright, and his eyes narrow. He says fine. If Do-yun wants to absorb so badly, let's see how much he can take. Chan-ho spreads his arms, and the spellstones detonate all at once. The courtyard fills with light and noise, and the air itself screams as the barrage begins. Lee Chan-ho unleashes everything. Firebolts, wind blades, lightning spears, ice lances, earth spikes, shadow tendrils. Not one spell at a time, not 10. 100 spells in the first 10 seconds, and 200. Then more. The sky above the fortress turns into a kaleidoscope of elemental destruction. All of it aimed at one target. Do-yun stands in the center of the storm. His absorption triggers automatically, and each spell vanishes the moment it touches him, but the sheer volume is staggering. Fire dissolves into his chest. Lightning crackles through his channels. Shadow wraps around his ribs. Ice presses against his lungs. The pressure builds faster than it ever has before. His vision blurs. His ears ring. His channels scream like they're being pulled apart from the inside. Suppression band in his pocket is long dead. But even if it worked, it wouldn't help. Nothing can suppress this much stored energy. Chan-ho keeps casting. He doesn't tire. He doesn't slow. He's pouring every ounce of mana he has into drowning this one carrier who dared to compare himself to his brother. Do-yun drops to one knee. The courtyard around him is a crater now. The stone floor shattered by the spells that missed, and the shockwaves from the ones that didn't. Blood drips from his nose. His chest feels like it's going to split open. But he doesn't release. He doesn't let go. He holds the pressure and breathes through it the way Seo-jun taught him. Chan-ho shouts over the roar of his own magic. He says Do-yun is just like his brother, too stubborn to quit, too proud to run, and he'll die the same way, alone and forgotten. That's when Do-yun looks up. His eyes are clear and cold, and there's no fear in them at all. He says, Chan-ho's brother didn't die because he was weak. He died because the world is cruel, and the people who should have helped him chose not to. He says Chan-ho isn't avenging his brother. He's becoming the very thing that killed him. And then our boy stops holding back. Do-yun releases everything. The stored barrage detonates outward in a single catastrophic wave of raw, unfiltered energy. Fire and lightning and shadow and ice. All the spells Chan-ho threw at him, now coming back in one overwhelming surge. The blast tears through the courtyard, and the fortress walls behind Chan-ho buckle and crack. Stone turns to dust. Sky above the mountain lights up like a second sun. Chan-ho tries to shield himself. A barrier of condensed mana snaps up around him, but it's not enough. The wave hits, and the barrier shatters like glass. Chan-ho is hurled backward through his own rubble throne and into the far wall of the courtyard. He hits Stone with a sickening crunch and crumples to the ground. The roar of the blast fades. Dust settles. The silence is immense. Do-yun is on his hands and knees, chest heaving, channels raw and empty. His ears are ringing so loud he can barely hear his own breathing. He's alive. Across the yard, Lee Chan-ho pushes himself up on one elbow. His robes are shredded, his face is bloody, and one of his arms hangs at a wrong angle. But he's alive too. He stares at Do-yun, and the hatred in his eyes is gone. What's left is something cracked open and raw. He asks how long Do-yun has been able to do this. Do-yun's voice is hoarse. He says not long enough. But he's learning. Chan-ho lets his head fall back against the broken stone, and for a long moment, he just breathes. Then he says maybe his brother would have liked someone like Do-yun, someone who doesn't run. He says the council isn't done with either of them now. This little display just put Do-yun at the top of their target list. Do-yun already knew that. He pushes himself to his feet, and every muscle screams in protest, but he stays standing. Chan-ho watches him with something that might be respect. He says there's a man in the Northern Territories who knows more about spell absorption than anyone alive. A hermit. Used to work for the council before he faked his death. He gives Do-yun the name, An Jae-won. If Do-yun can find him, maybe he can learn to control what just happened. Do-yun memorizes the name and turns to leave. Chan-ho calls after him. He asks if Do-yun really thinks he can change anything. The world is broken. The strong crush the weak. That's just how it is. Do-yun stops at the ruined gate and looks back over his shoulder. He says maybe, but he's going to try anyway. He walks out of the fortress and down the mountain path with the cold morning wind cutting through his torn clothes. His channels are stripped raw. His chest aches like he's been kicked by a horse. But something is different. For the first time since Hwachan, he isn't just surviving, he's moving forward. The Void Stone's residue still hums at the edges of his awareness, waiting to be understood. And now he has a name. An Jae-won, a hermit in the north who might hold the key to everything. The path winds down through pine forest, and the fortress disappears behind the ridge. Do-yun doesn't look back, and he doesn't stop walking. His sister is dead. The council is hunting him. He just defeated an archmage and nearly killed himself doing it. But none of that matters right now. What matters is the next step. The next fight. The next piece of the truth. Somewhere far to the north, a hermit who faked his own death is about to get a visitor. And our boy has never been good at taking no for an answer. Do-yun travels north for 6 days through dead forest and frozen mud. The cold gets worse the further he goes. A dry, biting cold that cuts through his torn clothes. He burns through his last credits on a lump of bread and a thin blanket that smells like damp wool. On the 7th morning, the trees thin out, and he hits the edge of the Ironwood territory. This is no man's land. The ground here is gray and cracked, and nothing grows except thorn brush and dead grass that snaps underfoot. He walks past burned-out farmhouses and the rusted skeletons of caravans stripped clean years ago. Every few miles he passes a warning post, a wooden stake driven into the dirt with a skull nailed on top. Some of the skulls are human, most aren't. The Northern Territories are where the council dumps its problems. Rogue mages who won't bow, outcasts who won't stay quiet, and worse things that crawl out of the deeper rifts. Do-yun keeps his suppression breathing low and steady, his mana signature a whisper. He learned that trick from Jihu, and it's kept him alive this far. But out here, the threats don't always announce themselves with magic. They come with teeth and claws and hungry patience. On the 8th day, he finds a body. It's fresh, maybe half a day old. A man in hunter's leathers crumpled against a rock. No blood, no wounds. Just a corpse with his mouth open and his eyes frozen wide, like he saw something he couldn't process before the end. Do-yun doesn't stop to examine him. He steps over the body and keeps walking. He's not a healer, and he's not a hero, and whoever did this is probably still nearby. By midday, he reaches the first checkpoint. It's a squat stone tower built into the side of a ridge, half collapsed but still occupied. A woman in patched leather armor sits on a crate outside, sharpening a blade that's seen better days. He looks up when Do-yun approaches, and her hand doesn't move toward her weapon. That's a bad sign. It means she's already decided he's not a threat. She asks if he's lost or stupid. Do-yun says neither. He's looking for someone. The woman snorts and says everyone out here is looking for someone, usually the person who put a price on their head. She asks if he has credits. Do-yun shakes his head. She shrugs and goes back to sharpening her blade. He walks past the tower and doesn't look back. 2 miles later, he reaches a ravine with a rope bridge that sags dangerously in the wind. On the other side is a camp. Maybe a dozen tents pitched in a loose circle around a central fire pit, with lookouts posted on the high rocks. Do-yun counts 4 guards he can see and probably 2 more he can't. These aren't soldiers. They're survivors. The kind of people who learn to fight by staying alive through things that should have killed them. One of the guards spots him and whistles. 3 more heads turn. Do-yun stops at the edge of the bridge and raises both hands, palms out. He says he's just passing through. He's looking for a man named Cha Min-jae. The name hits the camp like a stone dropped into still water. The guards stiffen. One of them, a lanky man with a scar running from temple to jaw, spits on the ground. He says Min-jae doesn't take visitors. Do-yun says he's not a visitor. He's a student. The scarred man laughs, but there's no humor in it. He says Min-jae doesn't take students either, not anymore. The last one ended up dead. Do-yun doesn't flinch. He just stands there with his hands still raised, and his breathing still slow and steady, and his eyes locked on the scarred man's face. He says he'll wait. The scarred man stares at him for a long, uncomfortable moment. Then he shakes his head and mutters something about stubborn idiots and waves Do-yun across the bridge. The camp smells like wood smoke and old meat and something sharper underneath, like ozone before a storm. Tents are patched and faded, and most of the people sitting around the fire pit don't bother to look up when Do-yun passes. One woman with burn scars crawling up her arms tracks him with flat, empty eyes. A boy no older than 12 watches him from behind a crate with a knife clutched in both hands. Do-yun ignores them all. He follows the scarred man to a tent at the far edge of the camp, larger than the others, with its flaps tied shut. The scarred man stops outside and says Min-jae is inside. Do-yun pushes through the flap. The inside of the tent is dark and close, and smells of burnt herbs. Single lantern burns on a low table, casting twisted shadows on the canvas walls. And there, sitting cross-legged on a pile of furs, is Cha Min-jae. He's younger than Do-yun expected, maybe 25, with sharp, angular features and a mess of dark hair tied back with a strip of leather. His eyes are the color of old rust, and they don't miss anything. He looks at Do-yun like he's already figured out everything worth knowing and found most of it disappointing. He says he heard what Do-yun told the guards. A student. He asks if that's supposed to be funny. Do-yun says it's the truth. He was born with negative magic, and he can absorb spells, and he can't control the release. And he's been told Cha Min-jae is the only person alive who can help him. Min-jae's expression doesn't change. He says there are a lot of people who think they want his help. Most of them are wrong. Do-yun asks what he means. Min-jae stands up in one fluid motion, and suddenly there's a spell stone in his hand. A small, dark pebble crackling with contained lightning. The stone arcs through the air, and Do-yun's absorption kicks in automatically, the spell vanishing into his chest before the stone even hits the ground. The pressure spikes. Min-jae watches the whole thing with those rust-colored eyes, and his mouth twitches. He says the absorption works fine, but that's the easy part. Anyone with the talent can soak up spells like a dry sponge. The hard part is what comes next. He reaches into his coat and pulls out another stone. This one glows faint blue, some kind of ice spell. He says Do-yun is going to release it. The release isn't here, and it isn't in a few hours. And it isn't whenever Do-yun can't hold it anymore. It's now. Right now. Do-yun's jaw tightens. He says he can't control it. If he lets go, everything comes out, and it'll level this tent, and probably half the camp. Min-jae smiles. It's not a friendly smile. He says Do-yun thinks he's the first person to walk up here with that problem. He's not. But most of them figured out how to solve it, or they died. Either way, they stopped being his problem. He tells Do-yun to release the spell. Just that one. Just the one he just absorbed. No excuses. No waiting. No pathetic bargaining about collateral damage. Do-yun's heart is hammering against his ribs. The pressure in his chest is pulsing, that familiar burn building behind his sternum. He spent weeks learning to hold spells in, to clamp down and breathe through the pressure, and never ever let go until he has no choice. And now this man is telling him to do the one thing he's been trained not to do. Min-jae sees the hesitation, and his smile fades. He asks if Do-yun wants to know why no one survives this ability for long. Because they're all afraid of what they can do. They hold everything in until it kills them, or they panic and let it all out and take out everything around them. Neither one is controlled. Do-yun closes his eyes. He finds the lightning spell inside the swirling mess of stored energy, a bright hot thread among the darker currents. He doesn't know how he knows which one it is. He just knows. Maybe the breathing exercises did more than Seo-jun thought. Maybe he's been building toward this without realizing it. He wraps his awareness around that single thread and pulls. The release rips out of him in a crackling burst of electricity that arcs from his chest to the ground. A single bolt, contained and directed, scorches a black mark into the dirt at his feet. The rest of the stored energy stays locked inside. Do-yun's knees buckle, and he catches himself on the edge of the table. His channels are screaming, but they're still holding. His lungs are on fire, but he's still breathing. He looks up at Min-jae. The man is staring at him with an expression that's no longer bored. It's something sharper and hungrier, and maybe a little bit afraid. He says Do-yun did it on the first try. Nobody does it on the first try. Do-yun wipes blood from his nose with the back of his hand. He says he had a good teacher. He just never learned the last part. Min-jae is quiet for a long moment. Then he laughs. A short, sharp sound like a branch snapping. He says Seo-jun is still alive, which is genuinely surprising. He figured the old man would have burned out years ago. Do-yun says Seo-jun sent him here. Min-jae's eyes narrow. He asks if Do-yun is lying. Do-yun shakes his head. He says Seo-jun told him there's a man in the north who knows more about spell absorption than anyone alive. Min-jae says that's one way to put it. Another way is that he's the only person who figured out selective release without dying in the process. He sits back down on his pile of furs and gestures for Do-yun to do the same. Do-yun's legs are still shaking, so he doesn't argue. Min-jae says he'll teach Do-yun what he knows, but it's not a gift. He wants something in return. Do-yun asks what. Min-jae's expression goes flat and cold. He says the council has a file on every negative who ever made noise. Do-yun's is probably at the top of the stack by now, after what he did to that executioner and that archmage on Mount Jiri. But there's a different file, one that's been buried for years. It's on a man who used to work for them before he faked his own death. A hermit named An Jae-won. Do-yun's pulse skips. That's the name Chanho gave him. Min-jae sees the recognition on his face and nods slowly. He says Jae-won knows things the council has tried very hard to erase. Things about negative magic, about where it comes from, about what the God King really wants. Min-jae wants that file. He doesn't care about Jae-won himself, but the information in his head is worth more than anything the council has in its vaults. Do-yun asks why Min-jae can't get it himself. Min-jae holds up his left hand, and for the first time, Do-yun notices the man's fingers are shaking. A fine tremor, barely visible but constant. Min-jae says he's been suppressing his release for 6 years. Every single spell he's absorbed is still inside him, compressed tighter and tighter, held in place by sheer will. He can release selectively, but he can't release fully, not without killing everything within half a mile. So he holds it all in, and the pressure is slowly destroying his nervous system. In another year, he won't be able to walk. In 2 years, he'll be dead. He can't go south, and he can't get within 100 miles of the council's territory without their mages sensing the storm inside him. But Do-yun can. Do-yun is still flexible, still early in his absorption cycle, still has room to grow without burning out. Min-jae says he'll teach Do-yun everything he knows about selective release, the real techniques, not the half measures. Seo-jun was able to figure out on his own. In exchange, Do-yun will go south and find An Jae-won and bring back whatever information the old hermit is hiding. Do-yun doesn't hesitate. He says yes. Min-jae studies him for a long moment. He asks if Do-yun even wants to know what he's agreeing to, what kind of enemies he'll make, what the council will do if they catch him sniffing around their buried secrets. Do-yun says he already knows. The council is hunting him, and his sister is dead, and the only thing he has left is the chance to make it mean something. He doesn't care what it costs him. Min-jae looks at him for a long time, then he nods once. Training starts at dawn. For the next 5 days, Do-yun works harder than he's ever worked in his life. Min-jae's method is brutal and precise, and nothing like Seo-jun's careful step-by-step approach. He throws spell stones at Do-yun without warning, in the middle of meals, in the middle of sleep, when Do-yun is half collapsed from exhaustion and barely conscious. He says control isn't something you learn in perfect conditions. It's something you build into your bones, until it works, even when everything else is falling apart. On the second day, Do-yun manages to release 3 different spells in sequence without losing the rest of his stored energy. Each bolt cracks out of him clean and targeted, scorching designated marks on a training post 50 feet away. Min-jae doesn't praise him. He just throws another stone. On the third day, Min-jae teaches him how to sort absorbed spells by type. Fire separate from ice, separate from conceptual curses that don't fit any clean category. Do-yun's mind rebels against the complexity of it, trying to hold a dozen threads at once, and twice, he nearly loses control and releases everything. Min-jae yanks him back from the edge both times with a sharp word and a sharper slap to the back of the head. He says panic is a luxury Do-yun can't afford. Not anymore. Not with the amount of energy he's storing. On the fourth day, Min-jae introduces a new exercise. He doesn't just throw one stone at a time. He throws 3 at once, a firebolt and a wind blade and a stone spike all arcing through the air at different angles. Do-yun absorbs all 3, and for one terrifying second, the pressure spikes so hard his vision goes white, but he doesn't release. He breathes through it and sorts the spells and fires them back one at a time, each bolt hitting its target. Min-jae watches the whole thing with his arms crossed and his rust-colored eyes unreadable. When it's over, he says, Do-yun learns fast. Too fast. It's going to get him killed. Do-yun asks what that's supposed to mean. Min-jae says Do-yun is treating selective release like a weapon, another tool for winning fights and proving himself stronger than the people who called him worthless. But that's not what it is. It's a leash. Every spell Do-yun learns to control is a spell he's choosing not to release. And every spell he chooses not to release is a weight he's choosing to carry. Min-jae has been carrying that weight for 6 years, and it's killing him slowly from the inside. Do-yun needs to decide now what kind of carrier he's going to be. One who burns everything and everyone around him, or one who carries the weight until it breaks him. There's no third option. Do-yun doesn't answer. On the 5th evening, Min-jae calls off training early. They sit outside the tent while the camp cooks its evening meal over the central fire pit. The sky is a deep bruised purple, and the first stars are coming out. Min-jae says Do-yun has learned enough. He can release selectively now, pull individual spells out of the chaos inside him, and fire them with precision. It's not perfect, and it never will be. Under enough pressure, he'll still lose control. But it's more than anyone else alive can do. Do-yun asks what happens now. Min-jae says now Do-yun holds up his end of the bargain. He goes south and he finds An Jae-won, and he brings back whatever the old man knows about the God King and the council's buried files. Do-yun nods and stands up. His chest is humming with stored energy, a dozen different spells coiled tight and waiting. For the first time in his life, the pressure doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like a weapon. Min-jae looks up at him from his seat by the fire. He says one more thing. If Do-yun runs into the council's hunters on the way south, and he will, he should remember what Min-jae taught him. Not how to fight, how to choose. Every spell he throws is a spell he's not carrying. But the ones he keeps will shape what he becomes. Do-yun doesn't look back. He walks out of the camp and across the rope bridge and into the cold northern night with a dozen spells burning in his chest and a destination he doesn't know how to find. Somewhere in the southern territories, a hermit who faked his own death is hiding from the council, and our boy is about to kick down his door. Min-jae leans back against a crate and crosses his arms. He says Do-yun has been asking the wrong question this whole time. It's not about who else has negative magic. It's about where they go when the world decides they're too dangerous to live. Do-yun asks what he's talking about. Min-jae says the council doesn't just send executioners after the loud ones. They've been hunting negatives for 15 years. Quietly, systematically. Anyone who tests negative and doesn't disappear fast enough gets a visit. Most of them don't survive the visit. But some do. The ones who run far enough and deep enough find their way to a place the council's maps don't show. A hidden village in the eastern ridge country, tucked into a valley that doesn't officially exist. The outcasts call it Unha. Silver River. Do-yun has never heard the name. Min-jae says that's the point. The unseen network. Ji-hoo told him about is just the surface layer. The merchants and smugglers who move goods and information. Unha is the core, the place the network was built to protect. It's where the negatives who can't hide in plain sight go to vanish. Min-jae reaches into his coat and pulls out a folded piece of oilcloth. He tosses it to Do-yun. Inside is a hand-drawn map with landmarks Do-yun doesn't recognize, and a route marked in charcoal. Min-jae says he hasn't been there in 3 years, not since his suppression started killing him. But the route is still good. Do-yun asks why Min-jae is giving him this. Min-jae says because Do-yun needs to see it for himself. He needs to understand what he's fighting for. And there's someone in Unha who can tell him things about the God King that Min-jae can't. The name on the map is circled. An Jae-won, the hermit Chan-ho mentioned. Min-jae says the old man didn't just fake his death and disappear into the wilderness. He went to Unha, and he's been there for 8 years, building the village's defenses and keeping records. Records of every negative the council has ever eliminated. records of the experiments they ran before they started the hunts, and records of the God King's real interest in people like Do-yun. Do-yun folds the map and tucks it inside his shirt. He asks when he leaves. Min-jae says now, before the snow closes the eastern passes. Do-yun stands and heads for the tent flap. Min-jae calls after him. When Do-yun reaches Unha, he should tell them Cha Min-jae sent him. It won't make him friends, but it'll get him through the gate. Next morning, Do-yun shoulders a pack with 3 days of rations and a water skin. Min-jae's map leads east through the dead forest, and then up into the ridge country. The terrain changes fast once he leaves Ironwood territory. Bare rock replaces frozen mud, and the air gets thinner and colder. He walks for 2 days without seeing another human being. On the 3rd day, he finds the first marker Min-jae drew, a split boulder that looks like a pair of hands pressed together in prayer. He turns north and follows a dry creek bed for half a day until it dead ends at a sheer rock face. There's no visible path. He checks the map again. Min-jae's notes say to wait. So he waits. An hour passes. Then 2. Just before sunset, a young woman steps out of the rock face as if she walked through solid stone. She's holding a crossbow pointed at Do-yun's chest. She asks who he is and how he found this place. Do-yun says Cha Min-jae sent him, and he's here to see An Jae-won. The woman studies him for a long moment. Then she lowers the crossbow and tells him to follow. She leads him through an illusion barrier woven into the cliff face, a shimmer of displaced light that parts like a curtain. On the other side is a valley Do-yun never would have found on his own. Unha isn't a camp or a hideout. It's a real village. Maybe 100 buildings built from timber and stone and salvaged brick, clustered around a central square with a well and a smithy and what looks like a schoolhouse. There are children here, actual children, chasing each other between the buildings and shouting at the top of their lungs. Do-yun stops walking and just stares. He hasn't seen anything like this since before the abyss opened. The woman with the crossbow glances back and tells him to keep moving. She says most newcomers have the same reaction. They walk through the village, and people stop what they're doing to watch Do-yun pass. Not with hostility exactly, but with a guarded curiosity, the kind reserved for strangers who might be dangerous. Do-yun notices that almost everyone he sees has the same silvery brand that Ji-hoo carries on his forearm. Negative magic, marked permanently. The woman leads him to a long, low building near the center of the village. Inside, an old man is seated at a table covered in papers and books, and what looks like a disassembled spellstone array. He has a thin white beard and spectacles with one cracked lens. This is An Jae-won. He looks up when Do-yun enters and studies him for about 3 seconds. Then he says he was wondering when one of Min-jae's protégés would show up. He asks if Min-jae is dead yet. Do-yun says not yet, but he's dying. Chae-won nods like that's exactly what he expected to hear. He gestures for Do-yun to sit. Then he asks the woman to bring tea and close the door. She does. And for the first time in weeks, Do-yun is in a room with no wind and no threat and no immediate danger pressing down on him. It feels strange. Chae-won doesn't waste time on introductions. He says Min-jae wouldn't have sent Do-yun here unless he thought the boy could survive what comes next. So the question is simple. What does Do-yun want to know? Do-yun says he wants to know about the God King. He wants to know why a cosmic being with enough power to send someone back in time cares about one carrier with negative magic. He wants to know what the council is really doing and who sent the monster wave that killed his sister. Chae-won takes off his spectacles and cleans them on his sleeve. He says those are 4 different questions, and answering any of them is going to take a while. He asks if Do-yun has time. Do-yun says he has nothing but time. Over the next 3 hours, Chae-won lays out the truth piece by piece. The council has been hunting negatives for 15 years, but not because we're dangerous. Not really. They're collecting data. Every negative they eliminate gets autopsied and cataloged. Their absorption patterns mapped and filed. Files go to a special division that doesn't officially exist, funded by someone the council calls the benefactor. The benefactor has been running experiments for over a decade, trying to understand why some people are born with negative magic, and what happens when you push absorption past its natural limits. Chae-won knows this because he used to run those experiments. He was the council's top researcher on negative magic pathology. 8 years ago, he found something in the data that changed everything, and he faked his own death 2 days later. Do-yun asks what he found. Chae-won says the God King isn't just interested in negative magic. He's afraid of it. Every prophecy the benefactor's division has uncovered points to the same conclusion. Someone with negative magic is going to destroy the God King's plans. And the God King has been trying to eliminate all of them before that happens. Do-yun sits very still. He thinks about the voice in his skull that sent him back 16 years. He thinks about Yeon-woo dying in his arms. He asks if the God King sent the monster wave to Hwachon. Chaewon says no. That was the council acting on their own, trying to eliminate Do-yun before he became a problem. But the God King knew it was happening and did nothing to stop it. He wanted Do-yun broken, isolated, desperate. He wanted a weapon he could aim. But Do-yun didn't break. He got up and kept moving, and now he's sitting in a hidden village full of people the God King has been trying to erase for 15 years. Chaewon says the irony isn't lost on him. That night, Do-yun can't sleep. He walks through Unha in the dark, past the quiet houses and the cold smithy, and the schoolhouse with its door propped open to let in the night air. The children he saw earlier are asleep somewhere, warm and safe, and hidden from a world that wants them dead. He stops at the well in the center of the square. The stars are out, bright and cold and completely indifferent. Do-yun thinks about Min-jae's question. What kind of carrier is he going to be? The next morning, Do-yun asks Jae-won to call a meeting of the village elders. Jae-won raises an eyebrow but doesn't ask why. 2 hours later, Do-yun is standing in front of a dozen men and women in the village hall, all of them with the same silvery brand on their arms. He tells them who he is and what he can do. He tells them about the executioner who came for him and the archmage he defeated and the training Min-jae gave him. He tells them about the God King and the prophecies and the experiments the council is still running. Then he tells them the part they don't want to hear. The God King is coming for all of them eventually, and hiding in a valley with an illusion barrier won't stop him forever. The only way to survive is to stop hiding and start fighting back. Not alone, but together, as a network, as a real, organized force. Room is silent for a long time after he finishes. Then a woman with gray streaks in her hair stands up. She says her name is Im Soo-jin, and she's been hiding for 12 years. She's watched 3 of her friends get hunted down and killed because they trusted the wrong person or stayed in one place too long. She asks Do-yun what makes him different. What makes him think he can protect them when no one else could? Do-yun says he's not asking them to trust him. He's asking them to trust each other. He says the unseen network already exists, already moves information and supplies between safe houses and hidden contacts. But it doesn't have his teeth. He can give it teeth. He can train others with negative magic to use their absorption offensively, to fight back against hunters and executioners. And when the God King finally makes his move, they won't be waiting in a valley hoping the barrier holds. They'll be ready. Soo-jin looks at him for a long moment. Then she sits down and says she'll volunteer to be the first student. Over the next 2 weeks, Do-yun builds the foundation of what will become the Silver River Network. He trains 5 negatives in basic absorption control, using the same exercises Seo-jun and Min-jae taught him. None of them can release selectively yet, not even close. They learn to hold spells without panicking and to discharge safely into designated zones outside the valley. He works with Jae-won to map out the council's known hunter routes and identify the safe houses most at risk. He sends messages through the unseen network to Ji-hoo and Auntie Moon and every other contact he's made, asking them to report any council activity they see and to spread the word. Unha is real, and it's taking in refugees. The village grows by 12 people in the first week. By the end of the second week, it's 20. Every new arrival brings stories of narrow escapes and lost friends and hunters who showed up in the middle of the night. Do-yun listens to every one of them and files the details away. He starts sending out patrols, small teams of 2 or 3 who move through the eastern ridge country and watch the approaches to the valley. They're not fighters yet, most of them, but they can run messages and spot trouble before it reaches the gate. Min-jae's illusion barrier holds, and the patrols give them early warning. One night, Soo-jin finds Do-yun sitting alone by the well again. She sits down next to him without asking permission. She says the village is calling him the Silver Commander now, half as a joke and half because they don't know what else to call a 19-year-old who talks like a war veteran. Do-yun doesn't laugh. He says he's not a commander. He's just someone who made a promise to his dead sister, and he's trying to keep it. Soo-jin says that's what commanders are. People who keep promises when everyone else has given up. She asks if he's planning to stay in Unha long-term. He says he's leaving in 3 days to finish his training with Min-jae, and after that, he's going to find out exactly what the God King is planning, and he's going to tear it apart. Soo-jin asks what happens to Unha while he's gone. Do-yun says the network holds. The patrols keep watching, the trainees keep training, and Jae-won keeps doing what he's been doing for 8 years. But if the council or the God King's forces show up at the gate, he'll know about it within a day. He pulls a spell stone from his pocket, a small, dark pebble that hums with stored energy. It's the first thing he learned to infuse during Min-jae's training, a resonance stone keyed to his own absorption signature. If the village needs him, someone breaks the stone, and he feels it, no matter how far away he is. He hands it to Soo-jin. He says she's in charge while he's gone. She stares at him like he just handed her a live bomb. She asks if he's serious. Do-yun says she's been hiding for 12 years, and she's still here, still fighting, still protecting people. That's more qualification than anyone on the council has. She earned it. Sujin closes her fingers around the stone and doesn't argue. 3 days later, Do-yun stands at the valley entrance with a pack on his back and a dozen spells stored in his chest. Taewon gives him a leather-bound journal filled with every piece of data he has on the God King's movements and the council's hidden research division. He says it's not much, but it's everything. Do-yun tucks the journal into his pack. He asks if Jae-won thinks they have a real chance. Chae-won says chance isn't the right word. The God King is cosmic, ancient, powerful in ways humans can't measure, but he's also afraid, and fear makes even gods predictable. Do-yun steps through the illusion barrier and into the cold eastern morning. Behind him is a village of outcasts who just started believing they might survive. Ahead of him is Min-jae's camp and the final stages of his training, and a war that's been building since before he was born. His chest hums with stored energy. Fire and ice and lightning coiled tight and waiting. For the first time in his life, he's not running from the people who branded him worthless. He's building something they can't ignore. And somewhere in the southern territories, a file buried by the council is waiting for him to dig it up. Park Jin-ho is a name the unseen network whispers with real fear. A hunter who doesn't just track negatives, but collects them. Word reaches Min-jae's camp 3 days after Do-yun returns from Unha. A runner stumbles across the rope bridge at dawn, clothes torn and face white. He says Jin-ho grabbed 4 people from a safe house near the Talcon River crossing. One of them is the friend, the quiet kid who helped Do-yun move crates at Ji-hoo's stall weeks ago. The one who never asked questions and always showed up. Do-yun is on his feet before the runner finishes the report. Min-jae watches him with those rust-colored eyes and says nothing. He just hands Do-yun a map with a compound marked in red ink. The place is a converted garrison 30 miles northwest. Stone walls and watchtowers and a gate reinforced with spell-forged iron. Jin-ho runs it like a private prison. Min-jae says the hunter has been scooping up outcasts for months, selling them to the council for research credits. Nobody knows how many he's grabbed. Nobody knows what happens to them after they cross his gate. Do-yun folds the map and tucks it into his pack. His chest is humming with stored spells from the morning's training session. 3 separate charges sorted and ready. His channels still ache from the work, but the ache is manageable now. He asks Min-jae how much time they have. Min-jae says Jin-ho processes his catches fast. 2 days, maybe 3, before the captives get shipped south to a council black site. They leave within the hour. Min-jae takes point because he knows the northern terrain better than anyone alive. They move through dead forest and frozen creek beds, keeping low and fast. Do-yun runs suppression breathing the whole way, his mana signature dropping to a whisper. The technique is almost automatic now, his chest barely flickering even with 3 spells coiled inside. By nightfall, they're crouched on a ridge overlooking the compound. It's uglier than the map suggested. 2 watchtowers with active sentries, a courtyard lit by mage lights, and a main building with barred windows on the lower floor. That's where the cells are. Min-jae counts 12 guards between the gate and the inner perimeter. 3 of them are carrying spell stones with an active charge, probably C rank or higher. He asks if Do-yun can handle that many spells at once. Do-yun says he'll handle whatever he has to. They wait until the moon slides behind cloud cover, then they move. Min-jae goes in first, using a technique Do-yun hasn't seen before. He doesn't just suppress his mana signature, he erases it. One moment he's crouched beside Do-yun on the ridge. The next he's a shadow sliding through the outer gate without tripping a single ward. Guard in the left tower never sees him coming. Min-jae drops him with a clean strike to the temple and catches the body before it hits the floor. Do-yun crosses the open ground in a dead sprint. He reaches the base of the right tower and presses his back against cold stone. A guard leans over the railing above him, spellstone glowing faintly at his belt. Do-yun waits until the man turns away, then he climbs. The stone is rough enough to find handholds, and his arms remember years of hauling crates and digging trenches on raid sites. He pulls himself over the railing and the guard spins, mouth opening to shout. Do-yun's fist connects with his jaw before a single sound escapes. The guy crumples. The spellstone pops free from his belt and skitters across the tower floor. Do-yun picks it up. It's a wind blade, C rank, still humming with stored energy. He tucks it into his pocket instead of absorbing it. Better to save his absorption slots for what's coming. From the tower, he can see the whole compound. Min-jae is already crossing the courtyard, low and silent. 2 more guards patrol near the main building. Do-yun drops from the tower and lands behind a stack of supply crates. The guards don't notice. Their attention is on the gate, not on the shadows inside their own walls. Min-jae reaches the main building first. He picks the lock on a side door in under 30 seconds, fingers moving fast and steady. They slip inside. The hallway is narrow and dark, lit only by a single mage light at the far end. Doors line both sides, heavy iron-bound things with small barred windows. Do-yun checks the first one. Empty. The second one holds a man curled in the corner, too thin and too still. He doesn't move when Do-yun whispers through the bars, probably sedated. The third door is the one. He sees the friend slumped against the back wall, wrists bound with suppression cuffs. Two other captives share the cell, both outcasts Do-yun doesn't recognize. The friend looks up and his eyes go wide. He opens his mouth, but Do-yun shakes his head. No sound. Min-jae works the lock while Do-yun watches the hallway. The mechanism clicks and the door swings open. Do-yun moves to the friend and kneels beside him. The suppression cuffs are a standard council issue, designed to block mana flow. They don't block physical strength. Do-yun grips the chain linking the cuffs and pulls. The metal groans. Then it snaps. The friend stares at him like he just grew a second head. Do-yun tells him to stay quiet and follow. They get the other two captives free and start moving back toward the side door. That's when the alarm triggers. A ward Do-yun missed. Some kind of pressure plate embedded in the stone floor near the exit. The moment his boot touches it, the whole building lights up with red mage lights and a siren starts screaming. Min-jae curses. Guards pour into the hallway from both ends, spellstones already flaring. The first one hurls a firebolt straight at Do-yun's chest. His absorption triggers automatically. The fire vanishes into him, consumed and sorted, and filed away in the space behind his ribs. It hurts. The cooldown from his morning training hasn't fully cleared, and this new spell slams into his system like a punch to the sternum. But he doesn't fall. The guard stares at his empty hand in disbelief. Then Do-yun moves. He crosses the distance in 3 strides and drives his shoulder into the guard's chest. The guy goes flying backward into 2 others, all 3 of them crashing into a heap of limbs and armor. Min-jae is already dealing with the guards at the other end. His selective release isn't flashy, just precise. A thin blade of ice materializes from his palm, and he drives it through a guard's shoulder with surgical accuracy. The man screams and goes down. 2 more guards hesitate. That hesitation costs them. Min-jae puts them both on the floor before they can finish casting. Do-yun grabs the fire spell inside his chest and holds it steady. He can feel his channels straining. The absorption cooldown from the firebolt is stacking with the 3 spells he already has stored. He has maybe 1 more absorption before he hits his limit. Bad timing because that's exactly when Park Jin-ho walks through the door. The hunter is bigger than Do-yun expected. 6 feet of scarred muscle in reinforced leather armor, with a face that looks like it was carved from granite and left out in the rain for 30 years. 2 spellstones orbit his shoulders, both glowing with dark purple energy. Necrotic magic. Jin-ho looks at the guards on the floor, and he looks at Do-yun. Then he smiles. He says he's heard about the absorber kid who killed an executioner. Says he's been hoping they'd meet. Do-yun doesn't waste time talking. He tells the friend to take the other captives and run for the gate. The friend hesitates for half a second. Then he grabs the 2 outcasts and bolts. Jin-ho doesn't try to stop them. His eyes stay locked on Do-yun. He says the captives don't matter. Says he's got something much more valuable standing right in front of him. The spellstones orbiting his shoulders flare brighter. Min-jae appears at Do-yun's side, ice still crackling at his fingertips. He asks if Do-yun can handle this. Do-yun says he'll have to, and Jin-ho attacks. Both necrotic stones fire simultaneously, twin bolts of dark energy screaming across the hallway. Do-yun's absorption kicks in. He catches the first bolt clean, pulling it into his chest with a gasp. The spell is cold and wrong, nothing like elemental magic. It feels like swallowing a dead thing. His channels scream. 1 more spell and he'll hit overload. But Min-jae is already moving. He intercepts the second bolt with a wall of ice, shattering both on impact. Fragments of frozen darkness spray across the hallway. Jin-ho laughs. He says the absorber's limit is obvious. Says he can see Do-yun trembling from here. Then he pulls a 3rd spellstone from his belt. This one glows black. Do-yun's chest is full to bursting. Fire and ice and lightning and now necrotic energy all tangled together. The pressure is enormous. His ribs feel like they're going to crack. But he remembers what Min-jae taught him. Sorting isn't just about separation. It's about knowing what you can hold and what you have to release. He makes a choice. The necrotic spell is too dangerous to keep. He can feel it corroding the edges of his channels, eating at the space where his other spells are stored. So he opens one valve. Just one. A thin beam of purple-black energy shoots from his palm and slams into the wall 3 feet to Jinho's left. The stone crumbles where it hits, dissolving into dust in seconds. Jinho's smile flickers. He wasn't expecting that. Selective release. Do-yun takes a step forward. His chest is still screaming, but the pressure has dropped just enough to breathe. Min-jae uses the distraction to close the gap. He slides past Jinho's guard and drives an ice spike toward the hunter's throat. Jinho blocks it with a barrier spell, the ice shattering against purple energy. But the impact knocks him back a step. Then another. Do-yun advances from the other side. He can't absorb any more spells without risking a full discharge. But he doesn't need to. He still has 2 sorted spells stored and ready to release. The fire spell flares in his right hand. The lightning spell crackles in his left. Jinho sees both, and his expression finally changes. He's not smiling anymore. He asks what the hell Do-yun is. Do-yun says he's the guy who's about to burn this compound to the ground. He releases the fire spell first. A tight beam of concentrated flame shoots from his palm and punches through Jinho's barrier like it's made of paper. Jinho twists aside at the last second, the fire grazing his shoulder instead of taking his head off. His armor blackens and smokes. Then Do-yun releases the lightning. This one is less controlled. The bolt jumps from his hand and arcs wildly, slamming into the ceiling and the walls and the floor before it finds Jinho's chest. The hunter convulses as the electricity rips through him. Smoke pours from his armor. He drops to one knee, but he doesn't fall. His hand closes around the black spellstone, still clutched in his fist. He says if he can't capture Do-yun, he'll make sure nobody else can either. Then he slams the stone into the floor. The entire hallway erupts with dark energy. Walls crack. The ceiling sags, and a wave of necrotic force blasts outward in every direction. Min-jae throws up an ice barrier, but it shatters instantly. Do-yun doesn't have time to think. He grabs the corpse spell and pulls. Not selective release this time, full absorption. The black energy floods into him all at once, and it's worse than anything he's ever felt. Cold. Empty. Wrong. His channels burn, and then go numb. His vision whites out for a second. When it clears, he's on his knees and the hallway is silent. Jinho is gone. A trail of blood leads toward a collapsed section of wall at the end of the corridor, fresh and glistening in the mage light. Min-jae pulls Do-yun to his feet and asks if he can walk. Do-yun nods, but his legs barely hold him. They stumble out of the building and into the courtyard. The compound is chaos now. Guards are scattered, some unconscious, and some running for the hills. The friend is waiting near the gate with the 2 rescued outcasts, all of them alive. He sees Do-yun, and his face breaks into something that's almost a smile. Then he sees the blood dripping from Do-yun's nose, and the dark veins spiderwebbing across his forearms, and his expression shifts to fear. Do-yun tells him it looks worse than it is. It doesn't. But they don't have time to argue. Min-jae gets them moving, pushing through the gate and into the dead forest beyond. They walk for 3 hours before anyone speaks. Do-yun's channels are raw, and his chest feels like someone took a hammer to his ribs. The necrotic spell is still sitting inside him, cold and patient. He can't hold it long. Min-jae finds a clearing deep enough in the woods to be safe and tells everyone to stop. He looks at Do-yun and asks how many spells he's holding. Do-yun counts. The necrotic blast, the firebolt from the guard, and fragments of the windblade spell stone he absorbed by accident during the chaos. 3 spells, one of them actively trying to kill him. Min-jae says he needs to release, not selectively. Everything. Do-yun asks about the cooldown. Min-jae says the cooldown doesn't matter if he's dead. Fair point. Do-yun walks 50 feet from the group and kneels in the frozen mud. He can feel the necrotic energy spreading, cold tendrils reaching toward his heart. His suppression breathing is the only thing keeping it contained. He takes one last breath, then he lets go. The release is massive. Fire and wind and darkness explode out of him in a wave that levels a dozen trees and leaves a crater 15 feet across. The sound echoes through the forest like thunder. Birds explode from the canopy for a mile in every direction. Then silence. Do-yun stays on his knees, head bowed, chest empty and raw, and so tired he can barely see straight. But he's alive. His channels are intact. The necrotic spell is gone. 30-minute cooldown starts now. Min-jae walks over and looks at the crater. He says the radius was maybe 12 feet this time, getting smaller, getting better. Do-yun doesn't answer. He's thinking about Jinho's face when the lightning hit, thinking about the blood trail leading into the darkness. The hunter got away. That means he'll report back to the council about everything he saw. About Do-yun's selective release, and Min-jae's ice magic, and the rescued captives who are now safe in the woods. Jinho knows who Do-yun is now, and he'll be back. Do-yun pushes himself to his feet. His legs are shaking, but they hold. He turns to Min-jae and says they need to move. The cooldown window is a death sentence if anyone tracks the blast. Min-jae agrees. Gather the rescued outcasts and start walking again, deeper into the northern wilds where no council hunter has ever dared to follow. The friend walks beside Do-yun. He doesn't need to. Behind them, the compound burns. The compound is 3 hours behind them, and the dead forest stretches on for miles. But Do-yun's group doesn't slow down. Min-jae leads them through frozen creek beds and old game trails, places where the trees grow so thick the moonlight can't reach the ground. The rescued outcasts stumble along in silence, too exhausted and too scared to ask questions. Do-yun's friend walks beside him the whole time, one hand hovering near Do-yun's elbow like he's ready to catch him if he falls. He doesn't fall, but it's close. The necrotic residue is gone, but his channels feel like they've been scoured with steel wool, raw and hot and wrong. His suppression breathing is the only thing keeping him upright, and even that is fraying at the edges. After 6 hours of walking, Min-jae finally calls a halt in a hollow between 3 old oaks. Nobody argues. Do-yun drops to the frozen ground and doesn't move for a long moment, just breathes. Min-jae crouches beside him and asks how bad it is. Do-yun tells him the channels are raw but intact, and the cooldown has passed. He can absorb again if he has to. Min-jae doesn't look reassured. He points at Do-yun's forearms and says the veins are still dark. Not necrotic anymore, not spreading, but the marks are there. Do-yun looks down at the black lines spiderwebbing under his skin, and for a moment, he doesn't know what to say. Min-jae tells him channel scarring is permanent, and every absorption leaves a mark, even the successful ones. He says his own channels look like a roadmap under the right light. Then he stands up and tells the group to rest for 2 hours because they're still too close to the compound, and Jinho's report is already traveling south. Do-yun closes his eyes, but he doesn't sleep. He thinks about Jinho's face when the lightning hit, and the blood trail leading into the darkness, and the black spellstone slamming into the floor. He thinks about what the council will do when they hear a negative magic carrier just walked into one of their black sites and walked out with 4 prisoners. Nothing good. The 2 hours pass too fast. Min-jae gets them moving again before dawn, pushing northeast toward rougher terrain where the council's trackers won't follow easily. By mid-morning, they reach a ridgeline that looks down on a valley Do-yun doesn't recognize. Min-jae stops at the edge and stares at something in the distance. Do-yun follows his gaze. There's a village down there, maybe 30 buildings clustered around a central square, with a wooden palisade that looks new. Smoke rises from a dozen chimneys. Min-jae says the village is called Samsu, and it's neutral ground, one of the few places in the northern territories where the council doesn't have eyes. He says they can rest there for a day, maybe 2, but no longer. Do-yun asks why. Min-jae tells him neutral ground means the council respects it, but that doesn't mean they won't send someone quiet to ask questions. The group descends into the valley and reaches the gate by noon. The guard at the entrance is a woman with a scarred face and a long knife on her hip, who looks at Do-yun's dark-veined arms and doesn't ask. She just waves them through. Inside, the village is quiet and tense in the way that only northern settlements are. People watch them pass from windows and doorways, but nobody approaches. Min-jae finds an inn near the square and pays for 2 rooms with coin. Do-yun didn't know he was carrying. The rescued outcasts collapse onto beds and are asleep within minutes. Do-yun's friend sits down against a wall and closes his eyes. But Do-yun can tell he's not sleeping either. He's watching the door. Do-yun stands at the window and stares out at the square, his mind still running through everything that happened at the compound. Min-jae joins him after a while and says there's something he needs to tell him. His voice is different now, quieter and heavier. He says the council isn't going to let the compound raid go unanswered, and Jinho's report is going to light a fire under them. That's not the real problem. The real problem is that Do-yun just proved something the council has suspected for years. He proved that negative magic can be controlled. Do-yun turns and asks what that means. Min-jae says selective release was a rumor until tonight. A ghost story the council's research division chased, but never confirmed. Now Jinho has seen it with his own eyes, and his report is going to change everything. The council won't just hunt Do-yun anymore. They'll hunt every negative they can find, and they won't stop until they understand how the control works. Do-yun feels something cold settle in his chest. He asks if Unha is safe. Min-jae says the village is hidden behind an illusion barrier, and An Jae-won's protections are strong. But nothing is perfect. If the council sends enough mages with enough detection spells, they'll find it eventually. Do-yun says they need to warn them. Min-jae agrees. He pulls out a small spell stone a communication stone keyed to a matching one in Unha, and speaks a short message into it. The stone glows once and goes dark. Min-jae says Soo-jin will get the warning by nightfall, and she'll double the patrols and strengthen the barrier. It's the best they can do for now. Do-yun wants to argue, but he knows Min-jae is right. They can't travel while the outcasts are still recovering, and Do-yun's channels need time to heal. Pushing now would just get them caught. So he waits. The first day in Samsu passes without incident. Do-yun eats, drinks water, and forces himself to rest even though every nerve in his body is screaming to move. By the second morning, the dark veins on his arms have faded to faint gray lines, and his channels feel less like broken glass. His friend finally sleeps for more than an hour at a time. The outcasts are still weak, but they can walk now, and they're not flinching at every sound. Min-jae spends the day gathering information, talking to traders and travelers in the inn's common room. When he comes back in the evening, his face is grim. He says there's already a bounty on Do-yun's head. Not a public one. Not yet. But the kind that travels through quiet channels and reaches the right ears. 50,000 credits for information leading to capture. 100,000 for delivery. Do-yun asks who posted it. Min-jae says it came through the Awakened Council's northern office, signed by a director named Kang Sung-ho. Do-yun doesn't recognize the name. Min-jae does. He says Kang Sung-ho is the head of the council's research division, and the man who ran the experiments An Jae-won walked away from. He's also the brother of Kang Tae-sung, the executioner Do-yun killed in the field outside the academy. Do-yun goes very still. Min-jae says this isn't just about negative magic anymore, and it isn't just about the compound raid. This is personal now. Sung-ho wants Do-yun dead or in a cell, and he doesn't care which. Do-yun asks what they do. Min-jae says they have two options: run and keep running, or go straight to the source and force the council to acknowledge them publicly. He says there's a way to do the second one. Every 6 months, the council holds an open session in the capital where petitioners can present grievances and request hearings. It's a relic of the old government, a formality the council keeps around to look legitimate. But it's binding. If Do-yun walks into that session and demands a trial by demonstration, the council has to grant it. They can't arrest him in front of a public audience without breaking their own laws. Do-yun asks what a trial by demonstration is. Min-jae says it's an old tradition from the early days of the awakening, a way for unregistered awakeners to prove their power and earn official recognition. The council tests the petitioner's abilities in front of witnesses, and if they pass, they're granted protected status. No bounties, no black sites, no quiet disappearances. The catch is that the tests are designed to be nearly impossible, and the council's examiners don't play fair. Most petitioners walk out with nothing. Some don't walk out at all. Do-yun thinks about it for a long moment. Then he says he'll do it. Min-jae asks if he's sure. Do-yun says the council already knows who he is and what he can do, and running will only delay the inevitable. If he forces them to acknowledge him publicly, he buys time for Unha and the network, and every other negative who's still hiding. Min-jae looks at him for a long moment, and then nods. He says the next open session is in 3 weeks, and the capital is 10 days south. They'll need to move fast, and they'll need to travel light. The outcasts can't come with them, but Min-jae knows a safe house 2 days east where they can stay until things settle. Do-yun's friend overhears the conversation and immediately says he's coming too. Do-yun tells him it's too dangerous. The friend says he didn't ask. And that's that. They leave Samsu the next morning at first light. Just Do-yun and Min-jae and the friend, moving south along back roads and abandoned trade routes. The rescued outcasts head east with a map and a contact name, and a promise to stay hidden until Do-yun sends for them. The first 3 days of travel are uneventful. They cross frozen rivers and skirt around council-patrolled towns, eating cold rations and sleeping in caves and old ruins. Min-jae drills Do-yun on suppression breathing the whole way, forcing him to hold it for longer and longer stretches until his mana signature is almost invisible. By the 4th day, they're out of the northern territories and into the central plains, where the council's presence is heavier. They move at night now, keeping to the shadows. On the 6th day, they reach the outskirts of the capital. It's bigger than Do-yun expected, a sprawling city of stone towers and iron gates and walls that glow faintly with defensive magic. The council's headquarters sits at the center like a black crown, visible from miles away. Min-jae stops at the edge of the city and turns to Do-yun. He says once they walk through those gates, there's no going back, and the council will know he's here the moment he stops suppressing his signature. Do-yun takes one last breath, steadies his channels, and lets his mana signature flare. Then he walks through the gate, The reaction is immediate. Two guards in council uniforms spot him within 30 seconds, and one of them raises a communication stone to his lips. By the time Do-yun reaches the central square, a full escort is waiting for him. 6 mages in gray robes, a 7th in black, all of them with spell stones orbiting their shoulders and hands, already glowing with prepared magic. The one in black steps forward and identifies himself as Director Kang Sung-ho. He looks nothing like his brother. Where Tae-sung was cold and precise, Sung-ho is all sharp edges and barely contained fury. He says he's been expecting Do-yun and asks if he's here to surrender. Do-yun says he's here to petition for a trial by demonstration. Sung-ho's expression flickers. He didn't expect that. He asks if Do-yun really thinks the council will grant him protected status after everything he's done. Do-yun says the law is the law, and the council has to honor it. Sung-ho stares at him for a long moment, and then smiles. He says the council will grant the trial, and he'll personally oversee the testing. Then he turns and walks toward the headquarters, his escort falling into formation around him. Do-yun follows. The council chamber is a vast circular room with seats rising in tiers and a central arena where petitioners are tested. It's empty now, except for a handful of officials and scribes who have gathered to witness the proceeding. Sung-ho takes his place at the head of the arena and gestures for Do-yun to step into the center. He says the trial by demonstration consists of 3 tests, and the petitioner must pass all 3 to earn protected status. Fail one, and the petition is denied. Try to escape and the petitioner is classified as a rogue element and subject to immediate neutralization. Do-yun asks what the tests are. Sung-ho says the first test is endurance. A council mage will cast spells at Do-yun in increasing intensity, and he must withstand them without fleeing or falling. If he's still standing after 1 minute, he passes. Do-yun looks at the 6 mages lining the arena walls. 5 of them have spell stones glowing at their shoulders. The 6th has 7 stones and a face like carved stone. Do-yun takes his position in the center. His friend is in the observation seats, gripping the railing so hard his knuckles are white. Min-jae stands beside him, arms crossed, face unreadable. Sung-ho raises his hand. The first mage steps forward and casts a firebolt. Do-yun absorbs it without moving. The second mage casts a wind blade. Absorb. The third casts a stone spike, the 4th a lightning arc, the 5th a wave of ice shards. Do-yun absorbs all of them, one after another, his channels straining but holding. The 6th mage doesn't cast a single spell. He casts 3 at once, fire and lightning, and something dark that Do-yun recognizes as necrotic energy. The same cold wrongness Jin-ho used at the compound. The spells hit him simultaneously, and for a moment, his vision whites out, and his chest feels like it's going to crack open. But he holds. He forces the energy down into his core and stabilizes it with his suppression breathing. And when the minute ends, he's still standing. Sung-ho's smile wavers. He calls the second test. Control. Do-yun must release a single absorb spell at a target without destroying anything else in the arena. The target is a practice dummy 50 feet away. Do-yun reaches into the chaos of stored energy in his chest and finds the firebolt, the first spell he absorbed in the test. He isolates it the way Min-jae taught him, sorting it from the wind and the stone and the necrotic dark. Then he releases. The firebolt shoots from his hand and hits the dummy dead center. Nothing else in the arena is touched. Sung-ho's face goes very still. He calls the third test. Combat. Do-yun must face a council examiner in direct combat and defend himself using only his absorption ability. He cannot attack. He can only absorb and release. The examiner is the 6th mage with the 7 spell stones. He steps into the arena and cracks his neck, and his hands are already glowing with dark purple energy. Do-yun recognizes him now. His name is Choi Myung-soo, one of the council's top enforcers, a man who has killed more rogue awakeners than anyone in the Northern Territories. Myung-soo doesn't wait for a signal. He casts a barrage of spells so fast, Do-yun can barely track them. Necrotic bolts and fire lances, and something that looks like pure compressed shadow. All of them aimed at his head and chest and legs. Do-yun absorbs the first wave, and the second, and the third, his channels screaming with the strain. His suppression breathing is the only thing keeping the stored energy from detonating inside him. Myung-soo doesn't stop. He keeps casting, faster and harder, filling the air with spells until the arena is a storm of light and darkness. Do-yun can feel the pressure building in his chest, the now familiar sensation of too much energy packed too tight. He needs to release, but he can't attack. He can only absorb. So he does something he's never tried before. He releases the stored energy upward. The blast tears through the ceiling of the chamber and explodes into the sky. A column of fire and lightning and necrotic shadow that lights up the whole capital. The mages in the arena throw up barriers, and the observers dive for cover, and Sung-ho stares at the hole in his ceiling with something between rage and disbelief. Myung-soo stops casting. The arena is silent. Do-yun is still standing. His channels are raw, and his hands are shaking, and there's blood dripping from his nose. But he's standing. Sung-ho stares at him for a long moment, and he speaks. He says the trial is over, and Do-yun has passed all 3 tests. By law, the council must grant him protected status, but his voice is ice. He says the council will honor its obligation, and Do-yun will receive his certification within the hour. Then he turns and walks out of the chamber without another word. Myung-soo watches Do-yun for a moment longer, and then follows. The other mages file out behind them. Do-yun stays in the center of the arena until Min-jae and his friend reach. Min-jae grabs his arm to study him and asks if he's okay. Do-yun says he's fine. He's not fine, but he's alive, and he's got protected status. And for the first time since the compound, he has leverage. An hour later, a clerk delivers a sealed document to the inn where they're staying. It's Do-yun's certification, signed by the full council and stamped with the seal of the awakened authority. He's officially recognized. He can't be hunted or arrested or disappeared without the council breaking its own laws. Min-jae says this changes everything. The council will still try to find ways around it, still try to undermine him, but they can't touch him openly anymore. Do-yun folds the document and tucks it inside his coat. He says it's a start. But he knows Sung-ho's rage didn't disappear when he walked out of that chamber. It just went underground. And somewhere out there, Jin-ho is still alive and still reporting back to his masters. The war isn't over. It's just moved to a different battlefield. The dust is still settling from the ceiling blast when Sung-ho calls the second test. Control. Our boy has to release a single absorb spell at a target without destroying anything else in the arena. Do-yun reaches into the chaos of stored energy in his chest and finds the firebolt, the first spell he absorbed in the test. Then he releases. Combat. He cannot attack. Do-yun recognizes him now. His name is Choi Myung-soo, one of the council's top enforcers, a man who has killed more rogue awakeners than anyone in the Northern Territories. Necrotic bolts and fire lances, and something that looks like pure compressed shadow. All of them aimed at his head and chest and legs. Do-yun absorbs the first wave, and the second, and the third. His channels scream with the strain. Myung-soo doesn't stop. Do-yun can feel the pressure building in his chest. The now familiar sensation of too much energy packed too tight. He needs to release, but he can't attack. He can only absorb. The blast tears through the ceiling of the chamber and explodes into the sky. A column of fire and lightning and necrotic shadow that lights up the whole capital. The mages in the arena throw up barriers. The observers dive for cover. Sung-ho stares at the hole in his ceiling with something between rage and disbelief. Myung-soo stops casting. The arena is silent, but he's standing. Then he speaks. Our boy says he's fine. He's not fine, but he's alive, and he's got protected status. For the first time since the compound, he has leverage. He's officially recognized. The council will still try to find ways around it, still try to undermine him, but they can't touch him openly anymore. It just went underground. The war isn't over. They stay in the capital for 2 more days. Do-yun's channels need time to recover from Myung-soo's barrage. Min-jae spends those days gathering information from the network's contacts. Old allies, who still pass whispers through the shadows. What he learns isn't good. The council has been mobilizing its enforcers. Not for a raid, for a siege. A massive monster army is moving toward Haven, the city where the Unseen Network has its largest safe house, where dozens of outcasts are hiding, where Ji-hoo has been running supplies for months. Min-jae lays out the reports on the inn's table. Scout sightings of beasts massing in the eastern deadlands, drawn by something pulling them toward Haven like a beacon. Do-yun doesn't need to ask what. The council knows about the network. They know about the safe house, and they're using the monsters to do their dirty work. A natural disaster. Tragic. Nothing to do with them. Our boy is already standing and grabbing his coat. Min-jae says they'll never make it in time if they travel on foot, but Do-yun isn't listening. He's already out the door. Min-jae and his friend follow. They find a courier with a fast mount and pay triple for speed. The ride east takes 3 days instead of 5. They push through the dead forests and the frozen mud and the old battlefields. The landscape blurs past them. Do-yun doesn't sleep, doesn't eat. He just stares ahead and thinks about the people in Haven, the outcasts who trusted him. The ones who joined the network because he promised they wouldn't have to hide alone anymore. On the third morning, they crest a ridge and see Haven in the valley below. The city is already preparing. Walls are being reinforced with spell-forged barriers. Civilians are being moved to underground shelters. The network's fighters are stationed along the eastern approach, where the monster army will hit first. Do-yun rides straight to the command post. Ji-hoo is there, looking exhausted but still standing. He sees Do-yun, and his face goes through about 5 emotions at once. Relief, fear, anger, exhaustion, and then something like hope. He says the first wave hit an hour ago, ghouls and lesser beasts, scout attacks. The real army is still gathering in the Deadlands. Their scouts estimate at least 500 monsters, maybe more. At the center of it all is something massive, something with a mana signature so strong it distorts the air around it, an SS rank beast. Do-yun asks how long they have. Ji-hoo says, maybe 6 hours, maybe less. The network has 40 fighters total. Most of them are outcasts who have never fought anything bigger than a C-rank beast. 10 of them are trained. The 5 Do-yun taught in Unha. 5 more Min-jae brought in from the northern territories. Our boy looks at the eastern horizon. The sky is already darkening with the dust of the gathering horde. He tells Ji-hoo to get every fighter ready. Then he walks to the eastern wall to see what they're dealing with. The Deadlands stretch out before him, gray and lifeless, and cracking with old magic. And in the distance, a tide of dark shapes is slowly resolving into individual forms. Hundreds of them. Ghouls and trolls and things with too many legs. Stretching back so far, he can't see where the horde ends. At the center, a shape rises above the others, twice as tall as a troll. Its body is covered in what looks like living shadow. Its eyes burn with white fire, and it's looking straight at Haven, straight at him. Min-jae steps up beside our boy and takes a long breath. He says that beast is the one Sung-ho's people baited here. A Lich-class devourer, SS rank. It doesn't just destroy things, it consumes spells, feeds on them, grows stronger with every piece of magic it absorbs. The council didn't just send an army, they sent a hard counter to Do-yun's power. Our boy doesn't flinch. He says good. Then it'll come straight for him, and that gives everyone else a chance. They have 6 hours to turn Haven into a trap. The network moves fast. Ji-hoo has been stockpiling spellstones for months, low-grade ones mostly. Fire and earth and wind. But there are boxes of them, dozens and dozens. Do-yun has every fighter carry a pouch of stones to the eastern wall. They position them along the approach like landmines, spellstones rigged to detonate on pressure. Not strong enough to kill a troll, but enough to slow them down, break their formation, create choke points. Min-jae takes the 5 trained fighters from Unha and stations them on the wall. Their job is to cast suppression fields over the approach, weaken the beasts before they hit the barricades. The other outcasts are armed with physical weapons, swords and spears and crossbows. It won't be enough, but it'll buy time. Do-yun walks the line one more time. He checks every position, every trap, every fighter. Then he stands at the center of the wall and waits. The sun drops below the horizon, and the monsters start moving. The first wave hits exactly where Ji-hoo predicted. Ghouls. Hundreds of them. Fast and mindless and driven by hunger alone, they pour toward the eastern wall in a chittering black tide. The first line of spellstone traps detonates on contact. Explosions of fire and ice and razor wind rip through the ghouls. Dozens of them go down. But the rest keep coming. They run right over the bodies of the fallen. The second line of traps fire. Then the third. By the time the ghouls reach the wall, half their number are dead. But half of hundreds is still too many. The fighters on the wall open fire. Spells and arrows and bolts rain down into the horde. Min-jae's suppression fields hit the ghouls like a physical wall, slowing them, weakening them. Our boy watches from the center of the wall, waiting. The ghouls aren't the real threat. They're the opening act. Behind them, the trolls are moving, 8 feet tall and gray-skinned and crackling with elemental magic. A dozen of them, each one a B-rank threat on its own. They wade through the ghouls like they're not even there. One of them raises a hand, and lightning arcs toward the wall. The barrier absorbs it, but it flickers. Another troll hits the barrier with a blast of fire. Then a third hammers it with something that looks like pure kinetic force. The barrier is holding, but it won't last. Not against a dozen trolls. Do-yun jumps. He launches off the wall and lands in the middle of the ghouls. The impact alone sends a shockwave through the nearest monsters. They turn toward him. He doesn't give them time. He moves through the ghouls like a blade. Every spell they cast at him gets absorbed. Every fireball and ice shard and necrotic bolt vanishes into his chest. The pressure builds. His channels strain. But he keeps moving, keeps absorbing. The trolls notice him now. The biggest one turns and raises both hands. Lightning and fire spiral together into a single massive blast aimed straight at our boy. He doesn't dodge. He opens his arms and takes it. The energy hits him like a collapsing building. His vision whites out. His knees almost buckle. But he holds. He forces it down and packs it tight, and then he releases. The blast tears through the troll line. 3 of them go down instantly, their bodies shredded by the combined force of their own magic. The others stagger back. But the Devourer is watching now. Those burning white eyes are fixed on Do-yun, and it starts moving. It doesn't run. It just glides forward on a tide of shadow. The ground beneath it withers. Spells flicker and die as it passes. The ghouls pull back. Even the trolls retreat. The Devourer is coming. And it wants exactly what Do-yun has. All the stored spells in his chest. All the magic he's absorbed. It wants to consume him. Our boy plants his feet and waits. The Devourer stops 50 feet away. It raises a hand, and the shadow around it explodes outward in a wave of absolute darkness. Not a spell, not exactly. It's something older, a hunger given form. Do-yun tries to absorb it, and for the first time, his power hesitates. The darkness isn't a spell. It's an absence. A void that unmakes magic itself. It hits him, and he feels the stored spells in his chest start to unravel. The firebolt, the wind blade, the necrotic energy, all of it being pulled out of him. Not absorbed, erased. The Devourer is feeding on him. Min-jae screams from the wall, telling him to release everything now. But Do-yun doesn't, because if he releases now, with the darkness wrapped around him, the blast will just get consumed too. He needs something else, something the Devourer can't eat. And that's when he remembers the one thing Seo-jun taught him that had nothing to do with magic. The one thing the Devourer can't consume. Physical force. Do-yun drops his absorption, stops trying to hold the spells. He lets the darkness pull at them. And while the Devourer is busy feeding, he moves. He closes the 50 feet in 2 seconds. He doesn't cast anything. Doesn't channel any magic. He just swings his fist. And puts every ounce of strength his body has into the Devourer's skull. The impact cracks bone. The Devourer staggers. Its concentration breaks. The darkness flickers. And Do-yun grabs the moment. He reaches back into his chest and finds the one spell the darkness hasn't fully consumed yet. The lightning bolt from the troll. He isolates it, compresses it. Then he jams his hand against the Devourer's cracked skull and releases point blank. The lightning tears through the beast's head, not as magic, as raw physics. Electricity doesn't care if you can eat spells. The Devourer screams. Its body convulses. Shadow around it dissolves. It collapses onto the dead ground and doesn't get up. The horde goes silent. Even the trolls stop moving. The ghouls stare at the dead Devourer with something that looks almost like confusion. Then they break. The trolls are the first to run. Then the ghouls follow. The entire monster army scatters back into the Deadlands, leaving their dead behind. Haven is still standing. Our boy is still on his feet, but his channels are wrecked. The darkness didn't just try to consume his spells, it tried to consume him, and parts of it succeeded. His arms are covered in dark veins again, thicker than before. They pulse with something that isn't magic and isn't physical. Something in between. Min-jae reaches him first, grabs Do-yun's arm and checks the veins. Then he curses. He says the Devourer didn't just feed on the spells. It left something behind. A seed of its own hunger. Do-yun asks what that means. Min-jae's face is grim. He says it means the next time Do-yun absorbs a spell, that hunger is going to wake up. And it's going to want to feed on him from the inside. Min-jae says they need a healer. Not just a field medic with bandages and mana salve. Someone who can actually look at what the Devourer left inside him. Our boy can barely stand. The dark veins on his arms have faded to faint gray lines, but they're still there. And every time he breathes too deep, something in his chest twitches, like a second heartbeat. Min-jae knows a name. A woman who works out of a way station 3 days east. Han Rei-hyun. They say she can heal damage that regular magic can't touch. The kind of damage that comes from absorbing something you shouldn't. Do-yun asks if she's one of them. Min-jae shakes his head. Not a negative. But she's been treating negatives in secret for 6 years. The council doesn't know she exists. If they did, she'd be dead or in a black site. Our boy doesn't hesitate. He tells Min-jae to take him there. The friend stays behind at Haven to help with repairs. Min-jae leads the way through dead forest and frozen creek beds. Do-yun moves slower than usual. Not because he's weak, because every step sends a jolt through the veins on his arms. They pulse once, then go still, then pulse again. It takes 3 days to reach the way station. It's not a village, not even a camp. Just a single stone building built into the side of a ridge. Half-collapsed chimney. Wooden door reinforced with spell-forged iron. A small garden out front with herbs that glow faint blue in the dark. Min-jae knocks 3 times. A woman opens the door. Han Rae-hyun looks nothing like a battlefield medic. She's young, maybe late 20s. Short dark hair pulled back with a cloth band. Sharp eyes that scan Do-yun from head to toe in under a second. She looks at the veins on his arms, then at Min-jae, then back at Do-yun. She asks what he absorbed. Min-jae says a devourer tried to eat him from the inside. She doesn't flinch, just steps aside and tells them to come in. The inside of the way station is cramped but clean. Shelves line every wall. Jars of dried herbs, vials of glowing liquid. Spellstones sorted by affinity. A narrow cot in the corner with a fresh sheet. She tells Do-yun to sit. He does. He pulls up a stool and takes his left arm. Turns it over. Presses 2 fingers against the gray lines. They pulse under her touch. She asks how long ago. 6 hours, Do-yun says. She nods. Then she does something our boy doesn't expect. She channels a tiny thread of mana into his arm. Not a spell, just raw magic. The gray veins go dark again. Do-yun rips his arm back, but she grabs his wrist before he can pull away. She tells him to hold still. The darkness spreads. Up his forearm. Toward his elbow. He feels it like cold water moving through his veins. Then she reverses the flow. The mana pulls back, and the darkness retreats with it. The veins fade back to gray. Do-yun stares at his arm, then at her. He asks what she just did. She says she pulled the hunger out. Not all of it, just enough to stop it from spreading. Then she asks the real question. She wants to know how many spells he's holding. Do-yun says none. He released everything at Haven. She doesn't believe him. She presses her palm flat against his chest, closes her eyes, and goes still. For a full minute, nothing happens. Then she opens her eyes, and she's looking at him like he's something she's never seen before. She says his channels are covered in scar tissue. Dozens of absorption marks. Some old, some fresh. But what's underneath them is what caught her attention. She felt the fireball he compressed and stabilized 3 weeks ago. The one he used against the trolls at Hwachon. The one that's been sitting in his chest ever since. Not a spell anymore. A scar. Do-yun asks if that's a problem. She says it's not a problem. It's proof. Proof that his body can adapt to absorption. Most negatives burn out because their channels can't handle the strain, but his channels aren't breaking. They're hardening. Every absorption leaves a scar. Every scar makes the channel stronger. It's not a flaw. It's an evolution. Min-jae steps closer. He asks if she's sure. She says she's been treating negatives for 6 years. She's seen channels that looked like shattered glass. Channels that leaked mana into the bloodstream. Channels so burned out the patient couldn't even feel magic anymore. But she's never seen channels like Do-yun's. They're not damaged. They're armored. Our boy sits with that for a moment, and he asks the question he's been holding since she touched his chest. He wants to know if she can heal him. She says she can, but not the way he's thinking. She can't remove the seed the devourer left. That's not damage. It's an adaptation. If she removes it, his body will just grow a new one next time he absorbs something dark. But she can train his channels to process it faster. Speed up the healing cycle. Turn weeks of recovery into hours. Do-yun asks what the catch is. She doesn't answer right away. She stands, walks to a shelf, pulls down a small jar filled with gray powder. Then she turns back and says there is no catch. But there is a price. She wants to join his network. Do-yun blinks. He asks how she knows about the network. She says word travels fast among people who don't exist. A negative who passed a trial by demonstration. A negative who killed a devourer with his bare hands. A negative who's building something out east. She's been waiting for someone like him for years. Someone who could actually change things. Do-yun asks why she doesn't just join a regular resistance cell. She laughs. Not a happy laugh. She says the resistance wants to overthrow the council. They want to change who holds power. They don't want to change how power works. But Do-yun's network isn't about power. It's about survival. It's about giving negatives a place to exist without hiding. That's what she wants to be part of. Min-jae watches the exchange without saying a word. Our boy thinks for a long moment. Then he nods. He tells her she's in. But he has one condition. He wants her to train others, not just heal them, teach them how to heal each other. So the network doesn't depend on one person. She agrees. Then she opens the jar of gray powder, mixes it with water from a clay cup, stirs until it turns into a thick silver paste. She tells Do-yun this is going to hurt. He asks how much. She says worse than the devourer. Then she smears the paste across both his arms. The pain hits instantly. Not the burning kind, the cold kind. Like someone poured liquid nitrogen into his veins. The gray lines on his arms turn white, then black. Then they start moving. Not pulsing, moving, slithering under his skin toward his shoulders. Do-yun grits his teeth. Min-jae grabs his shoulders to hold him still. Rei-hyun keeps working. She traces a pattern across his chest with her fingers. A circle. Then a line through the center. Then 3 smaller circles around the edge. Paste follows her fingers like it has a mind of its own. It sinks into his skin. The cold spreads through his chest, down his spine, into his legs. For 3 minutes, our boy doesn't breathe. His body is frozen. His channels are on fire, and the hunger that the devourer planted inside him is screaming. Then it stops. The cold vanishes. The veins fade to nothing. Not gray, not dark. On. Do-yun gasps. Air floods back into his lungs. He looks at his arms. Clean. No marks, no pulsing, just smooth skin. He asks if it's gone. Rei-hyun shakes her head. She says it's not gone. It's dormant. The seed is still there, buried deep, but it won't wake up unless he absorbs something catastrophic again. She gives him a small pouch of the gray powder, tells him to mix it with water and apply it every 3 days. It won't stop the hunger permanently, but it will keep it quiet. Do-yun takes the pouch. Then he asks the question he's been avoiding since she touched his chest. He asks if her healing can undo damage from an absorbed spell, not channel damage. Deeper than that, the kind of damage that kills someone. She asks who. He says his sister, Yeon-woo. She died shielding him from a release. The blast was his. The spell was his. The death was his fault. Rei-hyun is quiet for a long moment. Then she says no. Her healing works on the living. It can't bring back the dead, and it can't undo the past. Do-yun nods. He expected that, but hearing it still lands like a punch. He stands. His legs are steady now. His arms are clean. His chest doesn't twitch when he breathes. He thanks her. She tells him she'll pack her things and head east within the week. He gives her directions to Eunha, tells her to ask for Im Soo-jin. She'll know what to do. Then he turns to Min-jae. He says they need to move. The council knows where Haven is. They know the network exists. They won't stop after one failed siege. Min-jae asks what he's planning. Do-yun says the same thing he's been planning since he woke up in that classroom. He's going to find out who sent the monster wave to Hwachon. Not just the council. Not just some faceless research division. The specific person who gave the order. The specific person who wanted his sister dead. And when he finds them, he's going to do what he does best. He's going to absorb every spell they throw at him. And then he's going to release it all. Right back where it came from. Min-jae doesn't argue. He just nods. Rei-hyun watches them both from the doorway. She says she'll see them in Eunha. Then she adds one more thing. She says the seed the devourer left isn't just hunger. It's a tracker. The devourer was connected to something bigger, something that sent it to Haven for a reason. And now that something knows Do-yun survived the feeding. It knows where he is. It knows what he's building. And it's not going to stop until it finishes what the devourer started. Our boy doesn't flinch. He just looks at his clean arms, then at the gray sky outside. And he says, "Let it come." Then he walks out the door, back into the dead forest, back toward whatever the council throws at him next. Only now he's got a healer in his network. His channels are hardening with every fight. And somewhere out there, the person who killed his sister is still breathing. Not for long. Do-yun pushes himself up from the bed. His arms feel like they belong to someone else. Clean and steady for the first time in weeks. Rei-hyun watches him with tired eyes. She already knows what he's thinking, that he won't rest, that he's about to walk out that door and chase the next fight. Min-jae shoulders his pack and heads toward the exit. Do-yun follows him into the cold night. The wind carries the smell of frost and dead grass, and then the sky above the clearing splits open. Not a tear in the clouds, a crack in the world. A column of white light punches down straight in front of them. The ground shakes. Raehyun stumbles back into the doorframe. Min-jae drops into a fighting stance. Our boy just stares. Because the thing that steps out of that light isn't human. The herald stands 7 feet tall. His skin looks like polished bone. 3 eyes burn in his face, all of them gold. He doesn't carry a weapon. He doesn't need one. The air around him sings with pressure. His voice sounds like a bell underwater. It comes from everywhere at once. He says the God King sends his regards. Min-jae's hands are already lit with stored spells. But the herald doesn't even look at him, only at Do-yun. Our boy stands his ground. He asks what the crown wants now. The herald smiles without moving his mouth. He says the God King has a proposal, a once-in-an-epoch kind of deal. He says the God King has watched every step Do-yun has taken, the awakening, the battles, the network. He knows about the seed the devourer left. He knows about the hunger sleeping inside him. And he knows what Do-yun wants most in the world. Herald spreads his hands. He offers to bring Kang Yeon-woo back. No tricks, no strings. Just one simple condition. Serve. The word lands like a slap. Min-jae snarls. He tells the bone freak to get lost. But Do-yun doesn't answer right away. His jaw tightens. His fists clench. He thinks about his sister. The girl who punched him when he finally showed up at Hwachon. Who yelled at him and then hugged him so tight he couldn't breathe. Who threw herself in front of a blast that should have killed him. And he remembers every night he spent replaying that moment. Every time he woke up screaming her name. The herald waits. He says the God King can give him that. A world where Yeon-woo never died. Where she's still out there, breathing and laughing, and hitting him when he's an idiot. All he has to do is kneel. Our boy lifts his head. His eyes are cold. He says no. The herald tilts his head. He says that's a shame. He says the God King was hoping for a different answer, but he didn't come all this way to leave empty-handed. The herald raises one hand. Gold light gathers in his palm. It forms into a spear made of pure radiance. The spell crackles with divine energy. The pressure in the clearing triples. Raehyun presses herself flat against the wall. Min-jae shouts for Do-yun to move. But our boy doesn't run. He steps forward instead. The spear launches. And then it hits him, right in the chest. The light doesn't burn through him. It doesn't explode. It sinks. His absorption triggers. The spell pours into his channels like liquid sunlight. It feels nothing like the corrupted magic he's used to. It's clean. It's vast. It's the first time he's ever tasted the power of the God King directly, and it almost buckles his knees. His veins flash gold for half a second. His heart stutters. He grits his teeth and drags the entire spell down into the vault inside him. Stable. Controlled. Not even a tremor in his arms. The herald watches with those 3 burning eyes. He doesn't look surprised. He looks satisfied, like this is exactly what he came to see. He says the God King has confirmed it now. The absorption works on his authority. It always did. That's why Do-yun was chosen. Not because he was strong, not because he was clever, because his power is the one key the God King has been searching for. The herald says the God King will come for that key. Not next month, not next year, soon. And when he arrives, Do-yun will kneel, willing or not. Min-jae fires a volley of wind blades at the herald. They pass through empty air. The column of light collapses. The crack in the sky seals shut. And just like that, the herald is gone. Clearing is silent again. The frost crunches under Do-yun's boots. Raehyun pushes herself off the wall. Her hands are shaking. Min-jae curses under his breath. He asks if our boy knew. If he knew the God King was the one who sent him back. Do-yun stares at the spot where the herald vanished. His mind is racing. He thinks about the moment Asmodeus killed him. The time freeze. The voice that offered him a second chance. The bargain he made without asking who was on the other end. He never thought about it. He was too busy surviving, too busy fighting, too busy burying his sister. But now the pieces click together. The God King plucked him out of that battlefield 16 years ago. Not to save him, not to be a hero, to be a weapon. Tool with a built-in key to his own authority. Someone who could absorb his spells and break past every limit. And the worst part is that it worked. Every spell he's ever absorbed has made him stronger. Every fight has hardened his channels. Every loss has pushed him closer to the edge. He's the perfect vessel. He let out a slow breath that fogs in the cold. He tells Min-jae that now he knows. He knows who pulled the strings. He knows why the God King sent him back. And he knows what that thing wants from him. Raehyun steps closer. She asks what he's going to do. Our hero turns to face her. His eyes are steady. He says the same thing he's been doing since day one. He's going to stop him. Not because he's brave, not because he's righteous, because the God King made a mistake. He gave Do-yun 16 years. 16 years to learn how to absorb, how to release, how to control the one power that can tear his plans apart. And he gave him a reason. He killed Yeon-woo. Maybe not directly, maybe not with his own hand, but he set everything in motion. The monster wave, the trap, the blast. And now he's going to pay for it. Min-jae shakes his head. He says fighting a god is suicide. Our boy just laughs. Not a happy laugh, a cold one. He says he's already died once. Didn't stick. The God King should be worried, not him. Rae-hyun presses the pouch of gray powder into his hand. She tells him to at least stay alive long enough to use it. He takes it. He thanks her. Then he turns and walks toward the tree line. Min-jae falls in beside him. They vanish into the frozen forest. Behind them, the way station fades into the dark, and somewhere up in the white crack of a sky that watches everything, the God King smiles. The frozen trees blur past. 3 hours of hard silence. Min-jae breaks it first. He says the herald came out of nowhere and vanished just as fast. Tracking something that doesn't leave footprints is going to be a nightmare. Our boy doesn't slow down. He says the herald left a mark, not on the ground, in his chest. That spear of radiance is still sitting in his vault like a hot coal. He can feel it pulsing. It wants to go home. Min-jae glances at him. He asks if Do-yun can follow it. Do-yun closes his eyes for a second. The sensation is faint. A tug. North and east. He says he can. Not precise, but enough. Min-jae grunts. He says that's better than nothing. Then he picks up the pace. They travel for 2 days. Frozen mud gives way to black rock. The trees thin out. The sky stays gray and low. Every few hours, Do-yun stops and feels for the pulse. The tug grows stronger. Whatever the herald is anchored to, they're getting closer. On the third morning, they reach a ridge. Below them stretches a valley of bare stone. In the center of it sits a temple. Not a ruin. A living structure of white marble veined with gold. It shouldn't exist this far north. Nothing else around it for miles. Just that single building, gleaming like a tooth. Min-jae crouches behind a boulder. He says that's not council architecture. That's not even human architecture. He's been all over the northern territories, and he's never seen anything like it. Do-yun stares at the temple. The pulse in his chest is hammering now. He says the herald is inside. Our boy nods. He says the spear knows where its master is. They wait until nightfall. The temple glows faintly in the dark. No torches. No visible guards. Just that soft white light leaking through the seams of the stone. Min-jae erases his mana signature. Do-yun uses the suppression breathing Seo-jun taught him. They move down the slope together. Silent. Fast. 2 shadows sliding across dead ground. The temple doors are open. Wide open. That's the first thing that feels wrong. Min-jae signals a halt. He whispers that it's bait. He wants someone to walk in. Do-yun says he knows. But they didn't come all this way to stand outside. He steps through the door first. The interior is vast. Pillars of white stone rise into darkness. The floor is polished marble veined with the same gold as the walls. At the far end of the hall sits an altar. Behind it, a circle of light hovers in the air. Inside the circle, something is moving. Min-jae's hand tightens on a spellstone. He says he doesn't like this. The circle pulses. The light inside it resolves into an image. A map. No, a diagram. Ley lines. Cities. Gates. All connected by threads of gold light that pulse in a slow rhythm. Do-yun stares at it. He realizes he's looking at the world. The whole world. And every thread leads to a single point at the center. A point marked with a crown. Our boy's jaw tightens. He says that's the God King's plan. That's what he's building. A voice echoes through the hall. It says it's not a plan. It's a promise. The herald steps out from behind a pillar. He's just as Do-yun remembers. 7 feet tall. Skin like polished bone. 3 gold eyes burning in his skull. He spreads his arms. He says he was wondering how long it would take them to find this place. He expected it to take longer. Min-jae doesn't wait. He hurls a wind blade at the herald's throat. The herald flicks a finger. The blade shatters against an invisible barrier. He says that's rude. He hasn't even finished welcoming them. Do-yun steps forward. He asks what the map is. The herald tilts his head. He says it's the future. The God King's future. Every ley line. Every gate. Every source of magic on this continent. All of it flows toward a single point. When the convergence is complete, the God King will descend. Not as a visitor. Not as a conqueror. as a creator. He will unmake this world and build a new one from the ashes. Our boy's fists clench. He asks what happens to the people. The herald smiles. A cold thing. He says they serve. Or they burn. There is no third option. Min-jae growls something under his breath. He says this is insane. One being can't unmake reality. The herald laughs. It sounds like glass breaking. He says the God King isn't one being. He's the origin, the first. Every spell ever cast flows from his authority. Every awakening, every gate, every monster. All of it belongs to him. And when the convergence finishes, he will take it all back. Do-yun's mind is racing. He thinks about the absorption, the God King's authority, the key. He says the God King needs him to absorb the convergence, to channel it into himself so the God King can claim it. The herald's three eyes narrow. He says Do-yun is sharper than he looks. Yes, the convergence is too vast for any single vessel to contain, but Do-yun's absorption can hold it. Long enough for the God King to drain him dry. That's why he was chosen. That's why he was sent back, not to grow strong, to grow capable, to become a container worthy of the God King's harvest. Min-jae looks at Do-yun. He says they need to destroy this place. Now. The herald raises a hand. Gold light gathers in his palm. He says that's not going to happen. A side door bursts open. Guards pour into the hall. Not humans, constructs. Armor shaped like men, but filled with the same white radiance as the temple. They move in perfect sync. A dozen of them fan out across the marble floor. Min-jae curses. He says they walked right into it. Do-yun doesn't flinch. He's been waiting for this. The herald is arrogant, proud. He thinks trapping them in his sanctum guarantees a victory. Big mistake. The first construct lunges. It swings a blade of solid light at Do-yun's neck. Our boy sidesteps. He grabs the construct's wrist. Not to fight it, to feel it. The radiance inside it hums against his skin. A spell. A binding spell holding the armor together. He absorbs it. The construct shudders. The light drains out of its chest. Its arm collapses into dust. Then its torso. Then its legs. In 3 seconds, it's nothing but a pile of white ash on the floor. The herald stops smiling. Do-yun looks up at him. He says these are just vessels, hollow shells powered by the God King's authority. And he's already proven he can absorb that authority. The herald threw a spear of pure radiance at him. He ate it. He's still holding it. The herald's gold eyes flicker. He says that's impossible. No mortal can contain divine essence for more than a moment. Our boy spreads his arms. He says, come find out. The constructs attack all at once. 6 of them charge Do-yun. The rest go for Min-jae. Wind blades scream through the air. Min-jae cuts down 2 before they reach him. The constructs shatter when he hits them. But more keep coming. Do-yun absorbs 3 binding spells in rapid succession. The pressure builds in his chest. That old familiar weight. He grits his teeth. He's not releasing yet. He needs to get closer to the herald. One construct catches him from behind. Its blade rakes across his shoulder. Blood sprays across the marble. Not a spell, a physical blow. His absorption doesn't stop it. Min-jae shouts his name. Our boy spins. He kicks the construct's leg out from under it. He slams his palm into its chest and drains the binding spell. The armor crumples. He stands over the ashes, breathing hard. The herald watches from the altar. He says Do-yun is impressive, but he can't absorb everything. Eventually, he'll run out of room. Eventually, he'll break. Do-yun wipes blood from his shoulder. He says he's not planning to absorb everything, just one more thing. He charges. Herald's eyes widen. He hurls a bolt of gold lightning. Do-yun absorbs it without slowing. Another bolt. Absorbed. A wall of radiance erupts in front of him. He runs right through it. The energy floods his channels. His veins flash gold. His heart stutters. But he doesn't stop. He reaches the altar and grabs the herald by the throat. The herald snarls. He says Do-yun can't kill him. He's a fragment of the God King himself. His body is bound to the authority. It will reform. It will always reform. Do-yun's grip tightens. He says he's counting on that. He reaches into the vault inside him and finds the spear of pure radiance, the one the herald threw at him back at the way station. It's still there, still humming, still hungry. He releases it. Not outward, inward. He pours it directly into the herald's chest. The herald screams. His own divine essence turned against him. The gold light in his eyes fractures. Cracks spread across his bone-like skin. He claws at Do-yun's arm. He says this isn't possible. He says Do-yun is just a vessel, a tool. He cannot wield the God King's authority. Our boy leans in close. He says he's not wielding it. He's returning it. The herald's body detonates. White light floods the hall. Every construct freezes. Without the herald's anchor, their binding spells collapse. They crumble into ash. Min-jae throws up an arm to shield his eyes. The light burns for 3 full seconds. Then it's gone. Do-yun stands in the center of the marble floor. The herald is gone. Nothing left but a scorch mark shaped like a man. The altar behind him is cracked down the middle. The floating circle is flickering. The map. The ley line diagram. It's breaking apart. Min-jae lowers his arm. He asks if Do-yun is still alive. Our boy turns around. His shoulder is bleeding. His channels are screaming. His veins are still glowing faint gold. But he's standing. He says he's fine. Min-jae stares at the scorch mark. He says that was the most reckless thing he's ever seen. And he's seen Do-yun absorb a devourer. Do-yun walks toward the flickering circle. He says the herald gave them what they needed. The convergence. The God King is collecting every ley line on the continent, pulling them toward a single point. When they all connect, he descends. Min-jae asks how long they have. Our boy watches the diagram sputter and die. He says, not long enough. The threads are already moving. He saw it. Dozens of ley lines already shifted. Maybe weeks. Maybe less. Min-jae says they need to warn the network. Unha. Everyone. Do-yun nods. Turns away from the altar. He says there's one more thing. The herald said a fragment can't be killed. It reforms. It goes back to its source. Min-jae's face goes pale. He says the God King knows what happened here. Our boy walks toward the door. His boots crunch on construct ashes. He says the God King knew the second they walked in. The herald was always a piece of him. Watching, reporting, testing. And now the God King knows that Do-yun can turn his own power against him. Min-jae catches up. He says that's going to make the God King move faster, harder. He's not going to wait for the convergence if he thinks Do-yun can stop it. Do-yun steps out into the cold night. The temple behind them is already dimming. Without the herald, whatever kept it alive is dying. He says that's exactly what he wants. God King has been hiding behind heralds and schemes for 16 years. He's been pulling strings from a safe distance. But now Do-yun has his attention. And a scared god makes mistakes. Min-jae says, or it makes him more dangerous. Our boy looks up at the sky. The same sky that split open and dropped a herald at his feet. Somewhere up there the God King is watching, and Do-yun is counting on it. They travel for 3 days without sleep. The cold eats through their coats like it's personal. Min-jae doesn't speak for the first 2 days. Do-yun's shoulder wound scabs over, but the arm is still stiff. He flexes his fingers every hour just to make sure the channels still work. Gold glow in his veins fades to nothing by the second morning. On the 3rd night, they reach the edge of Ironwood territory. The warning posts are still there. The skulls are still grinning. But something is wrong. The checkpoint tower is dark. No fire in the brazier. No woman sharpening her blade. Min-jae stops walking. He says the tower should never be dark. Not unless something very bad happened. Do-yun pulls suppression around himself like a blanket. They move toward the tower together. The door hangs open. Inside, the woman lies face down on the floor. Her blade is still in her hand. No blood. No wounds. Just dead. Min-jae kneels beside her. He checks her pulse and finds nothing. He says she's been dead for at least a day. Do-yun scans the room. Nothing is broken. Nothing is looted. The kill was clean and quiet. She wasn't a carrier. She wasn't in the network. She just guarded a checkpoint in the middle of nowhere, and someone killed her anyway. Someone who wanted to pass through without anyone knowing. Do-yun asks if there's anyone else who uses this route. Min-jae says only network runners. They use the Ironwood passes to move supplies between safe houses. Checkpoint guards are paid to look the other way. This woman has been here for 5 years. She never missed a shift. Min-jae closes her eyes. He says this wasn't a random kill. Someone is hunting network routes. Someone who knows which checkpoints to hit. They leave the tower behind. The road south feels heavier now. Every shadow looks like a threat. Do-yun's shoulder throbs, but he doesn't slow down. They reach the first safe house by dawn. It's a small stone cabin tucked into a ravine 3 miles from the main road. The door is open. Do-yun already knows what they're going to find. Inside, 2 bodies. Both carriers. both labeled negative in the old council registry. A man and a woman. They've been dead for 2 days. Min-jae searches the cabin. The emergency supplies are untouched. Spellstones are still in their hiding spot under the floorboards. But the communication stone is gone. Someone took. Min-jae says the stone was keyed to 3 other safe houses, all of them in the eastern corridor. All of them compromised now. Whoever did this isn't just killing carriers. They're mapping the network. They're cutting the lines one by one. Our boy stands in the doorway. His fists are clenched so tight, his knuckles crack. He says they need to warn the others. He says it's too late. If they hit this house 2 days ago, they've already hit the rest. Do-yun doesn't accept that. He says they have to try. They move. The second safe house is a cave behind a waterfall. It's empty, not because the carriers fled, because they were never here. No bodies, no sign of struggle, just nothing. Min-jae checks the supply cache. Empty. The carriers cleaned it out themselves. Maybe they got warning, maybe they ran. The third safe house is buried in a hollow under dead tree roots. This one is still burning. Smoke rises through the frozen canopy like a signal nobody will answer. 5 bodies outside. All carriers. All executed the same way. A single wound. Clean. Surgical. Min-jae stares at the bodies. His face is unreadable. Do-yun searches the perimeter. He finds tracks leading north. Fresh tracks. Maybe an hour old. He calls Min-jae over. Min-jae studies the tracks for a long time. Then he says something strange. He says the tracks are too clean. Too easy to follow. Min-jae says a hunter who can kill 7 carriers without a fight doesn't leave tracks like this. Not unless they want to be followed. It's a trap. They both know it. Do-yun follows the tracks anyway. The trail leads deeper into ironwood. The trees press closer together here. Ground is frozen mud and dead leaves. Do-yun's boots leave prints, but he doesn't bother hiding them. This hunter already knows they're coming. After an hour, they reach a clearing. In the center is a single figure, a woman in a gray cloak. She's sitting on a fallen log, waiting. She says she was wondering how long it would take. Min-jae stops in his tracks. He knows her. He says her name, Seo Ha-yoon. She pulls back her hood. Her hair is silver white. Her eyes are the color of rust, same as Min-jae's. She says it's been a long time, brother. Min-jae doesn't move. He doesn't speak. His hands are shaking. So Ha-yoon stands. She says she's been cleaning up his mess. All these years he hid carriers in the ironwood. All these years he thought the council didn't notice. She says the council noticed everything. They just let him build the network. Let him gather all the negatives in one place, because it made the harvest easier. Do-yun steps forward. He asks what she means by harvest. So Ha-yoon smiles. She says negatives aren't worthless. They're fuel. Every carrier has a core of inverted mana. When you extract it properly, it can power a spellstone for years. She's been harvesting carriers for the council. Dozens of them. All the ones who disappeared over the years. The ones the network thought had fled south. They never left Ironwood. Min-jae's voice is barely a whisper. He asks how long she's been doing this. She says since the day the council offered her a cure. The same cure they offered him, but Min-jae walked away. She didn't. Do-yun looks at Min-jae. Min-jae's face is broken. He says he thought she died 10 years ago. He searched for her for 3 years. He never found a body. So Ha-yoon laughs. She says the council gave her a new name, a new face, a new purpose. She's been inside the network from the beginning. Every safe house, every route, every carrier Min-jae ever hid. She fed it all to the council. She says the harvest is almost complete. There are only a few carriers left, including the one standing next to him. She's looking right at our boy. Do-yun doesn't flinch. He asks how many hunters are in the clearing. Seo Ha-yoon says enough. Shapes move in the trees, 5 of them, all wearing council executioner coats, all carrying spell-forged blades. The short gray-haired one steps forward. He says his name is Kang Sung-ho. He says he's been waiting to meet Do-yun for a long time, ever since his brother walked into a field and never walked out. Sung-ho's eyes are cold. He says the bounty was never about capture. It was about location. Every time Do-yun used his absorption, he left a trace. A little ripple in the mana current. Sung-ho's people followed those ripples. They mapped every fight, every release, every safe house Do-yun visited. They let him lead them to Haven. They let him lead them to Unha. They let him lead them to every carrier hiding in the Ironwood. All of it was bait. And Do-yun swallowed every piece. Our boys' channels are screaming. His shoulder wound is bleeding again, but his voice is steady. He asks how many carriers they've killed.
Sung-ho says 37,
including the ones at the safe houses, including the checkpoint guard,
including the ones they just pulled out of Unha this morning.
Do-yun goes cold. He asks what happened to Unha.
Sung-ho says the village is empty now.
His people moved in at dawn. The carriers who surrendered are being processed. The ones who fought are dead. Im Soo-jin fought. Sung-ho pulls something from his coat. It's a small, dark pebble. It hums with stored energy. The resonance stone Do-yun gave Soo-jin. Sung-ho drops it on the ground. He says she held out for an hour. She killed 4 of his men before they brought her down. Impressive for a woman with gray streaks in her hair. Do-yun stares at the stone. His mind is a single white-hot line. He doesn't hear Min-jae telling him to stay calm. He doesn't hear Seo Ha-yoon laughing. He only hears his sister's voice, telling him he's not worthless, telling him he matters, telling him she believes in him. And then he hears nothing at all. The pressure in his chest breaks open. He releases everything, every spell he absorbed in the temple, every scrap of radiance still burning in his vault, every ounce of energy he's been holding since the way station. The blast is not controlled. It's not aimed. It's not even conscious. It's just pain, white-hot and absolute. The clearing erupts. Trees snap like twigs. The executioners dive for cover. Sung-ho throws up a barrier, but it shatters instantly. Seo Ha-yoon screams. Min-jae hits the ground and covers his head. The blast rolls outward for 3 full seconds. When it stops, the clearing is gone. In its place is a crater 50 feet across. Blackened earth, smoking stumps, and Do-yun on his knees screaming. Every nerve in his body is raw. But he's alive. He's still alive. Sung-ho is not. Neither is Seo Ha-yoon. 2 of the executioners are down. The other 3 are running. Min-jae crawls to Do-yun. He grabs his shoulders and shakes him. He says they have to move. Now. Do-yun looks at him. His eyes are empty. He asks if it's true. If Unha is gone. Min-jae's silence is answer enough. They run. For 2 days, they hide in a cave at the edge of Ironwood. Do-yun doesn't speak. He doesn't eat. He just stares at the wall. Min-jae keeps watch. On the 3rd day, he leaves to scout the road. He's gone for 6 hours. When he comes back, his face is gray. He says the council is everywhere. They're rounding up every carrier in the territory. The trial. The protected status. It was all a lie. Sung-ho used it to draw Do-yun out of hiding. To make him visible. To make him a target. The network paid the price. Do-yun finally speaks. He asks how many survived. Min-jae says maybe a dozen. Scattered. Hiding. No way to reach them. Our boy closes his eyes. He thinks of Soo-jin. He thinks of Ji-hoo. He thinks of every face in Unha. The young ones who volunteered to learn. The old ones who finally had hope. All of them gone. Because he trusted the wrong people. Because he thought he could protect them. He says this is his fault. Min-jae doesn't argue. That night, Do-yun can't sleep. The cave is cold and dark, and his channels ache with a hollow pain he can't shake. Every time he closes his eyes, he sees Soo-jin. He sees the resonance stone hitting the dirt. He sees Seo Ha-yoon's smile. Min-jae sits across from him. His rust-colored eyes are rimmed with red. He says he needs to tell Do-yun something. Something he should have told him weeks ago. Do-yun looks up. Min-jae takes a breath. He says the council didn't just offer his sister a cure. They offered him one too. 10 years ago. Same deal. Same terms. He says he walked away, but he didn't tell anyone about the offer. He didn't warn the network. He didn't stop his sister from taking it. Because a part of him wanted to believe there was a way out. A cure for the negative magic. A way to be normal. He thought if he just ignored it, it would go away. But it didn't. His sister became a hunter, and he helped her without even knowing it. Every time he moved a carrier through Ironwood, she reported it. Every time he established a new safe house, she mapped it. Every time he trained a new negative, she added them to the list. He was the architect of the network, and also the architect of its destruction. He says he's been working for the God King without ever swearing the oath. Not directly, not for the reward, but through his silence, through his fear, through his hope that there might be another way. Do-yun stares at him. His voice is very quiet. He asks why Min-jae is telling him this. Min-jae says because Do-yun is the only one left who can stop them, and he needs to know the truth, even if it destroys them both. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a leather-bound journal, the journal he took from Jinho's compound. He says he lied about what was in it. It's not just council data, it's the God King's plan. All of it, The convergence, the ley lines, the harvest, everything. He says he was supposed to deliver this to the Herald. That was his real mission. Not to train Do-yun, not to help build the network. To keep Do-yun alive long enough for the God King to use him as a key. But he couldn't do it. After watching Do-yun fight for Haven.
After seeing him refuse the Herald's offer,
He couldn't hand him over. He says the journal has everything. Locations of every Council Black site. Names of every hunter in the network. And the one thing they've been looking for. The identity of the person who ordered the monster wave at Hwachon.
Do-yun takes the journal.
His hands are steady. He asks who it was. Min-jae says it was Kang Sung-ho. He ordered the wave. He aimed it at Hwachon. He used the Devourer as bait to pull Do-yun there. And he did it because he knew Yeonwoo was in that village. He wanted Do-yun to watch her die.
He wanted to break him.
Because a broken vessel is easier to fill. Do-yun sets the journal down. He stands up. He walks to the mouth of the cave. The cold air bites his face. His shoulder wound pulls. His channels ache. His sister is dead. His network is shattered. His mentor just admitted to betraying him. And the man who killed Yeonwoo is already dead. Buried in a crater 50 feet across. No revenge left to take. No justice to serve. Just ashes. He stands there for a long time. Then he turns around. He looks at Min-jae. He says he has one question. Min-jae waits. Do-yun asks if what Min-jae taught him was real. The training, the control, the technique.
Was any of it real?
Min-jae says every word, every lesson, every hour in the training ground. That was the only real thing in his life. That was the only thing he didn't fake. Do-yun walks back inside. He sits down across from Min-jae. He says then they have work to do.
The network is shattered.
But Do-yun is still alive. Min-jae is still alive. A dozen carriers are still hiding somewhere in this frozen wasteland. And the God King is still coming. Do-yun opens the journal. He says they're going to find every survivor. They're going to rebuild. And this time, there will be no secrets. Min-jae asks if Do-yun trusts him. Our boy looks up. He says no. Not yet. Maybe not ever. He trusts the work. He trusts the fight. And right now, that has to be enough. Min-jae nods. He reaches into his boot and pulls out a small, folded map. He says he knows where the survivors are. He's known for 2 days. He was just waiting to see what Do-yun would do. Do-yun takes the map. He doesn't smile, but something in his eyes shifts. Something hardens. He says they leave at dawn. Our boy doesn't sleep. The journal sits open on the cave floor between them. Its pages covered in tight handwriting and diagrams that would take weeks to fully decode. Min-jae is still sitting where he was an hour ago, back against the stone, rust-colored eyes fixed on nothing. He doesn't speak. Do-yun doesn't ask him to. The fire burns low, and the cold seeps in through the cave mouth, but neither of them moves to build it higher. There's work to do. Do-yun flips through the pages, marking locations with his thumb. The journal lists 15 safe houses. 3 are burned. 4 are empty. That leaves 8 places where survivors might still be hiding. He doesn't know how many carriers are still alive. He doesn't know if any of them will answer when he calls, but he's going to find out. Dawn breaks gray and frozen over the dead forest. Min-jae shoulders his pack without being asked. His movements are slower than they were 3 days ago. Heavier. Guilt does that. It weighs more than any gear. They move north through Ironwood territory, following the map to the first location on the list. A supply cache buried under a dead oak tree, 3 miles from the checkpoint tower. The snow is fresh and unbroken when they arrive. No tracks. No sign the cache has been disturbed. But when Do-yun digs through the frozen earth, the iron box is empty. The spellstones are gone. Dried rations are gone. And carved into the inside of the lid are 3 words. We are alive. Min-jae stares at the carving for a long moment. Then he lets out a breath. Someone got here first. Someone who knew about the cache, knew about the network, and wanted anyone who followed to know they made it. That means at least 1 cell is still intact. Do-yun closes the box and buries it again. 1 lead. That's more than they had yesterday. The second cache is 10 miles east, hidden in a dry creek bed under a slab of gray stone. This one hasn't been touched. Do-yun pulls out 6 low-grade spellstones, a bundle of dried meat, and a small leather pouch with a healer's mark on it. Rei-hyun's mark. She must have stocked this cache before the network fell. There's also a note folded inside the pouch. It says, apply every 3 days. Don't be stupid. Our boy almost smiles. Almost. The third location isn't a cache. It's a meeting point carved into the side of a granite ridge, marked on the map with a symbol Do-yun doesn't recognize.
A circle with a line through it.
Min-jae says it's the old network sign for sanctuary. They climb the ridge in silence.
The entrance is hidden behind a frozen waterfall.
The ice thick enough to support a man's weight.
Do-yun breaks through with a rock and squeezes inside.
The cave beyond is small but warm. A fire pit sits in the center, cold but recently used.
Bedrolls line the walls.
3 of them, and in the corner, a young woman with gray streaks in her hair looks up from sharpening a knife. Im Soo-jin.
She's thinner than she was in Unha.
Dark circles under her eyes, but the knife in her hand is steady. She looks at Do-yun. She looks at Min-jae.
Then she sets the knife down
And says she's been waiting for 3 days. She knew they'd come.
She just didn't know if they'd still be alive when they did.
Soo-jin tells them what happened after the network fell.
The hunters came in waves.
Coordinated strikes that hit every safe house within the same hour. Someone gave them the locations.
Someone who knew the network inside and out.
She doesn't look at Min-jae when she says it, but she knows. Everyone knows now.
The betrayal wasn't a leak or a single traitor in some distant cell.
It came from the top.
It came from the man who built the network in the first place.
Min-jae doesn't defend himself. He doesn't explain.
He just stands near the entrance,
arms crossed, letting the silence speak for him. Soo-jin says 8 carriers are dead.
She counted the bodies herself.
Another half dozen are missing, scattered across Ironwood with no way to communicate.
Communication stones went silent the night of the attack.
Either the stones were destroyed, or the carriers using them are too scared to broadcast.
Do-yun asks how many she can gather.
She says maybe 5, if they're still at the fallback points. Maybe fewer. Our boy accepts that.
5 is better than none.
He tells her to send the signal. They're rebuilding, not the old network.
Not the fragile secret thing Min-jae built on lies and half-truths.
Something new.
Something that doesn't hide in safe houses waiting to be discovered.
Something that fights back. Then she asks what makes this different.
What makes him think he can build something that won't fall apart the same way?
He pulls out the journal.
He opens it to the page with the God King's plan.
The convergence. The ley lines. The harvest. He says the old network was built to survive. To hide.
To endure.
That was the mistake. They weren't trying to win. They were just trying not to lose. The God King isn't hiding. The Council isn't hiding.
They're moving.
And they've been moving for years, while the network stayed frozen in place. But hiding is a slow death. And pretty soon, the hunters would have found them anyway. Soo-jin is quiet. Then she picks up her knife and asks what he needs her to do.
The first survivor arrives 2 days later.
A boy, maybe 15, with a burn scar across half his face and a limp that never fully healed.
His name is Boram.
He was a runner for the eastern cells before the attack. He survived because he was delivering a message when the hunters hit his safe house. By the time he got back, everyone was dead.
He's been living in a drainage pipe for 2 weeks,
eating rats and snow. When he sees Do-yun, the first thing he does is apologize.
He says he should have been there.
He should have died with them. Our boy tells him to shut up. Dying is easy. Living is harder. And right now, they need people who know how to stay alive. Boram blinks at him.
And he straightens up,
wipes his face with a dirty sleeve, and asks if there's work to do. The second survivor is older.
A woman in her 40s named Park Eun-suk,
built like a blacksmith with arms thick enough to crush stone. She was a carrier for 15 years before she joined the network. She survived the attack by fighting. 3 hunters went into her safe house.
Only 1 walked out.
She carries the scars on her forearms to prove it. When she arrives, she doesn't ask questions.
She doesn't demand answers about the betrayal.
She just looks around the cave, counts the faces, and asks where they keep the weapons. Practical.
Do-yun likes her immediately.
The 3rd and 4th survivors come together. 2 brothers from the southern cells, barely out of their teens, carrying nothing but the clothes on their backs and a single spell stone between them. The younger one is shaking.
The older one is holding it together by sheer force of will.
They walked for 6 days through hostile territory, dodging patrols and monsters, with no food and no supplies.
They made it because their mother told them to run.
She stayed behind to slow the hunters down. She bought them 6 hours.
Min-jae's jaw tightens when he hears that.
It's the kind of story he's been carrying in his own chest for weeks, the kind that doesn't heal.
The 5th survivor is a surprise.
Yoon-ji-hoo walks into the cave on the 4th evening, his merchant's coat torn and stained,
a gash across his forehead that's still crusted with dried blood.
He's carrying a crate of spellstones on his back and a dead hunter's knife in his belt. He says he got their message.
He also says the Eastern Market District is gone.
Burned to the ground 3 nights ago by council enforcers. They were looking for him. They found his stall instead. He lost everything. Every item. Every stone.
Every credit he'd saved over 6 years of hiding. But he's still alive.
He brought what he could carry. Do-yun takes the crate from him and sets it down. Then he pulls Ji-hoo into a brief, hard embrace. No words, just a moment. When they pull apart, Ji-hoo's eyes are wet. He pretends they aren't. Nobody calls him on it. That night, Do-yun stands at the entrance of the cave and looks out at the frozen forest. 7 people. Counting himself and Min-jae, they have 9. 9 carriers against the council, the God King, and every hunter still hunting them. The math is terrible, but it's better than 0. Sujin finds him there an hour before dawn. She says she's been thinking about what he said, about not hiding, about fighting back. She says she wants to know the plan, not the broad strokes he gave the others, the real plan, the thing he's been holding back since he opened that journal. Do-yun turns to face her. His eyes are tired, but they don't waver. He says the God King needs him alive. The journal confirms it. The convergence requires a vessel, a container strong enough to hold the combined energy of every ley line and gate in the world. That's why he was sent back. That's why his absorption was cultivated. That's why the Herald offered him a deal instead of killing him. He's the key. The one piece the God King can't finish his plan without. Sujin's face hardens. She asks if he's saying they should use him as bait. Do-yun says no. He's saying they should use the God King's plan against him. The convergence isn't complete yet. The ley lines are still being drawn together. The gates are still being aligned. There's a window. Maybe weeks. Maybe months. But there's time. And in that time, they're going to do what the old network never did. They're going to build something the God King can't ignore. Not a hidden village. Not a network of safe houses. An army. Sujin stares at him. Then she says he's insane. The network spent years just trying to survive. And he wants to build an army in weeks. With 9 people. Not 9 people. 9 is just the start. He opens the journal and points to a page near the back. A list of names. Carriers who went underground years ago, scattered across the territory, waiting for a reason to come out of hiding. The old network was too scared to recruit them. Too scared to grow. Too scared to be seen. But that fear is gone now. Council already knows about them. The God King already knows what Do-yun can do. There's nothing left to protect by hiding, so they're going to send a message. Every carrier who ever went underground, every negative who thought they were alone, worthless, doomed. They're going to tell them the truth. The God King is real. The harvest is coming, and there's a place for anyone willing to fight. Sujin is quiet for a long time. Then she says one word. Where? Do-yun looks at the map folded in the back of the journal. He points to a location marked in faded ink, 30 miles north of the frozen forest, near the edge of the territory no one claims. An old fortress, abandoned since before the abyss opened. No council presence. No hunter patrols. No monsters. Because there's nothing worth eating for 50 miles in any direction. It's a dead zone, which makes it perfect. Sujin says the fortress has been empty for 20 years. The walls are crumbling. There's no power, no water, no supplies. Do-yun says then they'd better get started. The journey north takes 4 days. They move at night, hiding during the day in whatever shelter they can find. Min-jae scouts ahead, his guilt driving him to take every risk himself rather than expose anyone else. Ji-hoo keeps the group supplied with spellstones from his crate, distributing them evenly. Eun-suk carries twice her weight in gear without complaint. The brothers take turns carrying the younger one when his legs give out. Sujin walks beside Do-yun, sharpening her knife even while moving. Bo-ram limps at the rear, watching their backs. 9 people. 9 broken, tired, terrified people walking into a wasteland. On the 4th morning, they reach the fortress. It's bigger than Do-yun expected. Not just a single keep. A full compound. Walls stretching across the ridge like the spine of some ancient beast. The gate is rusted but intact. The towers are empty. Their windows dark. Snow covers everything. But the bones are still good. The walls are still standing. And somewhere inside, there's a courtyard big enough to train 100 fighters. Do-yun stops at the gate. He looks up at the walls, at the towers, at the gray sky stretching overhead. Then he turns to face the 8 people behind him. He says this is it. This is where they make their stand. It won't be comfortable. It won't be safe. It won't be anything like what the old network promised. But it will be theirs. No more hiding. No more running. No more safe houses that burn in the night. From now on, they fight. Min-jae is the first to step forward. He puts his hand on the rusted gate and pushes it open. The hinges scream like something dying, but the gate moves. One by one, the others follow. Sujin, Ji-hoo, Eun-suk, the brothers.
Bolram.
9 people walk into the abandoned fortress. And for the first time since Hwachon, since the Herald, since the clearing where Seo Ha-yun died in a crater of ash and light, Do-yun lets himself feel something other than grief. It's not hope, not yet, but it's close. The work starts immediately. Eun-suk takes charge of clearing the main hall, her massive arms making short work of collapsed beams and frozen debris. Ji-hoo inventories their supplies and starts organizing the spellstones by grade. The brothers are put on water duty, melting snow in a salvaged iron pot. Bolram limps through the compound, mapping every room, every corridor, every exit. Soo-jin sharpens her knife and watches the walls. Min-jae stands in the courtyard, staring at the sky. Do-yun joins him. For a long moment, neither of them speak. Then Min-jae says he doesn't deserve to be here. He doesn't deserve to be part of this. Every person in this fortress lost someone because of him. His sister, the carriers in the safe houses, the network, all of it. He should be dead in that clearing with Seo Ha-yun. Do-yun doesn't argue. He doesn't offer forgiveness. He just says Min-jae is right. He doesn't deserve to be here. But he is here. And every day he spends feeling sorry for himself is a day he's not helping the people who are still alive. Min-jae looks at him. His rust-colored eyes are wet. He asks what Do-yun wants him to do. Do-yun says he wants Min-jae to teach. Not the network, not the safe houses, not the secrets he kept from everyone who trusted him. The fighting, the control, the technique. He's the best fighter they have. He's the only one who's survived absorption as long as Do-yun. And if they're going to build an army, they need someone who can train soldiers. Min-jae is silent for a long moment. Then he nods. He says he'll do it. He'll teach them everything he knows. And when the God King comes, he'll be standing at the front. Do-yun turns away. He doesn't thank him. He doesn't shake his hand. But something in the air between them shifts. Something that might, after enough time, become trust. By the end of the first week, the fortress is starting to look like a base. Not a home. Not yet. But a place where people can live and train and prepare. Eun-suk has cleared 3 halls and stabilized the main tower. Ji-hoo has set up a workshop in the old armory, using the remaining spellstones to craft traps and barriers. The brothers have learned to haul twice their weight in supplies without complaining. Bolram has mapped every inch of the compound and identified 4 escape routes in case of attack. Soo-jin has sharpened her knife so many times the edge is thin enough to split a hair. Min-jae has started training sessions in the courtyard, drilling the basics of mana suppression and absorption control. And Do-yun stands in the center of it all, watching. Not just watching, learning. He's never led before. He's always fought alone, survived alone, carried the weight alone. But this is different. This is 8 people depending on him for direction, for strategy, for hope. It's heavier than any spell he's ever absorbed. But it's also the first thing since Yeonwoo's death that's made him feel like he's still alive. On the 8th morning, Bolram spots movement on the ridge. 3 figures moving toward the fortress under a white flag. Do-yun and Min-jae reach the gate at the same time. The figures are carriers, not hunters, not council. 3 more survivors who heard the message and crossed 50 miles of frozen territory to find them. An old man with scarred hands and a limp almost as bad as Bolram's. A woman in her 20s with a missing ear and a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. A boy no older than 13, clutching a spellstone like it's the only thing keeping him alive. The old man asks if this is the place. Place where negatives don't have to hide anymore. Do-yun looks at the 3 of them. Then he steps aside and gestures through the gate. He says it is. It's not much. It's cold and crumbling and full of broken people. But it's theirs. And anyone who wants to fight is welcome. The old man walks through the gate. The woman follows. The boy hesitates, looking up at Do-yun with eyes that have seen too much for his age. He asks if the stories are true. If Do-yun really absorbed a herald's spell and walked away, our boy looks down at him. He says the stories are true, but they're not the important part. The important part is what happens next. The boy nods. 12 people now. 12 carriers in an abandoned fortress, training and building, and preparing for a war no one thinks they can win. Do-yun stands on the wall at sunset, watching the snow fall over the dead territory. The spear of radiance still pulses in his chest, a hot coal that won't cool. The journal is still in his coat, its pages full of plans he's only beginning to understand. The God King is still out there, drawing the ley lines together, preparing the convergence. But for the first time since he woke up in that classroom 16 years before his death, Do-yun isn't running. He's building. And when the God King comes for him, he'll find something waiting. Not a victim, not a vessel, an army. Soo-jin climbs the wall and stands beside him. He doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. They just watch the snow together. Two carriers at the edge of the world, sharpening their knives and waiting for the storm. The sky over the fortress splits, not a crack or a rift, a wound. A white seam that opens from horizon to horizon, pouring light so bright it turns the snow to glass. Every carrier inside the fortress drops what they're doing. Sujin's knife stops an inch from the whetstone. Jihu freezes with a spellstone, halfway into a wire trap. The brothers drop their supply crates and press their backs against the wall. The light has weight. It pushes down on their chests like a hand. Do-yun is already on the wall when Min-jae reaches him. The spear of radiance in his vault pulses once. Hot. Hungry. Like it knows who's coming. Min-jae says nothing. His rust-colored eyes are fixed on the sky. His knuckles are white around his knife. The wound in the sky stops widening. The light condenses, pulls inward, takes shape. A figure descends. Not the herald, bigger. God King stands 12 feet tall, wrapped in folds of white and gold that don't move like fabric. 6 wings spread from his back, each feather a blade of solidified radiance. His face is young and old at the same time. Smooth skin, eyes like dying stars. His shadow falls across the fortress. Do-yun doesn't flinch. The spear in his chest pulses harder. The gold glow in his veins flickers once, twice, then steadies. He's been waiting for this. The God King speaks. His voice doesn't echo, settles into the air like it belongs there. He says Do-yun has come far, farther than he expected. The absorption ability was a gamble, a seed planted in barren soil. Most carriers burn out in the first year. Do-yun didn't burn. Do-yun learned to hold, to channel, to survive encounters that should have killed him. The God King sounds almost proud. He says Do-yun was the best of the experiments, the one who proved negative magic could be a weapon instead of a defect. The carriers on the ground hear every word. It doesn't matter how far away they stand. The voice reaches them the same. Do-yun asks if that's supposed to be a compliment. The God King tilts his head. The motion is too smooth, like a puppet testing its strings. He says it's an offer. He wants Do-yun at his side, not as a vessel, not as a battery, as a general. Someone who understands the weight of negative magic. Someone who's fought and bled and lost. The convergence is months away. After that, the world remakes itself. The God King needs people who can lead, who can keep order while the old world burns and the new one rises. Do-yun could be one of them. His power would remain his own. No cage, no extraction, no slow death feeding spellstones to the council's engine. Just service, loyalty, a place at the right hand of the being who made him. Sujin climbs the wall. She doesn't speak. Her knife is in her hand. The God King glances at her. The glance alone makes her stagger. Min-jae catches her arm before she falls. Do-yun's voice is flat. He asks if the God King is done talking. The God King's wings fold slightly. The light around him dims. He says Do-yun should consider carefully. This offer won't come again. Do-yun says he's considered enough. He knows what the God King's service looks like. He's seen the corpses in the safe houses. The carriers hunted down and harvested. The network burned to ash. He's held his sister while the light went out of her eyes. And the God King set that in motion. Monster wave at Hwachon. The deliberately aimed horde. Not a coincidence. Not bad luck. A test. To see if the vessel would break. Do-yun's voice is quiet now. Quieter than the wind. He says the God King didn't send him back to save him. He sent him back to break him. To hollow him out. To make him a container. The God King's expression doesn't change, but the light around him sharpens. He says Do-yun is correct. The convergence requires a vessel, container capable of holding the combined energy of every ley line, every gate, every spell ever cast through the abyss. No ordinary carrier can hold that. But Do-yun's absorption isn't magic. It's a built-in key. A piece of the God King's own authority grafted onto a negative core 16 years ago. The God King says it plainly. Do-yun isn't a carrier who learned absorption. Do-yun is a weapon. Forged, shaped, tested. Every loss he's suffered, every wound, every broken channel, all of it was calibration. The God King needed a vessel strong enough to survive the convergence. So he created one. Do-yun's hands are shaking, not with fear, with rage. He says his power is his own. He earned it. He bled for it. He buried his sister for it. The God King says nothing. The silence stretches. Then Do-yun lifts his head and tells the God King he's not a weapon anymore. He's not a vessel. He's not part of the plan. He's the one who's going to end it.
The God King's wings snap open. The light around him flares so bright, the snow on the ground vaporizes. The shockwave hits the fortress wall and shakes mortar loose from the stones. Do-yun doesn't move. The God King raises one hand. A spell forms in his palm. Not a spear this time, something denser. A sphere of pure white radiance compressed until it's smaller than a fist. The air around it screams. The sound cuts through the valley like a blade. He casts it. The sphere drops. It doesn't fly, it falls like a hammer. Do-yun jumps off the wall, lands in the snow 50 feet from the gate, plants his feet, and absorbs it. The impact hits his chest like a mountain. His vision whites out. His channels burn so hot, the snow around him melts in a 20-foot circle. The gold in his veins flares bright enough to show through his coat, but he holds it. The sphere shrinks, collapses, vanishes into his vault. The heat in his chest doubles, triples. His heart stutters twice. Then the spear of radiance already in his vault pulses, and the new sphere pulses back. Two pieces of the God King's authority resonating inside a carrier who was never supposed to survive the first year. The God King blinks. First genuine reaction he's shown. He says he didn't expect that. The vessel absorbs one thread. Impressive. The vessel absorbs two threads and doesn't detonate. That's something else entirely. Do-yun spits blood into the snow. It steams. He's shaking. His channels feel like they're lined with broken glass. He tells the God King to keep casting. Every spell that hits him is one more piece of the God King's power he can turn back. The God King's eyes narrow. The stars in his pupils dim. He says Do-yun misunderstands. The vessel is important, necessary, but not irreplaceable. If Do-yun won't serve, he'll be broken down. The authority extracted. Grafted onto a new carrier, one with less resistance, the God King's hand rises again. This time, the spell isn't a sphere. It's a wall. A curtain of white light that drops from the sky like a falling sheet. Do-yun braces. He can't absorb an area effect. The rules don't change just because the enemy is a god. The wall hits. And Min-jae is there. He throws himself between Do-yun and the light, a suppression caster in each hand. The cuffs detonate. The suppression field blooms for half a second. Not enough to stop the God King's spell, but enough to deflect it. The wall of light bends, slides, slams into the frozen ground 20 feet to Do-yun's left. The impact digs a trench 50 feet long and 10 feet deep. Min-jae hits the snow hard. His hands are smoking. The cuffs are slag. Do-yun drags him up. Min-jae's teeth are gritted. He says the God King won't stop. He'll keep casting until Do-yun breaks or absorbs enough to burn out. Do-yun knows. He can feel it. Two threads of authority in his vault are pulsing in rhythm now. Like they're talking to each other. Like they're waiting for something. The God King descends. His feet touch the snow and it doesn't melt. It simply ceases to exist where he stands. He's 30 feet away, close enough that Do-yun can see the cracks in his pupils, the wear in the folds of his robe, the small, almost human imperfections that make him more terrifying, not less. The God King says Do-yun was never supposed to reach this point. The absorption ability was designed to make him a container, not a fighter, not a leader, not someone who could stand in the snow and refuse a god's offer. Do-yun says plans change. The God King laughs. It's not a cruel sound. It's tired. He says he sent Do-yun back 16 years. Given him a power no carrier has ever held. Tested him, broke him, remade him, and still. The boy stands in the snow and tells him no. The God King says maybe that's the flaw. Maybe the vessel was never meant to hold the convergence. Maybe the vessel was always meant to become something else. He doesn't explain what he means. But the look in his eyes changes. The weariness deepens. Then he lifts his hand one more time. Do-yun tenses. Min-jae drags himself upright. Soo-jin is on the wall, her knife raised, ready to throw herself into a fight she can't win. The God King casts. Not at Do-yun, at the fortress. The spell is enormous. A column of light wider than the gate. It drops like a meteor. Do-yun has half a second to choose. He can't absorb it. It's not aimed at him. It's a structure killer. Everyone inside the fortress, everyone he's gathered and trained and promised to protect, is about to die. Do-yun runs toward the fortress. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He just knows he can't let it happen. The light hits and stops. 3 feet from the gate, 3 feet from the wall. The column of radiance freezes in midair like a paused video. The God King's hand is still raised. His expression is unreadable. He says this is his mercy. Do-yun will have until the convergence to prepare, to gather his army, to train his carriers. And when the convergence comes, the God King will take what he needs, the vessel, the authority, the key, not as an offer, as a certainty. The column of light winks out. The God King's wings fold. The wound in the sky begins to close. Do-yun is still running when the God King vanishes. He reaches the gate and grabs the bars and stares at the empty space where the light was. His channels are screaming. The two threads of authority in his vault are still pulsing. The gold in his veins hasn't faded. Min-jae limps up behind him. He asks what just happened. Do-yun says the God King gave them a deadline, the convergence, however many months that means. When it comes, he's coming with it. And he's not asking anymore. Soo-jin drops off the wall and lands beside them. Her knife is still out. Her hands are steady. She asks how long they have. Do-yun doesn't know. The journal has fragments, diagrams, ley lines, gates, a point marked with a crown. He says they need to find out, and they need to be ready, because the God King just told him something without saying it outright. The vessel isn't irreplaceable, but it is necessary. And if Do-yun can't be controlled, the God King will find someone who can. Or he'll tear the authority out of Do-yun's chest and start over. Either way, the clock is ticking. Do-yun turns his back on the empty sky. His shoulder wound is bleeding again. His chest feels like it's full of hot coals. He can still taste the God King's radiance on his tongue. He walks back toward the fortress. The carriers are gathered in the courtyard, all 12 of them. Wide eyes, shaking hands, waiting for him to tell them what to do. He stops in front of them, looks at Un-suk, whose arms are crossed tight over her chest. At Ji-hoo, whose face is pale but composed. At Bo-ram, who's gripping a spellstone hard enough to crack it. At the brothers, standing shoulder to shoulder like they're expecting a blow. At Soo-jin, who's followed him back inside and hasn't put her knife away. He says the God King is real. He's coming. And when he arrives, he's going to try to unmake the world. But not today. Not tomorrow. They have time. Weeks at least. Maybe months. And they're not going to waste it hiding. He tells them to get back to work. The training doesn't stop. The traps don't stop. The messages to other carriers don't stop. They're not a network anymore. They're not a safe house. They're an army. And armies don't wait for the enemy to arrive. They prepare. They train. They get stronger. When the God King comes back, he's not going to find 12 scared carriers in a crumbling fortress. He's going to find 100 fighters who know exactly what they're worth. The courtyard is silent. Then Un-suk uncrosses her arms. She says she'll have the East Hall clear by nightfall. Ji-hoo nods and heads back to the armory. The brothers pick up their crates. Bo-ram pockets the spellstone and pulls out his map. Soo-jin is the last to move. She looks at Do-yun for a long moment. Her gray-streaked hair is dusted with snow. She says he's insane. The God King is a god. 12 carriers with spellstones and sharp knives aren't going to stop him. Do-yun says they're not 12 carriers. Not anymore. Word is spreading. The message is out. And every carrier who hears it is going to make the same choice. Hide and die. Or fight and maybe live. Soo-jin's mouth twitches. Not quite a smile. She says she'll start training the new arrivals. She turns and walks toward the courtyard. Do-yun watches her go. The spear of radiance pulses in his chest. The second thread pulses back. 2 pieces of a god's power, sitting inside a carrier who was never supposed to survive. He doesn't know what happens when he absorbs a third, or a fourth, or enough to match the God King's full authority. But he knows one thing. The God King made a mistake. He built a weapon, sharpened it, tested it, and then he gave it a reason to fight back. The first light of dawn hasn't even touched the ramparts yet, and Do-yun is already in the middle of the courtyard. His shoulder wound is wrapped tight, but he's bleeding through the bandage. 12 carriers stand in a loose semicircle in front of him. No one speaks. The cold eats through their coats and their boots and their thin gloves. Do-yun looks at each of them in turn. Un-suk with her arms crossed and her jaw set. Ji-hoo with his pale face and his quiet, steady hands. Bo-ram clutching a spellstone like it's the only thing keeping him upright. The brothers standing shoulder to shoulder with matching expressions of barely controlled terror. Soo-jin at the back with her knife out and her gray-streaked hair frozen stiff. He tells them the God King gave them a deadline. He doesn't know how long. Weeks, months, not years. When the convergence comes, the God King is walking through that gate, or through the sky, or through whatever barrier they throw up. And he's not bargaining anymore. No one moves. Do-yun tells them hiding is dead. The network is dead. The safe houses are dead. The only thing left is to fight. And to fight, They need to be something they've never been before. An army. Sujin asks him what an army of 12 carriers with spellstones and sharp knives is supposed to do against a god.
Do-yun says they're not 12 carriers.
Not anymore. The message is already moving. Carriers in every province are hearing it right now. Hide and die. Or fight and maybe live. Some will come. Some already are. Eun-suk uncrosses her arms and asks how many he thinks they'll get.
Do-yun says he doesn't know.
50. 100 if they're lucky. But numbers aren't the point. The point is making the God King fight for every inch of ground he wants to take. Ji-hoo speaks for the first time. His voice is calm, but his knuckles are white where he's gripping his coat. He asks what they need.
Do-yun says they need walls that can take a hit from divine magic.
They need spell stones stockpiled in every tower and every hallway.
They need traps on every approach
And fallback positions behind every gate. They need to train like their lives depend on it. Because they do. The brothers exchange a look. The taller one asks if Do-yun really thinks they can hurt something like the God King. Do-yun says he's already absorbed 2 pieces of the God King's authority. The Spear of Radiance. The spear the God King threw at him outside the gate. They're sitting in his vault right now, pulsing, waiting.
If he can hold pieces of a god inside his chest, then a god can bleed.
The shorter brother swallows hard, but he nods.
Sujin sheaths her knife and walks toward the east tower.
She says she'll start mapping the sightlines.
Eun-suk heads for the armory to count what they've got.
Ji-hoo pulls out a scrap of paper and starts sketching a supply route. The rest of them drift toward their stations without being told. Do-yun watches them go and feels the 2 threads of authority pulse in his chest.
Hot and gold and hungry.
Min-jae limps up beside him. His hands are still smoking faintly from the slagged suppression cuffs.
The skin on his wrists is red and blistered.
He asks what Do-yun's real plan is. Do-yun says the real plan is the same as the fake plan. Train,
Fortify,
recruit, survive long enough to face the God King on something like equal ground.
Min-jae says there's no such thing as equal ground against a god.
Do-yun says then they'll make some.
They spend the first 3 days clearing debris out of the east wing.
Frozen rubble and collapsed beams, and the bones of whatever died here before they arrived. Eun-suk works without stopping. She lifts blocks of stone that would take 2 men to move and stacks them against the inner gate. Ji-hoo catalogs every spellstone in the fortress and builds a rack in the main hall to store them. 4 firestones, 6 lightning stones, 2 wind blades, 1 flash stone, a handful of low-grade barriers. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. But it's a start. On the 4th morning, the first new arrival appears at the gate. A woman in her 40s with a scar running from her temple to her jaw. She's carrying a dead hunter's crossbow and a bag of spellstones clinking at her hip. She says she heard the message from a runner in Samsu. She says her name is Ryu Gi-chan, and she's tired of running. Sujin meets her at the gate and takes her inside. By the end of the first week, they have 18 carriers. By the end of the second, they have 31. They come in 1s and 2s.
Some with weapons and spellstones.
Some with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a desperate, hungry look in their eye. Do-yun puts them all to work the moment they arrive. No introductions beyond a name. No rest beyond what their bodies can handle. The fortress has to be ready before the convergence hits, and they don't know when that is. He trains them in pairs. One carrier absorbs while the other casts. Then they switch. Then they do it again. The east courtyard becomes a firing range. The west courtyard becomes a sparring pit. The main hall becomes a strategy room with maps pinned to the walls and markers showing every ley line they know about. Min-jae teaches the advanced carriers how to suppress their mana signatures while moving. It's not enough to hide. They have to be able to disappear between one heartbeat and the next. Borum works on the traps. Tripwires rig to spellstones. Pitfalls lined with sharpened stakes. False corridors that lead to dead ends, where a half-dozen carriers will be waiting with primed fire spells. The brothers haul water and food and firewood. They don't complain. No one complains. Everyone knows what's coming. On the 8th night, Do-yun stands on the northern rampart with Min-jae and Sujin. The wind is cutting straight through his coat. His shoulder throbs. His chest is still full of hot coals and gold light. The 2 threads of authority are pulsing in rhythm now, like a heartbeat, like a countdown. Min-jae asks if he's sleeping. Do-yun says no. Sujin says neither is she. She asks if he's found anything in the journal. Do-yun pulls the leather-bound book out of his coat. The pages are worn, and some of the ink has smeared from snowmelt. The diagrams are still clear. Ley lines branching across the continent like veins. Gates marked in red ink at every intersection. And at the center of it all, a point with a crown drawn over it in faded gold. He's been studying it every night. The convergence isn't random. It's a circuit, power flowing from gate to gate along set paths, all of it feeding into a single point, the temple in the northern valley, where the herald died, where the map sputtered out. That's where the God King is going to descend. Sujin stares at the diagram. She says they should destroy the temple, cut the circuit before it completes. The herald told him the convergence is already in motion. The gates are already pulling power. Blowing up the temple won't stop it. It'll just mean they face the God King in a crater instead of a building. Min-jae asks what the alternative is. Do-yun says they meet him there, in the valley, in the temple, at the convergence point. Every carrier they can gather and every spellstone they can stockpile. And they make him bleed for every step. The days blur together after that. Training in the morning, fortifications in the afternoon, strategy sessions by candlelight that run until the candles burn out. Do-yun pushes them hard and pushes himself harder. He absorbs spell after spell until his channels feel like they're on fire. He releases in controlled bursts at training dummies until the dummies are nothing but splinters. He learns to hold multiple spells without his chest feeling like it's going to crack open. Barely. Just barely. By the end of the third week, they have 57 carriers in the fortress. The walls are reinforced with spell-forged stone. The towers are stocked with fire spells and lightning spells, and anything else they could scavenge from the abandoned caches. Boram's traps cover every approach for half a mile in every direction. Do-yun's channel scarring is worse, but Rae-hyun's gray paste is keeping the hunger at bay. Barely. Just barely. He's standing in the courtyard, watching a new batch of recruits run absorption drills when Sujin appears at his elbow. She says there's something he needs to see. She leads him to the east tower and points at the horizon. A column of smoke is rising in the distance, thick and black and wrong. Do-yun stares at it and feels the threads of authority pulse in his chest. Fast now. Urgent. Min-jae limps into the tower behind them and sees the smoke. He asks if it's the convergence. Do-yun says it's not. Not yet. But it's close. And it's coming from the direction of the temple. The column of smoke isn't smoke at all. It's a pillar of white light punching straight up into the clouds. Do-yun feels the threads of authority in his chest scream in answer. Every carrier in the fortress stops what they're doing. The training dummies, the spellstones, the traps. All of it goes still. 57 pairs of eyes turn toward the northern horizon. Sujin's hand finds the resonance stone in her pocket. It's hot. Burning hot. She drops it, and the pebble shatters on the stone floor. Min-jae's voice comes from behind Do-yun. Quiet. Flat. He says the convergence just started. Guess how much time they have left? Hours. Maybe less. Do-yun doesn't answer. He's already moving. Down the tower steps. Across the courtyard. Through the main hall, where the maps are still pinned to the walls. His boots echo off the stone. His shoulder wound opens again, and blood seeps through the bandage, but he doesn't slow down. He pushes through the east gate and keeps walking. Min-jae shouts after him. Sujin shouts after him. Ji-hoo drops a crate of spellstones and runs to the gate. Do-yun doesn't stop. He walks past the first line of Boram's traps, past the second, past the sharpened stakes and the primed fire spells and the false corridors. He walks until the fortress is a gray shape behind him, and the only thing in front of him is the light. The ground starts to shake. Cracks split the frozen earth, and white radiance bleeds up through them. The air tastes like copper and ozone, and something older than both. Do-yun's chest is on fire. The two threads of authority are thrashing now. The spear and the sphere. They know what's coming. They want to go home, and he's going to take them there. Min-jae catches up first. His limp is worse, but he's still fast, still stubborn. He grabs Do-yun's arm and says, "This isn't a plan. This is suicide." Do-yun looks at him. He says, "Suicide is walking into a fortress and waiting for a god to come kill your people one by one. This is something else." Sujin arrives with Ji-hoo and Eun-suk, and half a dozen other carriers behind them. They're all armed. All scared. All looking at Do-yun like he's already dead. He tells them to go back. Sujin says no. Do-yun turns, and the gold light in his veins flares bright enough to make her step back. He tells her this is his fight. His and the God King's. The convergence needs a vessel. He's the vessel. That's the only reason the God King created him. The only reason he's still breathing. If he doesn't go to the temple, the God King comes to the fortress, and everyone there dies. He says he won't let that happen. Not again. Min-jae's jaw tightens. His hands are still smoking. Suppression cuffs are slag around his wrists, and his eyes are red and raw, and full of something that looks a lot like grief. He asks what Do-yun expects them to do. Just stand here and watch. Do-yun says no. He expects them to survive. Then he turns and keeps walking. They don't follow. The temple is exactly where the map said it would be. White marble veined with gold. Doors wide open. The whole structure is humming now, vibrating at a frequency that Do-yun feels in his teeth, in his bones. In the two threads of stolen authority that are trying to rip their way out of his chest, he steps inside. The interior is vast and empty. No constructs, no guards, no herald. Just a single chamber that goes up and up and up until it opens into the sky. The walls are covered in ley line diagrams, gold ink on white stone. Every gate on the continent, every intersection, every thread of power flowing toward a single point. The point is a circle on the floor. Do-yun steps into it, and the world breaks open. The sky splits. Not a crack this time, not a seam. The whole thing tears apart like cheap fabric, and the light that pours through is blinding. White. Pure. Wrong. The God King descends. 6 wings spread wide. Each one made of radiance so dense it looks solid. His form is human-shaped, but wrong in ways Do-yun can't name. Too tall. Too still. Too perfect. His face is beautiful and terrible. And when he speaks, the words don't come from his mouth. They come from everywhere at once. He says the convergence is here. He says the vessel is ready. He says Do-yun has done exactly what he was made to do. Do-yun plants his feet. His channels are screaming. His chest is a furnace. The two threads of authority are clawing at his ribs like caged animals, but he holds them down. He's been holding spells for weeks, months, years. He's been holding the spell that killed his sister since the moment she died in his arms, and he never let it go. Not once. He's not letting go now. He tells the God King to come take it. The God King smiles, and then he casts. The spell is world-altering. That's not a description. That's what it is. A spell designed to unmake and remake everything. The temple shudders. The ley lines on the walls flare so bright the stone starts to crack. The light pours down from the torn sky and gathers in the God King's hand, and he shapes it into something that Do-yun can barely look at. It's not a spear, not a sphere, not a wall. It's a flood. A wave of pure divine authority. Bigger than the herald, bigger than the constructs, bigger than anything Do-yun has ever absorbed. The pressure hits him before the spell does, and he feels his channels start to buckle. His knees almost give. His vision goes white at the edges, and he opens himself to it. Every channel, every path, every scar and crack and burned-out vein that Rei-hyun's gray paste has been barely holding together. He opens all of it. The spell hits him. It's like swallowing the sun. Do-yun screams. He can't help it. The radiance pours into him, and his body doesn't know what to do with it. His veins flash gold. His heart stutters. The two threads of authority already inside him shriek and try to join the flood. And for one terrible, endless moment, he thinks he's going to come apart. He doesn't. He holds. The God King's smile flickers. Just for a second. Just enough for Do-yun to see it. And that's when our boy makes his choice. He's been storing spells for years. Every fireball, every lightning bolt, every curse and construct and spear of radiance. They're all still there, packed into his channels like gunpowder. The spell that killed Yeonwoo is the deepest one, the oldest one, the one he's been carrying like a stone in his chest since Hwachan. He's never been able to release them one at a time, never been able to aim, never been able to control it, but he's never needed to. The God King's world-altering spell is still pouring into him, and Do-yun does the one thing no vessel was ever supposed to do. He pushes back. Not just the new spell, not just the flood of radiance, everything. Every single spell he's ever absorbed, every drop of power he's ever stolen. The fire, the lightning, the wind, the curses, the constructs, the spear, the sphere, the spell that killed his sister. He releases all of it. The burst is not controlled. It's not aimed. It's not something a person should survive. The temple doesn't explode. It ceases. The walls don't fall. They unmake. The stone doesn't shatter. It dissolves into white light. The ley lines don't break. They burn out like spent candles. The God King's 6 wings snap back, and his beautiful, terrible face twists into something that might be surprise or might be fear. And then the light hits him. Not Do-yun's light. His own light. Every scrap of authority he's been pouring into his vessel. Every ounce of the convergence. The whole circuit. All that power flowing through the gates and the ley lines and into the vessel he built for himself. It all comes back at him at once. The God King screams. It's the first real sound he's made, and it shakes the valley. The ground splits. Sky tears wider. The white marble that's been standing for thousands of years turns to dust. And Do-yun is still standing. His channels are burning. No, that's not right. That's not strong enough. His channels are gone. He can feel them ripping apart inside him. Every scar, every pathway, every place where a spell used to live. They're all tearing open, and the power is flowing out, and there's nothing left to hold it. He doesn't try to stop it. The God King is coming apart in front of him, wings dissolving, form flickering, face cracking like old porcelain. He reaches for Do-yun with a hand that isn't a hand anymore, and says something that Do-yun can't hear over the roar of the light. And then, he's gone. The light keeps expanding. The valley is a crater now. The temple is a memory. The sky is still torn open, but the white radiance is fading to gray, fading to black. Do-yun's legs give out. He hits the ground, and the ground is hot, melted stone, glassed earth. Can't feel his arms, can't feel his chest, can't feel the threads of authority or the stored spells or the hunger. There's just nothing, just empty, just the cold creeping in at the edges. He tries to breathe. It's harder than it should be. He tries to move. That doesn't work at all. The sky above him is still torn open, but the light is gone, and the clouds are starting to close. The convergence is over. The circuit is broken. The God King is nothing but ash and fading radiance, scattered across a crater that used to be a valley. Do-yun did what he set out to do. He stopped the God King. He saved the carriers. He made his sister's death mean something, and now he's lying on his back in the wreckage with his channels burned to nothing and his power gone, and the cold spreading through his body like ink through water. Footsteps. Not the God King's. Human footsteps. More than one set. Running. Crunching over glass stone and still hot ash. He can't turn his head to see who it is. Doesn't need to. Min-jae's face appears above him. Limp and smoke and burnt wrists and all. Sujin is behind him. Ji-hoo. Unsuk. The brothers. More carriers behind them. Dozens of faces staring down at him with expressions he can't read. Min-jae says something, but Do-yun can't hear it. The ringing in his ears is too loud. Sujin drops to her knees beside him. Her gray-streaked hair is matted with sweat and ash. She presses 2 fingers to his neck. Checks his pulse. Her face does something complicated. She says he's alive. Ji-hoo asks if he still has his power. Sujin shakes her head. The channels are gone. Burned out. Every last one. There's nothing left to absorb with. Nothing left to store with. Nothing left to release with. Kang Do-yun is exactly what the world always said he was. A man with negative magic. A man with nothing. Min-jae closes his eyes. The carriers go quiet, and Do-yun looks up at the sky, and the clouds are closing, and the last of the radiance is fading, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he realizes he can't feel the hunger anymore. The seed, the scar, the weight of every spell he ever carried. It's all gone. He's empty. He's powerless. For the first time in 16 years, he can breathe without it hurting. The ceiling is stone. Cold gray stone pressing down from above, and for a long moment our boy just stares at it. He's flat on his back in a narrow cot, and his arms are lead, and his legs are dead weight, and every inch of him hums with a low ache that doesn't belong to any single wound. The sheets are rough, and someone peeled his shirt off, and there's a bandage wrapped tight around his shoulder and another across his ribs. He tries to remember how he got here. The last thing he can grab is the sky, the clouds, the radiance fading. The nothing. Min-jae is in the chair to his left. The loyal carrier is slumped forward with his chin on his chest and his arms crossed, and the dark circles under his eyes look like bruises. He's been here a while. Baek So-jun is propped against the far wall with his crutch tucked under his arm and his jaw set in a grim line. The old one-legged strategist hasn't slept either. Yoon Ji-hoo is standing by the window with his merchant's coat still smeared in soot and his bad hand wrapped in a splint. And Rae-hyun is sitting at the foot of the cot with her elbows on her knees and her red-rimmed eyes fixed on Do-yun's face. Blonde huntress doesn't smile when he opens his eyes. She just exhales. Our boy tries to sit up, and his body stages a full rebellion. Every joint screams, and his shoulder sends a lightning bolt straight down his spine, and he grits his teeth and forces himself upright anyway. The idiot. Min-jae snaps awake with a grunt. Seo-jun straightens. Ji-hoo turns from the window, and Do-yun looks around the room, and the first word out of his mouth is the name of the one enemy that should be dead. The God King. The silence that follows is the wrong kind of silence. Too heavy. Too careful. Min-jae looks at the floor. So-jun's grip tightens on his crutch, and Rae-hyun just shakes her head. Not dead, not destroyed, gone, retreated. But gone is not the same as finished, and every carrier in this room knows it. Our boy's stomach drops right through the bed frame. He threw everything into that fight. Every absorbed spell, every drop of borrowed magic, the scar, the hunger, the weight of 16 years. He burned it all. And the God King still crawled away. The golden aura shattered, and the sanctum collapsed, and a dozen carriers gave their lives to drive him back through the rift. But the monster slipped. The noose. He's somewhere out there now, licking his wounds, rebuilding, waiting. Do-yun stares at Rei-hyun, and his voice comes out flat. He asks how many. She tells him, 37 carriers dead. 4 spellstones broken beyond repair. The eastern tower is a crater. The main gate is slag. And Yoon-ji-hoo's merchant network is gone. Burnt out. Every safe house, every supply cache, every hidden route. The God King's forces knew exactly where to hit. The room feels smaller now. They're just hands. No glow. No hum. No invisible threads of magic waiting to be consumed. He reaches for that old sensation, and there's nothing. Just silence. Just emptiness. The negative magic that defined him since birth is still there at his core, but the absorption is gone. The power sheet is blank. He's exactly what the world always said he was. A man with nothing. Seo-jun clears his throat and says the fortress still stands. Min-jae nods and adds that the carriers who survived are loyal. Ji-hoo mutters that the eastern villages are already sending word of strange movements in the mountains. And Rei-hyun just watches Do-yun with those sharp gray eyes. She knows what he's doing. She knows he's spiraling. Our boy's whole identity was built on that cursed power. The ability to take hits and spit them back. The one thing that made him useful. Now it's Ash. He doesn't say that out loud. He just sits there with his jaw clenched and his hands shaking, and the weight of every mistake he ever made pressing down on his chest. The sister who died because he couldn't control the thing inside him. The little one who trusted him and got burnt for it. That was chapter 6. That was the moment he stopped being a brother and became a weapon. And for 16 years, the power let him pretend it was all for something. Now the power is gone, and the ghost is still here. And he doesn't know how to look at it without the fire. Rei-hyun doesn't let him sit in it. She stands up slow and crosses to the window and stands beside Ji-hoo. The sunrise is gray and cold, and the fortress is already stirring below. Carriers are drilling. Stones are being sorted. Someone is hammering a new brace onto the south tower. And Rei-hyun says the thing he can't hear yet. He says his power was never what made him strong. Our boy's head snaps up. He's about to argue, about to list every battle he won by absorbing the killing blow. Every time he turned a superior enemy's magic back on them. Every moment the hunger saved his sorry hide. But Rei-hyun cuts him off with a flat palm and a voice that's been planning this speech for hours. She says the power was a tool, a broken tool. It let him survive, but it never made a single choice. He did. He chose to save the village that night. He chose to carry the seed and the scar and the weight. He chose to walk into the God King's sanctum knowing he might not walk out. The absorption didn't make him brave. It didn't make him stubborn. It didn't make him the kind of idiot who gets up after 37 carriers die and asks what's next. The room goes quiet. Min-jae is staring at his boots. Seo-jun is nodding slow. Ji-hoo turns from the window with something like respect flickering behind the exhaustion. And Do-yun just sits there with the words rattling around in his useless skull. He wants to reject it. He wants to throw it back at her and tell her she's wrong. But the truth is, she's not. The power was a crutch, thing he clung to because it let him believe he was special. But the choices were his. The mistakes were his. The debts are his. And the people in this room followed him because of what he did with the tool, not because the tool existed. He asks what he's supposed to do now. Without the magic, without the absorption, without the one thing that made him worth something. Rei-hyun gestures at the fortress below. The carriers, the broken towers, the world that still needs rebuilding. She says he's got 16 years of combat experience, 16 years of watching enemy tactics and learning magic theory, and surviving things that would kill a normal carrier 3 times over. He says the God King is still out there. The fight isn't over. It's just changed shape. Our boy sits there and lets that sink in. The weight shifts. It doesn't disappear. It never disappears. But it shifts from a crushing pressure into something he can carry with his own 2 hands. He thinks about the training regimen Min-jae mentioned before the battle. He thinks about the young carriers who died in the Eastern Tower because they didn't know how to disperse incoming spellfire. He thinks about Ji-hoo's network and how to rebuild it smarter, quieter, harder to crack. He thinks about the God King and the golden aura and the rift that still exists somewhere beyond the mountains. He doesn't find peace instantly.
That's not how this works. But he finds purpose.
A direction.
Swings his legs off the cot and stands up,
Even though his body screams at him, and he sways, and Min-jae lunges to grab his arm.
Our boy waves him off.
He's not going to break. He's empty. He's powerless. But he's still here. And he's still angry. And the God King is still breathing. That's all the fuel he needs. The rest of the day is a blur of pain and planning. Seo-jun limps out to check the South Tower brace and comes back with a list of structural weaknesses longer than his leg. Ji-hoo slips into a ragged coat and vanishes into the Eastern Pass to salvage what's left of his contacts. Min-jae takes a squad of carriers to clear rubble from the main gate, and Rae-hyun stays at Do-yun's side while he walks the fortress walls and sees the damage firsthand. The crater where the Eastern Tower used to be is still smoking. The slag at the gate has cooled into a twisted sculpture of iron and stone. The bodies have been cleared, but the blood is still there. Dark stains on gray rock. He stops at the edge of the crater and stares down into it. 37 carriers died in that explosion. He knows their names. He knew their families. Some of them were kids, barely awakened. But they stood their ground, and they held the line, and they bought him the opening he needed to hit the God King with everything he had. And they died for a partial victory, a retreat, a stalemate. He doesn't cry. He's never been good at that. But he stands there long enough that Rae-hyun puts a hand on his good shoulder and tells him they need a training regimen. He says the one they have isn't good enough. She asks what he has in mind. He says control, not raw power. Not big, flashy spells that can be absorbed or redirected or turned against them. Control, precision, carriers who can hold a line without breaking. Who can disperse incoming fire before it hits? Who can protect each other instead of just throwing bigger rocks at the other guy? Rae-hyun nods slow. That's going to take time. Months. Maybe years. And the God King is already out there regrouping. Our boy says they don't need to beat him tomorrow. They just need to be ready when he comes back. He says he spent 16 years reacting, getting thrown around by stronger enemies, absorbing what he could, and praying the next hit didn't kill him. No more reacting. No more praying. From now on, they prepare. The fortress starts to shift around that idea. Carriers hear the plan, and grim acceptance replaces grief. The wounded start helping with the sorting. The stone mages start reinforcing the walls with spell-crafted mortar. Even the cooks start stockpiling rations for a long campaign. Nobody says it out loud, but everyone knows. This isn't peace. This is the gap between storms. By nightfall, Do-yun is back in the courtyard. The sun is gone, and the cold gray sky has turned black, and the stars are hidden behind heavy clouds. Min-jae is standing with him again. The loyal carrier doesn't say, "I told you so." He just crosses his arms and breathes out steam and waits. Our boy looks at the eastern gate and imagines the God King's golden eyes staring back through the darkness. He doesn't feel the hunger. He doesn't feel the seed. He doesn't feel the scar. He feels the cold. He feels the wind. He feels the ache in his shoulder and the pull of the stitches and the deep, bone-deep exhaustion of a man who lost everything and chose to keep moving anyway. Rae-hyun finds him an hour later and hands him a cup of hot tea and tells him to get some sleep. He says he will. He doesn't. He stands there until his legs are numb and his eyes are dry, and the first pale smear of dawn starts leaking over the mountains. Then he turns and walks toward the training grounds without a word. Rae-hyun watches from the wall with her arms folded and her expression unreadable. The God King is still out there. The fight is still on. But for the first time in 16 years, Kang Do-yun is not a weapon. He's just a man with a plan and a grudge, and a fortress full of people who believe in him. It'll have to be enough. The sun comes up gray and cold, and Do-yun is already in the courtyard. He's been standing there for an hour, watching the eastern gate. His shoulder is still bandaged, and the wound pulls every time he breathes. But he doesn't sit down. Min-jae finds him at dawn and doesn't say anything, just stands next to him and crosses his arms. The fortress is alive behind them, and carriers are drilling, and spellstones are being sorted, and someone is hammering a new brace onto the South Tower. Do-yun says they need a training regimen, and Min-jae says they have one, and Do-yun says it's not good enough. Min-jae asks what he has in mind, and Do-yun says control, not power and not absorption and not release, because most of these carriers can't do any of that. Control of what they already have, the inverted mana in their cores, the thing the world told them was a curse. He says they've been running their whole lives and hiding their signatures and suppressing everything that makes them carriers. That's not training, and that's not control. And that's just fear dressed up as survival. Min-jae says fear kept them alive. And Do-yun says, Alive isn't the same as ready. He walks into the center of the courtyard, and the carriers stop what they're doing, and Sujin looks up from a stack of firestones, and Un-suk sets on a crate, and Ji-hoo closes his ledger. Do-yun says they're going to learn how to use what they have and not just hide it. A kid near the back, maybe 16 with scarred knuckles, asks how they're supposed to use something that isn't a spell. Do-yun picks up a low-grade barrier stone from the pile near Ji-hoo's feet and tosses it to the kid. The kid catches it, and Do-yun tells him to feed his mana into it. The kid hesitates and says he'll burn it out, and Do-yun says good. The kid stares at him, and Sujin says that's a waste of a stone, and Do-yun says it's not a waste if they learn something. The kid closes his eyes, and his hands shake, and the barrier stone flickers, then glows steady and pale blue. It doesn't burn out and it doesn't crack, and the kid opens his eyes and stares at the light like he's never seen anything he made before. Do-yun says that's what they are, and that's what they've always been. And the only difference now is that they're not hiding it. The carriers start murmuring, and someone laughs, and it's not bitter laughter, and it's not the laughter of people who expect to die. It's the sound of people who just found out they're not broken. Do-yun spends the next 3 weeks building a curriculum from scratch. He can't absorb spells anymore, and he can't demonstrate the technique, and he can't show them what it looks like when a carrier eats a fireball. Spits it back. But he remembers every training session with Min-jae and every brutal hour with Seo-jun. And he knows what works and what gets people killed. He pairs the carriers off by core strength, not by age or experience. He makes them feed mana into stones until their hands blister, then makes them do it again the next day. Min-jae handles the physical conditioning, running them through sprints and climbs and combat drills until they can move without their signatures flaring. Sujin takes over the tactical side, mapping sightlines and escape routes and ambush points because she has a head for angles. And she's been surviving on instinct for 10 years, and now she's writing it down. Ji-hoo keeps the supplies moving, and Un-suk handles the armory, and Ryu-gi-chan teaches the ranged fighters how to shoot without announcing their position to every awakened within a mile. The fortress stops being a hideout and starts being a training ground, and Do-yun watches all of it from the walls, or the courtyard, or the mess hall, and doesn't pick up a single spellstone, and doesn't try to absorb anything. His chest is quiet, and his channels are dead, and his shoulder still aches when it rains. He's never felt lighter. On a gray morning in the 4th week, Do-yun leaves the fortress alone. He walks east for 2 hours through dead forest and frozen streams until he reaches a clearing on a low hill overlooking a valley. There's a cairn of stones at the top and a carved marker with a name on it. Kang Do-yun. He stands in front of the grave for a long time, and the wind cuts through his coat, and the sky is the color of old iron. He says he's sorry he didn't come sooner. He says the God King is dead and the convergence is over, and the spell that killed her is gone. He says he can't absorb anything anymore, and he can't release, and he can't be the weapon he was built to be. He says he thought losing his power would feel like dying, and it doesn't. It feels like being a person again, and not a bomb waiting to go off. He says he's been training carriers and building a fortress, and teaching people that negative magic isn't a curse, that it's just a different way to hold power. He says she would have liked Sujin, and she would have made fun of Ji-hoo's ledgers, and she would have told Min-jae to stop brooding and eat something. He says he misses her, and he's never going to stop missing her, and that's okay. He says her death meant something, and he's going to make sure it keeps meaning something for as long as he's alive. The wind picks up, and the stones on the cairn shift slightly, and Do-yun puts his hand on the marker and stands there until his fingers go numb. Then he turns and walks back toward the fortress, and doesn't look back. He's made peace with it, and the peace doesn't feel like surrender, and it doesn't feel like forgetting. It feels like carrying her with him, instead of dragging her behind. When he gets back to the fortress, there's a kid waiting at the gate. He's maybe 14, skinny and dirty, with a split lip and a bruise spreading across his jaw. His clothes are rags, and his shoes are falling apart, and there's blood crusted under his fingernails. But his eyes are sharp, and his hands are steady, and there's a firestone clutched in his left fist, like he's been holding it for days. He looks at Do-yun and asks if this is the place where carriers go. Do-yun says it is, and asks who sent him. The kid says no one sent him, and he heard about the fortress from a smuggler near the border, and he walked for 6 days, and he wants to fight. Do-yun looks at the firestone, and the split lip, and the steady hands, and the kid looks back without flinching. He asks the kid's name, and the kid says it's Han Woo-bin, and he used to live in a village near the Talchon River before the council burned it. Do-yun says the council burns a lot of villages, and Woo-bin says he knows, and that's why he wants to fight. Do-yun says he can't absorb spells, and he can't release, and he's not a weapon anymore. Woo-bin says he doesn't need a weapon, and he needs someone to teach him how to use what he's holding. And just like that, Do-yun sees himself, and he sees the kid who got sent back 16 years with nothing but a curse and a promise. He tells Woo-bin to follow him, and the kid does. He takes him to the courtyard, and the carriers are still drilling, and the stones are still being sorted, and the hammering on the south tower hasn't stopped. He calls Soo-jin over and tells her they have a new recruit, and Soo-jin looks at the kid, and the kid looks at her gray-streaked hair and doesn't flinch, and she nods. Do-yun crouches down so he's eye level with Woo-bin and tells him the first rule. He says the world is going to tell them he's worthless and broken, and a freak, and a curse-bearer, and every other name they've invented for carriers. He says the world is going to try to kill him, and hunt him, and burn his home and take everything he loves. He says the only thing that matters is what he does with the power he was born with, and the choices he makes when no one is watching. Woo-bin asks if that's really the first rule, and Do-yun says no. The first rule is don't drop the firestone. Woo-bin looks at his hand and realizes he's been gripping it so hard his knuckles are white, and he laughs. And it's a real laugh, and it's the first one he's had in months. Do-yun tells him to report to Eun-suk for kit, and to Min-jae for conditioning, and to Soo-jin for tactical. Woo-bin asks what Do-yun teaches, and Do-yun says he teaches how to survive long enough to make the bastards regret they ever heard your name. The kid grins, and it's a fierce grin. And Do-yun sees the same fire he used to have, and the same desperation, and the same refusal to lie down and die. He watches Woo-bin walk toward the armory, and Soo-jin comes up beside him and says the kid reminds her of someone. Do-yun says he knows. Soo-jin says they're going to get more of them, aren't they? And Do-yun says they're going to get all of them. Days roll on, and the fortress grows. More carriers arrive, and they come in 2s and 3s, and sometimes alone with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a spellstone they've been hiding for years. By the end of the second month, there are over 100 of them, and the barracks are full, and the training grounds are packed, and Ji-hoo has to start a second supply route just to keep them fed. Min-jae walks with a permanent limp now, but he still runs the drills, and he still takes scouting teams into the dead forest, and he still doesn't talk about his sister. Rae-hyun trains the healers, and Eun-suk runs the armory, and Ryu Gi-chan teaches the archers, and Soo-jin has become the de facto second in command because she's the only one who can read a situation faster than Do-yun. Woo-bin is keeping up, and he's fast and hungry, and he asks questions constantly, and Do-yun answers all of them. He teaches the kid how to feed mana into a stone without burning it out, and how to read an ambush point, and how to move through dead territory without leaving a signature. He teaches him the things Seo-jun taught him, and the things Min-jae beat into him, and the things he learned on his own when he was bleeding out in a crater with his channels destroyed. He teaches him that power isn't the point and never was, that the point is what you do with the time you have and the people you protect. Woo-bin listens and learns, and somewhere along the way he stops being a recruit and starts being a soldier. And Do-yun watches him grow and feels something he hasn't felt since before Yeon-woo died. Hope. Not the desperate kind, and not the kind that comes with a deadline and a god breathing down your neck, but the steady, quiet kind that builds slowly and lasts. One night he stands on the wall, and Min-jae limps up beside him, and they look out at the dark forest. Min-jae asks if he ever thought they'd get here, and Do-yun says he didn't think about anything beyond surviving the next fight. Min-jae says that's not true, and Do-yun admits it isn't. He says he thought about it once, back when he was still absorbing spells and still carrying the God King's authority in his chest. He thought about what it would look like if carriers didn't have to hide, and didn't have to run, and didn't have to die in safe houses with no one to bury them. Min-jae says it looks like this, and Do-yun says, yeah, it does. They stand in silence for a while, and then Min-jae says the scouts reported something strange near the northern ridge. Do-yun asks what kind of strange, and Min-jae says the kind that makes the air taste like ozone, and the kind that leaves scorch marks on the rocks. Do-yun says he'll take a team at first light, and Min-jae says he figured he'd say that. The next morning, Do-yun takes Woo-bin and Soo-jin and 2 other carriers and they head north. They walk for 3 hours through terrain that gets stranger the farther they go. Trees thin out, and the ground turns black and crunches underfoot like glass. The air tastes metallic, and Woo-bin says it feels like standing next to a lightning strike. And Soo-jin says that's exactly what it is. They reach the ridge just before noon, and what they see stops them cold. The sky above the northern valley is torn open. It's not a gate, and it's not a convergence point. And it's not anything Do-yun has ever seen before. The tear is jagged and black at the edges, and pulsing with colors that don't exist in nature. It's bleeding something into the air, and the something is thick and cold, and it makes Do-yun's teeth ache. Woo-bin asks what it is, and Soo-jin says she doesn't know, and Do-yun says he doesn't either. But he can feel it, not with his channels, and not with his absorption, and not with anything the God King put inside him,
with something older and deeper and entirely his own. He can feel that whatever is on the other side of that tear is hungry, and it's looking their way. Sujin says they should report back to the fortress, and Do-yun says they should. Woo-bin asks if they're going to fight it, and Do-yun looks at the tear and the bleeding sky and the black ground and the thing on the other side that wants to come through. He doesn't have his power anymore, and he doesn't have a god-killing weapon, and he doesn't have a guarantee. But he has a fortress full of carriers who don't run anymore, and a student who asked for a teacher, and allies who have bled beside him, and a sister whose death still means something. He turns to Woo-bin and says they're going to do more than fight it. They're going to win. He smiles, and it's not the grim smile of a man walking to his death, and it's not the desperate smile of a man with nothing left to lose. It's the smile of a man who has spent his whole life being told he was worthless and broken and cursed, and who proved every single one of them wrong. He turns his back on the rift and starts walking toward the fortress, and his people fall in behind him. The sky is torn open, and a new threat is bleeding into their world, and the future is uncertain, and the odds are impossible. And he's ready.